But it's a bat or 10 for 4. I'll just break off as Taylor comes in and bowls now. Wesley drives beautifully through the offside. He looks in good nick this morning, the Essex skipper. It was
Van Beek in bowls, forced off the back foot. Good looking shot. He pierces the gap, does Das to the shorter boundary, and he collects 4 on the offside square of the wicket. That was a fairly good in the system.
Taylor again down the leg side to Das, and he'll get 4 runs. Fine leg is quite wide, or almost long leg, and always good to see him.
This time, flirty shot outside off stump, maybe a little bit more width on that delivery. We're not right behind the arm.
Leach again is in and bowls Wesley on the walk, and there you go, that's what he's looking for. He's upset Leach's length.
Birdie in again to Das. That one's a bit more loop on that one.
Yeah.
But Das is to the pitch of delivery and drives it through extra cover for 4.
Good shot, but at the same time I think Birdie might be reasonably encouraged by
Brooks in again, 1 slip waiting. He's bowled him. He's walked his shot as Das. He'll be desperately disappointed. He's made 46 not out, and he's been bowled by Brooks. He did, if we get an opportunity, he walked his shot there.
Back to that.
Brooks in. This time it's clipped and he's been caught. There we go. Brooks has got another wicket. It's that man at short mid-wicket where he's taken a very good reaction catch with 2 hands. Great to see you boys.
Birdie to Wesley. Wesley is forward in the drive, and that's beats Brett Oliveira at cover and 4 runs, and probably the first shot in anger for quite some time. Tom Wesley moves to 42.
The flags are drooped. This is short. It's bouncing. It's going to go for 4 as it's been pulled by Critchley. That's the attempted short ball by Van Beek. And
a brilliant all-rounder, one of the best fielders I've ever played. D'Oliveira's got a wicket! So there we are, end of my tale. I'll finish it later because D'Oliveira has just rushed one on there, a little bit quicker. He bowls this sort of lift slider really, I think that was, and it's just hurried on a little bit.
He bowls 2 slips awaiting,
Shot.
and this is driven into the offside, and it's powerfully hit, and I think it's going to go for 4 as Joe Leach couldn't stop it. It was a good shot, controlled. It was nicely timed.
Through the big left-hander with that one. He's in again. This one's a bit slower, and Wesley stung, I think, really by that previous delivery. Gets the one that's a bit fuller and thinks.
And this time he does push out 2 point, and the applause you hear is because Tom Wesley has recorded his 50. That is his 450 of the season. But I'll come back to that point in a second. D'Oliveira again, and Wesley rocks on the back foot and will push for 2, and in fact will get 4. It's gone all the way through the covers and it can't be cut off.
Magnificent ambassador as Verdi comes in, and this is slog swept by the tall Paul Water, and it's gone for 4 into deep mid-wicket. That's a pretty... As Verdi comes in, this is a nick, and he's been caught! Wesley has to go! He looks devastated. He knew he nicked that straight away because the keeper kept his hands there. I don't know.
Well, he's round the wicket to Paul Water, and Paul Water has clipped it just over. I'll find out who that was at shortish mid-wicket. Kashif Ali, shortish mid-wicket, and for a minute there I thought he was going to...
Smart, don't want to lose his wicket.
Van Beek in again. This time Water goes back and cuts, and he's out. Tries to cut, I think he was trying to cut it backward. Well, backward a point, or in the backward point region, and all he's done is he's nicked off.
Essex could have averted. And there's a lap now with Paul, with Pepper. No, not Pepper, with Harmer actually. Sorry, Harmer's hit fat. He slog swept it for 4. In he comes, passing the umpire O'Shaughnessy, and this is swept very well by Pepper. One of his shots, but what he's done there is a man at backward square leg, but he's up on the 1 really. He's now going back. Leg slip in. Gives it a lot of area. Goes into out onto the offside. and he will collect 4 runs, with the Essex faithful applauding that shot.
Just break off as Brooks bowls again down the leg side, and there's an appeal, and he's gone. It's what we call a strangle. I've had long discussions this year with various people.
Ali into Pepper. Full toss there, and Pepper gives it the treatment it deserves, driving it through extra cover for 4.
Comes in now with the new ball in hand, and his first ball is a loosener, and is smashed away by Snater through the covers, wide and slow, and cracked away. A real gimme from Joe Leach. Snater goes to 11. I'll just break off as Taylor starts this new over.
Yes, and that first ball is driven by Michael Pepper straight to the boundary again. I wouldn't call it a loosener, but certainly Pepper was onto it. Taylor to Pepper. Pepper's on the back foot and he cuts fine enough. There's no one down at third man. It's kind of just wideish a bit.
When Ethan Brooks dismissed Robin Das, bowled this morning, this one is driven from Leach through the covers for 4 by Pepper, who's beginning to really enjoy himself now. He's moved to 45, and Essex are now in front, 270 for 7. Got stuck in. Leach bowls, and he gets stuck into this one as well, short and wide, and slammed away through the covers.
As Leach is in, plays off the back foot, does Pepper. Pepper takes a single. He's going to look for 2. He will get 2, because that's just avoided. He's going to take 3. Good running there from Snater as it goes down to the Tom Pearce stand, and Essex collect 3. Good bit of fielding, but excellent bit of running from the 2 Essex batsmen, Pepper and Snater. For Pakistan back in the mid-80s. Leach bowls short. This is in the air. It's just cleared the captain, Brett D'Oliveira, at mid-on. That's gone for 4. That's actually a very good executed whack in my book. Go on, you know.
Tom Taylor into Michael Pepper, who cuts off the back foot and down to backward point region. There's no one there.
In he comes, right arm over, bouncer, and to be fair, Pepper's played that beautifully. He's bowled him a bumper, it's outside off stump.
In excess of 3 figures at least, as Verdi bowls, and there's a horrific slog sweep by Snater, and he's got a bottom edge on it, and so fast for his hands that it's raced away for 4, but...
I mean, you know, Illingworth, Rhodes.
This one from Verdi is clipped away on the onside for 4. Excellent shot from Snater.
Van Beek in. This is driven on the front foot. It's going to go out for 4. Well, there was a great effort of a dive at cover. Fancy 5 or 6 overs.
Yeah.
Van Beek in, driven again. This time an identical, but perhaps a slightly straighter drive as it goes through extra cover. Traffic updates. Van Beek rolls. This is short, and that's gone for 4 as well. Slater moves to his 50. You can hear the applause, and he's going to raise his bat, is he? And there's a nick, and he's been given. Van Beek gets his man. Slater has to go. It's a feather edge through to the keeper, Roderick, and Essex have just lost their 8th wicket.
Verdi bowls, he's bowled him round the wicket. That one has just run across, and he has bowled Pepper, I beg your pardon, Cook.
It's a big shot that gets this secure. It's not that one, no. In fact, it may well be. It's down it's not a big shot, but it's down the wicket. He wants to come back for 2. It's a misfield, and he will come back for 2, and that is Michael Pepper's century. The over in to Pepper. Down the wicket. I did say it was coming. It's a big shot over mid-wicket. It's a straight 6.
Verdi comes in and bowls to Porter, who's forward, taken on the pad, LBW, end of the innings. Porter goes without scoring. He doesn't get out, he turns it on the leg side, and it's fielded at backward square leg. So the end of day 2, Worcestershire 2,
Perhaps a maiden first-class century. How are you feeling after that knock?
Yeah, really good. Obviously, it's good to get the first one out of the way. Obviously, a good feeling getting the team up in a stronger position. So, no, it's a good feeling.
Yeah. And obviously, it's your third 100 of the season, first two in the black. Is there a different meaning to this one being in the Red Bull, kind of the oldest, the more traditional one, or is it just another great effort in the season?
No, it's a different feeling. Obviously, it's obviously a very different type of 100. Completely different circumstances, different format. There's a lot of differences that go with it, but it's just, yeah, obviously every one you get is going to be an unbelievable feeling. But yeah, getting the first one in Red Bull cricket is, yeah, really good feeling.
And you talk about the changes in format there. Obviously, you've come back after a month playing in the 100, right back to the longer form of the game. How have you found the adaptation? Obviously, it's one that you've done before, but how's it been? Easy to adapt back?
Easy-ish, yeah. It takes a little bit of time, but yeah, it's fine once you get back into it. There's quite a lot of jumping in between now with the schedule. Even during the T20s, there's some Red Bull games. So actually, sometimes it's nice to break it up. You keep making sure you're on top of your Red Bull skills. And yeah, it's just trust in the game.
And how about the game itself then? Obviously, your innings was really quite crucial in getting us to that big lead. How do you assess the game? Obviously, we're at the halfway point now.
Yeah, I'd say we're in a strong position, a lead of, I think, 130 odd, maybe close to 140. So yeah, we're in a good position there. I think the pitch is going to start turning more and like a couple more indentations, hopefully get a couple early wickets. You know, it's going to be important. It's hardest time to bat with the Kookaburra ball. So yeah, no, I think we're in a good position.
And how about batting with Snates out there? His support was really quite crucial. Obviously, a big partnership between the two of you.
Yeah, it's quality. I think we spend a lot of time together, so that's always good. And just getting a partnership when at quite an important stage of the game was obviously a good, rewarding feeling. So no, it was good fun.
And you batting at number 7, obviously the skill to kind of shepherd the tail is something that maybe it goes a little bit under the radar. But is that something that's quite important? The ability to be able to do that? You were batting right at the very end.
Probably. I wasn't really thinking about it too much, to be honest. It's just one of those things. You just take every ball at a time until almost gets to that very stage. Snates, or even Hamid start with Hamid, Snates, Glenn, even Paul's, like we can all know they can all hang about, score runs, so you can actually trust them. You can just play the normal game. Still always look to be positive and have trust in the other end. So no, that's just actually feels bang normally.
And then finally, obviously, you said it yourself, we're in a strong position. And what's the sort of game plan going forward now? Just be aggressive in the field and with the ball and take those 10 wickets, I suppose.
Hopefully take the 10 as quick as we can. But yeah, I think it's just sticking to what we know. We know there's non-stop good balls in that wicket. There's a lot of divots, it's turning. So if we just be patient, stick to what we're doing, stick to our strengths, I think we'll be in a very good position come
Hello.
Oh, hello, Dick. Hi.
Hi.
Right, I've dialed the feed.
Yeah.
Hopefully that will be...
Championship match between Essex and Worcestershire, which is turning into a really good game. The net situation going into this day is that Essex have a lead of 136 with Worcestershire at 15 without loss in their second innings, and that is mainly, in fact they got a lead, is mainly thanks to a magnificent stand yesterday of 134 for the 8th wicket between Michael Pepper, who in the end was not out, 112, and Shane Snater, who got 53, and it turned what could have been either parity or, from the Essex point of view, even worse, slight deficit on the first innings, into an appreciable first innings lead. So yeah, it's all to play for now, and this is the stuff of county cricket, really. This is what the members want to watch, and the spectators of the longer version of the game, or longest version of the game. The fielders are now taking to the field, Essex, and my name's Dick Davis, and with me, I'm delighted to say, is Frank Watson. Game on.
Yeah, I absolutely think you set it up very nicely there, Dick. It was it's a game that's ebbed and flowed, which has been one of the great qualities of 4-day cricket, is the fact that things can change. Worcestershire on the first morning, 10 for 4, but recovering well to get 266, and then, as you say, yesterday, Essex at one stage 227 for 7, and Worcestershire certainly were hoping that they might not concede too much of a first innings deficit, but that partnership of 134 for the 8th wicket between Snater and the excellent Michael Pepper was influential in creating that first innings lead of 138. 2 without loss, Worcestershire. Jake Libby has both of those, and he's on strike now.
As Sam Cook moves in from the far end, the Graham Gooch end, bowls to Libby, and that beats him outside the off stump and went zipping through to the wicketkeeper. The scoreboard, we can see, unfortunately, is in weekend mode. It's not working, it's having a day off. Well, hopefully it's not a day off, hopefully it'll soon leap into action, so we're having to work from the scoreboard in our commentary box, which is okay. It tells us the basic details, that the visitors are 2 without loss, and Cook moves in again, bowls, and Libby pushes that out into a small gap in the on the side, and they go through for a comfortable single. He has as his partner night watchman Joe Leach, since there were only 5 overs played out last night. Totally understandably, Worcestershire sent in a night watchman. I have seen games under such circumstances where they send in 2 night watchmen, but if you overdo it so much, then the sort of genuine batsmen lower down the order can run out of partners, can't they?
Yeah, that can happen. I think Joe Leach was quite keen to do the job last night, always willing to contribute to the cause.
Faces up to Cook now, plays that solidly, pushes out on the onside, picked up by Paul Walter. Shortly, probably in about a couple of minutes of time, I'll do a brief update for BBC Essex listeners. So if you'll just bear with us during that short time, as Cook turns again from the far end, moves in, bowls, and Leach playing a miss, quite a bit of zip through an extra bounce, yes, and Leach goes down the wicket to do a little bit of prodding where he thinks the ball pitched, but oh, straight away. We've only had 4 deliveries of the day so far, and Worcestershire have just incremented their score by a single run as to take it to 3 without loss. They resumed with a deficit of 135 with all 10 wickets in hand, so it's an interesting situation, mainly set up by Michael Pepper's century yesterday, ably supported by Shane Snater. So it's going to be an interesting third day. Somewhat surprisingly, I think over most parts of Essex we had a shower or so over breakfast time, but it's set fair to be a good day weather-wise as well as cricket-wise. So the visitors have just lost their first wicket with the night watchman out, caught behind, and Worcestershire are 3 for 1. Well, that was timely.
Perfect timing, Dick. Yeah.
So
he almost probably did him with the ball before, I think.
Yes, yes.
And he maybe just pushed at that one that he could have left alone, and got a little feather through. Very straightforward catch for Michael Pepper. So the night watchman has gone. He did his job, I guess, in the fact that he was still out there this morning. He didn't score. He faced 20 balls, but Joe Leach has gone, and Worcestershire 3 for 1. It's going to be a long day for Worcestershire, a long couple of days. If they're going to save this game, they're going to have to bat for more than a day, and against a side with Simon Harmer in it, on a pitch that's taking spin, that is not going to be easy, and a lot will depend on the top order batters. Gareth Roderick, who would have opened had he not been keeping wicket all day yesterday before Worcestershire were put in for those last 5 overs, now comes out to join his usual opening partner, Jake Libby. Good start for Essex, good start for Sam Cook, a master.
Yes,
these,
I mean
these sort of conditions. I think Cook and Porter, who's going to bowl now, are easily as good as any other opening attack in county cricket. I think there might be individual bowlers who some might rate more highly, but as a pair who hunt together, these two over the years, neither of whom has received international recognition, which has taken them away from the county scene for any length of time, have probably been as daunting a pair of opponents as the opening batters around the country have ever had. And Porter, who got 5 wickets in the first innings, starts this morning with a good straight delivery which Libby plays down on the onside. And you know, that word straight, we often overuse it, I think, and throw it around willy-nilly, but bowling straight is a great asset, and these two, it's a great quality of theirs. They make the batsman play a high percentage of the time, both Porter and Cook. And here is Porter in bowling, and he does make Libby play. He's going to get 4 runs here, down to third man off the edge. Kept it down, soft enough hands, but an involuntary edge in many ways. Ball racing away down to third man. The outfield's been really quick in this game, and that's the first boundary of the day. Jake Libby moves on to 7, and the score is 7 for 1. He has all the runs on the board. But Jamie Porter won't be too discouraged by that.
no.
Comes in again now and bowls, and Libby is on, well, I was going to say on the back foot, but in fact he sort of lunges forward in the end, having gone back and across, and just pushes out on the offside. I've eulogised about Porter and Cook, and it goes without saying how highly I consider them. Not just me, but I think the players around the circuit do. And the other thing about both of them is that it's economical, isn't it, the way they
Yes.
bowl? They don't run up too far. It's
No.
quite easy. They don't appear to take a great deal out of themselves. They've just got it sorted. There's Porter in now bowls, and that one is slightly overpitched, and Libby just clips it down to long leg, where Cook is the fielder, and they take a single.
And one of the reasons for Essex's success in recent years is that they've had a lot of good players, but fortunately from the Essex point of view, maybe not from the individual's point of view, fortunately they've never quite been good enough or in favour enough to get international selection. So
Yeah.
a lot of the times Essex have had the luxury of being able to play their strongest possible side.
Here's Jamie Porter into bowl to Gareth Roderick, his first ball, and he's beaten outside the off stump by a real good one. Can't really tell from our position at wide long on whether it nipped off the seam, but I suspect it did. If there's going to be any lateral movement, it will be in this first hour and a half. The Kookaburra ball with the less proud seam than the Duke offers minimal assistance off the seam to the pace bowlers, and that will be before the seam sort of flattens out after about 20 overs or so. There's Porter in again and bowls, and Roderick this time gets a bat on it, plays forward, pushes out on the offside end of a good over from Jamie Porter. 5 runs came from it, but 4 of them were off the edge. Libby has 8. Leach is the man out this morning, the night watchman, who went without opening as of count, and Worcestershire are 8 for 1.
Yes, the wicket is pitched considerably more over towards the eastern side of the ground, the executive apartments, rather than the pavilion side, which means that we're nowhere near behind the line. To the when the bowling's at the far end, as it now will be, we're watching from conventional third man, and from the other end we were watching from conventional long on, as Cook moves in, bowls, and that's played off the back foot confidently and competently out into the covers by Libby. No addition to the score of 8 for 1. Oh, the scoreboard now that we can see is moving. Good, thank you. Somebody put a shilling in the meter. It's it's not such an old-fashioned scoreboard that that there's somebody with plates that they put up like in some.
We were talking about the old school van the other day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is now no more, sadly. That's just played defensively, trickled out into the offside again. Yes, that finally came to grief in the winter. Apparently, it totally disintegrated. It was in retirement behind the pavilion at Castle Park, Colchester, and eventually.
We were talking about it with Don the other day, and I
Yeah.
put a picture on Twitter, which a few people liked. But yeah, it was a wonderful old thing.
It was a sort of converted furniture
Removal
van,
van,
I think.
yeah.
Yeah. That's short of the length, pulled away for a single, down to long leg in front of the main scoreboard, fielded by Jamie Porter. Yes, because Essex for years and years, it's a bit ironic really, at the moment they're one of the counties that don't play anywhere other than Chelmsford,
Yeah.
whereas for years and years they were almost entirely, well, not even almost, they were entirely nomadic, playing 8 or 9 different grounds throughout the summer, and they had this travelling circus going around. As Cook moves in, bowls, pushed out into the covers again by Roderick. No addition to the score.
Yeah, we had quite a lengthy chat the other day. I think it was on day 1 with Don about the various grounds that both Worcestershire and Essex used to play at, well, and other counties. And we were. It was a conversation that was prompted by the discussion about Worcestershire, through necessity, having to play their first 2 games at Kidderminster this year.
As Cook moves in again and bowls.
We got a
Ooh,
nick on it just as
was
well.
that an inside edge or?
Yeah, I think so. I think he was in trouble otherwise. Just one
Yes.
of those strangled appeals. Just got a bottom edge on it. He's on a pair, Roderick. Got a
Yes, he
0
was-
in the first innings on his birthday on Thursday.
Yeah, LBW to Cook in the first innings.
Nearly went the same way.
Nearly did. Cook turns from the far end. The Graham Gooch end moves in. That's just played with a dead bat, trickled out again in the offside. Oh, just a momentary confusion as to whether Snater was going to field that or Jordan Cox. In the end, Snater picked the ball up. End of the over, and having resumed on 2 without loss, the visitors are 9 for 1. The one man to go, the night watchman Joe Leach, caught behind by Pepper off Cook without scoring.
First glimmers of sunshine here at Chelmsford this morning after a little bit of rain. I arrived quite early this morning, about a few minutes before 9 o'clock, and fairly steady drizzle was falling.
Yes, I was more than a little surprised when I woke up. That's just played defensively. I live 20 miles away on the Essex Riviera.
Yeah.
And even at the seaside we'd had steady drizzle, which didn't really peter out until I almost got here to Chelmsford.
Where exactly is that then, Dick?
It's a place called Leon Sea, which is
I
on.
know it. Yeah. Know
Which
it
is
very
on
well.
which is
Yeah.
well, it's an old fishing village really originally, and most of which still remains.
Is Porter again?
Moves in. Oh, sorry,
Yes.
I do beg your pardon. I owe you a delivery.
Not at all. Not at all. You can have that one as well if you like. Nothing much happened. Jake Libby just pushed it out on the offside, and there's no run. But yeah, I've heard. I think I might have been to Leon Sea once, but it's such a diverse county. Essex,
It
isn't
is.
It's
It gets bad
extraordinary.
press,
Yeah.
but because its reputation sadly lies on, well,
Yeah.
in certain parts of it which are well,
more metropolitan. shall we
yes.
say. Porter is in bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Libby. Characteristic Libby, on his toes, on the back foot, punched through extra. Not going to go all the way, but good running. They come back for 3, but he plays that shot well. He's not a tall man, and he gets in behind the ball. High left elbow, punch through the covers. You will have seen that many times before. And watchers here will remember Libby's marathon innings
Yes.
in the first game of the season 2 or 3 years ago. The second longest innings in the history of county cricket.
Really?
Only one innings longer than that played by Jason Gallion. We were talking about that the other day. Worcestershire very much hoping for something of the same order in this innings as they look to bat as Porter bowls and Roderick pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. With that 3, Libby went into double figures. He's now 12, and Worcestershire are 12. He has all the runs that have been accrued so far in this innings.
Yes, when I in my frequent attempts to defend Essex as a county, I mean, not a rugby, not a cricket club, I always say, well, John Constable painted most of his landscapes in Essex. He wouldn't have chosen that if he didn't think it was rather attractive.
That's right. Porter is in again and plays up to mid-on. Does Roderick, and there's no run. Yeah, I agree. And I mean, it's the diversity of the county which makes it so interesting. It's one of the joys of the job that we do, Dick, isn't it? Going around the country, and I haven't been to this ground for a long time before this. Last couple of away games that I did for Worcestershire against Essex were at Colchester, so it's a long time ago, but it hasn't changed a lot, I must say, this ground.
No, it hasn't.
A little bit around the edges, some of the buildings. Porter bowls, and Roderick is still not off the mark as he plays the last ball of the over back up the pitch to the bowler. So 12 without loss. Worcestershire leached the man out this morning without scoring, the night watchman, and really the game begins with these two at the crease, and as I say, Worcestershire know, I think, that if they're going to stay in this game, and they are still in it, but if they're going to stay in this game, they need to bat, and they need to still be batting this time tomorrow.
Yes. I mean, they're still 100 and, in very round terms, 120 behind. That's dropped by Pepper, a palpable edge. You could hear it all round the ground, and it wasn't that easy a catch. Pepper dived away to his right, got a glove to it on the floor at the same time, but it didn't stick. So yeah, a most definite chance of Libby.
Whether Elgar would have had a better chance of catching that if Pepper hadn't gone across him,
May
I
have
don't
done.
know. Good bowling. Good bowling.
Yes, it was. And Cook moves in again. Bowls to Libby. Libby gets solidly behind this and it trickles back to the bowler. No addition to the score of 12. Yeah, so in round terms, roughly 120 ahead. So they're not going to get parity until, you wouldn't have thought, early afternoon or mid-afternoon. So before they get into the black and out of the red. So yes, they've got to bat deep and bat long to stay in this game. Conversely, of course, Essex will be cock a hoop if they can get 2 or 3 before lunch. That's short of a length. Chopped away for 4. Not one of Cook's best deliveries by a long way, and it really got what it wanted. It did what it deserved, rather, and hit away for 4, just backward of square on the offside. So Libby will feel a lot better for that. Not that he probably felt anything other than that anyway.
Well, I think one of Libby's strengths is the ability to play each ball one at a time and forget what's gone before.
Yes.
And just as well, forget the one that you nicked
Oh,
and
yes.
forget the one you've hit for 4 and just concentrate on the next one.
That's right. You can't rewrite history as Cook moves in and bowls. And that's pushed out onto the onside. They go through for a comfortable single in the end, really. Libby set off at a pace, but there was always a single there for the taking. Moves him on to 17 now. The scoreboard that we can see is always just that smidgen behind real time, whereas the one in the in the commentary box is linked to the official computer, so it's spot on. That's just played. A solid. Oh, a slight missed field by Jordan Cox there. Probably should have stopped that. And I think the two events are under. Oh no, they're not. He dived. He dived on the ground. He dived on the ground and then started to remove his trousers, which I found somewhat bizarre.
The two events.
I thought, is this a forfeit for missing a bit of fielding? You have to take your trousers off. But no, he was just adjusting his apparel. As Cook moves in, bowls, and that trickles out to Jordan Cox, who feels that with
his trousers up.
Yes, he keeps his trousers on for that one. End of the over, and Worcestershire are 18 without loss. For 1, I'll get it right in a minute. 18 for 1.
Yeah. What happened, if you're wondering why we're laughing so much, is that Jordan Cox misfielded and then he turned away as if he didn't care about he'd misfielded and they got a single, and immediately pulled his trousers down and started to adjust his underwear. And maybe, something had just slipped a bit while he was misfielding it, but it looked like he hadn't got his drive past the ladies' tea.
Yes, that's right. I'm sure I overheard them saying the team talking, if you miss any bit of fielding, then you have to pay the penalty.
Yeah. Jamie Porter starts a new over from the Cook end, and this one is turned down to long leg for a single. So Gareth Roderick is off the mark and off the pair. Goes on to 1, as I say, and Libby 17, no extras, 18 for 1, Leach out without scoring, and Roderick put down on 12 by Pepper off the bowling of Cook. We'll have to see how important that can be. Worcestershire put a couple of chances down yesterday in that partnership, which turned out to be expensive. Porter is in, bowls, and Libby on the back foot pushes into the offside. Ooh, and he takes on Snater, and it's just as well Snater's throw missed, because it was a super piece of work from Snater in the covers. He ran to his right, picked the ball up, got the throw away quickly, and I think if that had hit Jake Libby, might have been on his way. He's been trying to put pressure on the field. He's run a couple of nicely judged quick singles this morning, but that one was probably an error of judgment, and Snater holds his head in his hands, knowing that if he'd have hit them Worcestershire would have been 2 down. Porter in, Bowles, Roderick defends off the back foot, and there's no run. It was a great bit of work by Snater. The ball just, as he ran to his right, the ball just bounced up very nicely, just 3 or 4 inches off the ground into his hand, and it wasn't one where he had to pick it up off the turf. And then it was just that, and he's rehearsing it now, it's just that slight off balance throw. He had to get it away quickly, hadn't quite regained his balance. Great bit of work. Libby was fortunate. Porter into Roderick, Bowles. Roderick repeats the shot of earlier in the over, just tucking this one away down to fine leg. This time Cook down there has to walk run a little bit further to his right, makes a good sliding stop, and they come back for 2 this time. So Libby moves to 3.
Thank you, Mike, for contacting me. I'll mention that at the end of the over.
Sorry, Roderick moves to 3. Sorry, Dick.
Right.
Yeah, people can get in touch. We encourage that. On Twitter is the best way for me. I'm at Frank Watson 58. That's Porter Ball. Oh, Roderick reaching for that one. That didn't bounce much.
It did,
kept low, and we did think yesterday that we might start to see this. And this pitch is not going to get better. It's only going to get worse. It's dry at the ends on day 1. It will turn. We know that it's turned from the start. What we expect to see as the game goes on is a little bit more variable bounce, which is why Worcestershire will feel if they can get ahead to any degree and still be in the game. But he got away with that one. There's Porter again. Bowles, and he drives loosely at that one. I think that's another example of where a batsman is perhaps slightly perturbed by the delivery before, and therefore gets one a bit fuller that he thinks is drivable, and it wasn't, and he's lucky not to have nicked that one. So a good over from Jamie Porter ends, and it's 22 for 1 Worcestershire. Libby has 18, Roderick has 4.
It's also probably thanks to the nagging accuracy of both of these bowlers of the Essex opening attack that it almost obliges the players sometimes to go looking for runs which otherwise they wouldn't need to do. They could wait for the bad ball to come along, and they think, well, perhaps we're not going to get a bad ball to come along. As Cook moves in, Bowles, and that's just played defensively, just backward of square, fielded by Snater. Yes, Mike, who I had the pleasure of talking to yesterday, he says, just musing over your reference to Night Watchman. Yes, well, to a certain extent we've been down that path before. With all due respect, Mike, would Night Watch batter be better? Batter be better? No, it would be different, but to my opinion, it certainly wouldn't be better. As that's edged. I think it bounced before it got. Yeah,
I think
Palmer.
To be fair to Libby, he actually played that quite well.
Yes, he did. He kept his soft hands.
Play it down,
yes. So thanks, Mike. Yes, both Don and I were talking on Don's. Don't know where he's probably some far-flung corner of the globe by now. Frank and I were talking beforehand in the press box next door, and we are both still inclined to use the word batsman, and I think until we get a flood of emails objecting, then we'll continue, because it comes naturally, and also because I dislike the word batter. I always think batter is something you fry fish in. And talking of getting in contact with us, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, and whether you're an Essex supporter, a Worcestershire supporter, or just a cricket supporter, a club supporter, the club cricket scene is getting near its sharp end in both Worcestershire and Essex, and I've always been a great fan of club cricket, so any version of cricket you want to talk about, that's just worked away on the onside, no addition to the score. I'll save the email address again. I'm inclined to sort of skip over it rather quickly, and not everybody is familiar with it, and we would welcome emails from Worcestershire listeners as well if you don't indulge in Twitter. It's one string of characters, no dots in it until you get to after the @ sign. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Any reflection on this game, any game, Worcestershire, the Worcester ground, plenty I want to talk about or ask Frank before the day is out about Worcestershire ground itself. But we've got 2 more. I say we've got 2 more days.
Yeah,
I think we've got
maybe.
the best part of 2 more. I think I can't see this game over much before tea time tomorrow. I may, if I'm totally wrong, it wouldn't be the first time, and it probably won't be the last. But
I think a lot depends on the top 4 really. For
Yes.
us. Somebody's got to go big, I think.
Cook moves in now, and that's just pushed down the offside. For a while, of course, we had to differentiate between the Cooks in the Essex side, who normally, I mean, we didn't use them. We don't use nicknames really, because that's amongst the players. I don't think it's out in the public domain too much, but for a long time Sir Alistair was referred to as Chef.
Chef, yeah.
And then Sam came along, so he became known as Big Chef and Little Chef. Of course, little chefs are no more. They used to be on every
Yeah, they did.
A road.
They did. Yeah. Anyway, it's Jamie Porter to bowl from the Big Chef end. If I may, I like that. The Big Chef end. Everybody will know what I mean, presumably.
Or
The
was
Sir
it-
Alistair
what-
Cook end.
Yeah, well, it was the head chef, isn't it? Or the,
Yeah.
yes.
Anyway, here he comes.
Anyway,
Porter, number 44 on his back, bowls, into the leg side a little bit, and Gareth Roderick clips that away behind square for 2. And Worcestershire moved to 24 for 1. Roderick, who took a while to get off the mark, he was on a pair, he's now gone to 4. Early days, 1 man out, the night watchman Joe Leach out without scoring. It's been steady stuff from Cook and Porter, and Libby had a life when Michael Pepper was unable to hold on to an edge off Sam Cook, and there's the second wicket.
Oh.
Beautifully caught,
just
Simon
so
Harper.
matter of fact, wasn't it?
Absolutely brilliant. Lovely delivery from Porter, little edge from Gareth Roderick, just turned round a little bit, low, sharp. Simon Harmer, hands like buckets, beautifully picked up, just effortless.
It was.
Low down, shin high, second slip, and took it as though it was a tennis ball, just beautifully caught. And Gareth Roderick goes, that's a big blow to Worcestershire. He's out for 6, and they are 24 for 2.
Yes, I mean, Harmer is obviously known as one of the world's best off spinners, but he's also up amongst the top
Yeah.
slip fielders, and he, as you say, and he just makes it look so easy, just sort of, oh well, yes, that's what I'm paid for, sort of idea, yes, and doesn't make a big hullabaloo or sort of no triumphant circuits of the ground or anything, just picks it up and tosses it back to the wicketkeeper and watches the batsman disappear.
Yeah, it was a beautiful catch. It really was. A super catch.
So, is this
This is Kashif Ali.
Kashif Ali? Yep.
He is an exciting young player, to say the least. Even in the first innings, when it was chaos on that first morning, he made 24, faster than a runner ball, and he was out to Jamie Porter. He was a bit unlucky, played a forcing shot off the back foot and got a bottom edge down onto the stumps. But he's an exciting stroke maker. He made a great start this season with 200s in the first game at Edgbaston, but then took a bit of time out from the game with sort of mental health issues, just needed to get himself right. But South Asian Cricket Academy product, first South Asian Cricket Academy graduate, as they say, to be given a full-time contract in county cricket, and he's a joy to watch when he gets going. But it's a tough time for him to come in. Porter is in and bowls, and he's just forward to that and pushing out square on the offside, and there's no run. So a wicket each for the Seam twins here at Chelmsford. Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. Sam Cook accounting for the night watchman Joe Leach, and Jamie Porter accounting for Gareth Roderick to that excellent catch by Simon Harmer at second slip. He's such a good catcher. Just as Dick was saying, makes it look very, very easy. There's Porter in again, bowls, and Kashif is nicely forward to that and plays it out on the onside. Yeah, they're few and far between catchers like Harmer. I mean, there are a few around. Worcestershire, Rob Jones is becoming a good slip catcher, although he did drop a couple yesterday, but caught 4 in the innings last week against Kent, a couple of which were really, really sharp. But when you get a good slip catcher, particularly at second slip is where the big numbers stack up in my experience. It's Porter bowls and Kashif's off the mark, pushing out into the covers. It's where Graham Hicks stood for many years for Worcestershire and rarely saw him drop any, and Darryl Mitchell succeeded him and caught hundreds. Of course, when Mitchell retired and then Tom Fell moved on as well, and Worcestershire suddenly found that they had to find a new slip cordon, and it isn't very easy. And Josh Baker was good in there, and sadly he is no longer with us, so it's a challenge to find slippers. When you get one like Harmer who can stand there year after year, catch 90% of them, they are gold dust. As Porter is in and bowls, and Libby is on the back foot. This time he thinks, no, I will not take on Shane Snater in the covers, because he nearly ran me out last time I did. He stays at home. It's the end of the over, a successful one for Jamie Porter. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15 now for him. Libby 18, Kashif has 1. Worcestershire are 25 for 2.
Yes, one of my hobby horses, I've got a whole stable full of hobby horses, and one of them is about fielding and one-day cricket. A lot of people say, you know, the introduction of 20 over and even shorter versions of cricket, yeah, it's improved the fielding enormously. It has improved the outfielding enormously, undoubtedly, and you see catches taken on the boundary that you never even have dreamt of before. But it means that there is no such thing as nowadays as a specialist slip fielder, because they can be fielding first, second, third slip in a county championship game, and a week later they can find themselves out at deep extra cover or something that's just played defensively, trickles back to the bowlers. I mean, there was a time when players could spend their whole career fielding it literally, never anywhere else but in the slips. But as with, I was going to say so many, virtually every aspect of cricket, things change, things move on, some for the good, some not so. If you don't accept change at all, then well, you've got to, haven't you? It's no good saying, oh, bring back the old days, or let's just play defensively. In any aspect of life, you can't say bring back the old days, because people have selective memories when they say things like that. They remember the good times but not the bad times. So I don't think we've mentioned the meteorological conditions. We have sort of alluded to the fact that it rained at breakfast time, but it's overcast still, although the sun is making a brave attempt to come out, so the conditions are firmly in favour of the bowlers at the moment, but they want to take advantage of it. Has just played defensively again by Ali, and so really everything's in Essex's favour at the moment. As, just looking at the crowd, inevitably there's a good crowd away to our right on the top of the Tom Pearce stand, and in front of us, the favoured parts of the ground, particularly for the members. The public enclosure is, well, I can't really pretend it's full. It's nowhere near full, but there's a fair scattering. As that's played out in the onside, it goes just offside of it. Where is it? Yes, it's going towards the boundary and just hauled in, just short of it, in front of the community stand, I think they call it, promoting the benefits of a public school in the county, which has produced many a good player at Essex and England level, including on the field at the moment Jordan Cox. He went to Belstead. I think we can mention the name of
Yeah, I think so.
other
Schools are available.
other schools
aren't they?
available in the county. I can't quite name one off the top of my head, but I'm
Royal
sure.
Grammar School, Colchester will do.
Well, yes. Oh, and play and a miss outside the off stump, and goes zipping through to the keeper, who has 3 slips keeping him company. 2 South Africans, Elgar and Harmer, and then a Derbyshire lad. I think he was born in Derbyshire, or maybe
Matt Critchley, I think,
Critchley,
I think
no,
he
ma-
might be a Lancastrian.
Lancashire. Yeah,
I
but as I say that, I think
Yeah.
he's a
Is he from
Lancastrian
Preston
actually.
or something like that?
Yes.
Might have to check.
But,
I'll check.
sun coming out, not full beam now, but making a brave attempt, and that's worked away down to long leg or deep backward square for a single. Yes, I think he is a Lancastrian now that I say that. So that brings that over to a conclusion with the visitors 28-4-2, and the bulk of which have been scored by Libby, who has 18.
He's born in Preston. Why I know that?
Preston,
I have
yeah.
no idea why I know that. It's ridiculous, isn't it? The
Yeah.
silly things that you remember. But yeah, I remember when he was at Derbyshire, I think, and he's from Preston. There was a lovely line in that Andrew Flintoff documentary, which is currently on TV.
wonderful.
I haven't watched a lot of it, but there's a wonderful line I think they took out for one of the little adverts that they put on, where Flintoff says, what you've got to remember, lads, is you're representing England. But more important than that, you're representing Preston.
Yes, I think it's a brilliant series. I commend
Yeah,
it to
tremendous.
anybody who hasn't seen it.
So Matt Critchley from Preston is the third step. You've got Elgar at first, Harmer at second, and Critchley at third. In comes Porter and Bowles, and that's a beautiful drive from Kashif, but he doesn't get a run for it, because Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, at mid-on moves across to his left and makes a tumbling stop.
And it's only when you see one of these episodes that you appreciate what a serious injury it was that,
Yeah.
and the injuries that Flintoff must have sustained.
Yeah.
Because he's received remarkable medical treatment, but it's still obvious that.
Yeah. Porter in again, Bowles. Kashif is slightly discomforted by this one. Plays it defensively up to Jordan Cox at mid-off, but he was kind of turned round by it.
Yes.
Suggesting just a little bit of movement off the seam from Porter, who has picked up the wicket of Gareth Roderick this morning. Sam Cook, his partner in crime, has picked up the wicket of Joe Leach and had Jake Libby dropped by the wicket keeper. As Porter is in again and Bowles, and this one is pushed out on the offside by Kashif.
And as Flintoff points out, much to his undying credit, not only is he offering these lads a great opportunity and taking them to India and taking them under his wing generally, but as he says, they are helping him recuperate. It's almost a two-way operation, because they're helping him rebuild his life, which was clearly hanging on a thread at one stage, so it would appear.
Porter again Bowles, and that's beautiful
It
from
is.
Kashif Ali. A little bit of room from Jamie Pauls, a little bit of width, and there's also just too short of a length. And Kashif, a glorious back foot drive through the covers, super shot. He's a lovely, lovely player to watch, Kashif Ali, when he gets going. He really is. And that was as good a shot as we've seen in this innings, certainly. 28 for 2 with that boundary, and a man now dispatched. So Robin Das sent out to deep mid-wicket to suggest that going to bang one in, Porter, and he doesn't. He over pitches on leg stump, and that's another glorious shot from Kashif away through mid-wicket, and that's 4 more. And this guy can play, believe me. Perhaps at times you wish he could be a little bit tighter, maybe. That might be trying to just wanting everything, and I love watching him play. You don't want to curb his stroke making talent, and maybe he's better off just playing his natural game, but great to watch. Two beautiful boundaries in succession. As Porter moves in again and bowls to Kashif, and nicely in behind that one and pushing it firmly back up the pitch to the bowler. Lovely couple of boundaries in that over. Kashif is 12, Libby is 18, and Worcestershire are 36 for 2 or 15 overs, meaning that they still trail by 102.
We've had our first email of the day from Paul. Thank you, Paul. He says, "Morning, chaps. You were talking about the old scoreboard van earlier. I remember this well, but never knew what it was. Was it originally a removal van?"
Yeah.
He says, "Or a horse transporter type van. Can you clarify?" Well, in a word, no, not really. Well, I've always been led to believe, and it certainly looks as if it's a converted old removal van, but no, it could have been the horses. That's just played defensively. Trickles out to mid-on. Yeah, the real answer, which I find is the answer I give to an increasing number of questions, whether it's about cricket or anything else in life, is I don't know.
It looks like a removal van, doesn't it?
It does.
They must have been tall horses, I think.
Yes.
It was. I think it was a removal van.
Yeah,
it was that shape, wasn't it?
I think so, yes.
But it was a wonderful old thing. Whoever had that first idea, it was brilliant, wasn't it?
It was.
Absolutely brilliant.
As Cook moves in, bowls, and that's worked away on the onside, just forward of square, but no addition to the score. So thanks, Paul. I'm sorry that we can't clarify, but at least we're honest. We didn't bluff our way through it and say, "Oh yes, it used to belong to Pickford's of other removal van companies available, of course," but no. And there was another email. Oh, I've lost it. Oh, it'll come back. That's the next delivery. Oh, and that keeps low and scuttles through. And batsman didn't get anywhere near it, but it certainly misbehaved a little. And the point is, with deliveries like that, they don't have to do it frequently, but it's the same with a spin bowler. If he suddenly takes spin, it just sows that seed of doubt in the batsman's mind that it might do it again, and it probably will do it again. It might not do it for some time, but it probably will do it again. As Cook moves in and bowls, and that's just played totally defensively and correctly, pushed out on the onside, and the score remains 36 for 2. Michael emails us, entitled Kookaburra. An exciting game at this moment, still well in the balance. Jamie Porter's looking better than ever. 3 years ago he was struggling slightly. Yes, he was. He did go off the boil a little bit, and then had a winter in Australia playing club cricket and came back fully refreshed. As Porter it is, his partner in, I don't like to say partner in crime, partner in pursuit.
Partner in crime if you're a Worcestershire supporter.
Well, yes. Playing club cricket and then came back fully refreshed. I wonder if he learnt something about the Kookaburra ball, because he gets more out of it. And Essex were the only side to win.
He said the other day, believe it or not, Dick, after day one, that he'd rather bowl here with a Kookaburra than a Duke. Jamie Porter.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting. You don't get many seam bowlers who will say that.
No, you wouldn't. Or you don't, rather. Oh, and that gets the better of him, and a batsman of the very obvious class of Jake Livy. It was really, well, too good for him, and it had been too good for many a batsman. Zipped away, and one of those deliveries where you're lucky not to get an edge, really. You just say, I got away with that one, and as Frank said, referring to something else, you just forget about these things. You can't rewrite history. It's the next delivery that matters, not the past one.
Yeah, absolutely. Very important quality for a batsman who can play long innings, I think, to be able to do that. And it hasn't taken long. Jamie Porter has been withdrawn from the attack, and Simon Harmer is coming into the attack. And I referred earlier to Jamie Porter and Sam Cook as being perhaps the best, the most consistent opening attack in county cricket, and I think that's fair, given that they rarely miss games, and as you say, they've not been picked up to play Test cricket, whereas in previous generations I think bowlers of their type might well have done, but maybe they're just considered to not have quite that extra yard of pace that's required. And if they are the best in that regard, then this man is the best in county cricket in this regard. Simon Harmer coming on to bowl at the Sir Alistair Cook end, an off spinner of old-fashioned quality, shall I say. I was talking yesterday, Dick, and won't go over the whole discussion again, but I was saying to Don Topley that it reminds me very much of bowlers like Ray Illingworth and Fred Titmus, bowlers from that sort of era, with his ability to change his pace and flight very subtly, not just one or two variations, but lots. He comes in now and starts with a foolish delivery which Kashif just pushes out into the offside for a single, and there aren't many off spinners around anymore in county cricket who bowl like Simon Harmer. In fact, Amar Verdi bowled very well for Worcestershire in this innings yesterday, in the Essex first innings. This one a bit wider, driven by Libby for a single. Amar Verdi bowled very tidily, I thought, for Worcestershire yesterday. 37.4 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 126. Harmer 3 for 103 off 27 in the first innings. Similar returns, just bowls to Kashif, and he clips this up to mid-on, long on for a single. But over the years, I think Harmer has been outstanding for Essex, and he is one of the few bowlers who still bowls it quite slowly.
Yes, he
Which is
does.
unusual for finger spinners in county cricket these days. That one is taken Libby on the pad as he pushes at it, and I think we've underlined it really this morning. Porter and Cook, over 800 wickets between them, and Harmer, with his consistency for Essex over the years, bowls again. That one's short and cut by Libby for a single, and he's catching as well. And Cook's runs over the years, and these are the bedrocks on which Essex's consistency in Division 1 has been built, winning the championship in 2017 was the last time, Dick, I think.
Yes.
And they are superb performers still. That one's nicely held back by Harmer and just turned on the leg side with the spin by Kashif, but successfully negotiated that first over by Worcestershire. Kashif has 14, Jake Libby has 20. Worcestershire have lost Joe Leach without scoring and Gareth Roderick for 6 this morning. They are 40 for 2.
And as well as 2017, 2019.
Yeah, right. Sorry, yeah. So it was 2019, the most recent, but yeah, I mean, for a county that doesn't have the huge resources of a Surrey or a Notts or a Warwickshire or whatever, then I think you've got to look at the reasons why Essex have won championships in recent years, and those three that I've talked about played a very big part indeed.
They've always punched above their weight, really, Essex, and all credit to them. They've always been good fun to watch. Even they were one of the last counties to win the championship, 1979. But even in those days, when they were good fun to watch. And forgotten what I was going to say now. It'll come back possibly. And it's going to be Snater, so it's a double change from the far end. Right arm over the wicket, moves in now and bowls, and Libby goes on the back foot, plays it out into the covers, and no addition to the score of 40 for 2 on an overcast day. The sun, as I say a little while ago, 10 minutes ago, did make a brave attempt, but such an attempt was thwarted by the light grey clouds, not really rain threatening. It's sort of weather-wise, it's a sort of day that could look like this for the next 5 hours. That's just played solidly, defensively, trickles out to Skipper Tom Wesley fielding at mid-off. And yeah, a crowd that is understandably a little bit down. Because a lot of people come, especially in August. I mean, they have time off, either with their families or anyway, and come to cricket during the week. But they may still play club cricket at weekends.
Yeah.
And
Certainly. Sorry, that one.
it's played out into the offside in addition to the score.
Certainly fewer here than on days 1 and 2. I think Thursday was the biggest crowd.
Yes.
Over 2,000. Probably just under that yesterday, but similar. Very fewer today. Quite a lot at this end, actually. We tend to miss, don't we? Because we can't see them. They're sort of alongside us or down below us.
Yes, that's which is where most of the crowd are. Yes, the favoured positions are always as near as possible behind the bowler's arm as Slater moves in. Bowled short of a length, played out into the covers. It probably will go for 4. I was going to say it probably won't, and then I realised that that Jordan Cox had realised he wasn't going to catch that one up, so came down from a gallop to a canter and just went and retrieved it. So the score goes on to 44 for those 2 wickets. The 2, namely Leach first of all out to Cook for a duck, and then Gareth Roderick superbly caught in the slips for 6 off Porter. Slater moves in, bowls again short of a length outside the off stump. Again, more or less a carbon copy, only this time slightly squarer, and 4 more runs. So Slater just needs to pitch it up a little bit. Deliveries short-ish outside the off stumper, meat and drink to professional county cricketers. It's a hard game. You've got to get it right. Whether you're a batsman or a bowler, you will get found out. As Slater moves in, bowls. That's just pushed out in the offside. No addition to the score. So that's the end of the 18th over of the innings. 5 overnight, so 13 today. That's about right. Yeah, it's in 55 minutes. That's more or less on schedule. At this rate, we won't be working too much overtime tonight. Although you never know.
You never know. Anything could happen.
Although
Worcestershire might be 9 down. They might say, let's take the extra half
yes.
hour. Who knows? Who knows? Somebody's got to get booked in for bed and breakfast, as they say, for Worcestershire. I think they'll be hoping that it could be Libby, given a life on 12, capable of batting long. Kashif Ali also capable of batting long. If he does, they'll get in front, because he will score fairly quickly as well. Harmer to bowl to him. Umpires have just had a little conflab about something. Might have been the ball, not sure. I had a chat with David Milnes, the umpire, this morning about the ball and the Kookaburra and the Duke, and I'll just expand on that as we go through this over, as Harmer bowls and Kashif drives sweetly up to mid-off, no run. And I said that in the last game at Worcester against Kent, where they used Dukes 2 or 3 times, in fact more than that probably, Harmer in again, bowls, and Kashif turns on the leg side, no run. Joe Leach in particular complained about the ball and asked the umpires to look at it, and they put it through the ring several times and insisted that it was okay. And that happened earlier in the season as well. That doesn't tend to happen with the Kookaburra. It seems to keep its shape better than the Duke. Harmer bowls, and Kashif clips this through the hands of Robin Dassett's short leg. It would have been a heck of a catch. He didn't hit it very hard. I'm not even going to call it a chance really, because it was literally through him, but he threw his hands out, and occasionally they stick. And that would have been a really unfortunate way for Kashif to go. He gets a single as it is and goes to 15. Harmer will now bowl to Libby, and Ooh, a little bit held back and almost deceived Libby. Just a little bit shorter, but get that drop that he gets on the ball, and Libby on the back foot, initially thinking I can cut this away on the offside, ends up cramped for room and just jams down on it and plays it out on the offside. Great bowling from Harmer. He's in again, he bowls now, and Libby is kicking this one away with the front pad. And going back to it, it seems, David Mills confirmed it, that the Kookaburra is the slightly flatter seam, and they don't do as much, certainly laterally, and that is a massive factor. But they perhaps hold their roundness for longer. In fact, throughout, really. This one from Harmer just takes Libby on the pad and then dribbles down past the leg stump. That was a challenging over from the off spinner. He's now bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6, and that was testing. Libby on 28, Kashif on 15, Roderick out for 6, and a Leach for 0. One thing that we did comment on, Dick, about this pitch, and I know you were here on day one, you weren't here yesterday, but there's not a great deal of pace in the pitch.
No.
That's not good for the seamers when the Kookaburra goes a little bit softer later on, which is what happened towards the end of both of the 2 innings that we've seen so far. Although it must be said that when Worcestershire took the new ball yesterday, Snater and Pepper took advantage of its hardness and whacked it, and they scored even more quickly. But the lack of pace in the pitch does mean that Harmer, even at his best, is not quite as effective as he would be if he was getting a little bit of zip and bounce. That's one thing in Worcestershire's favour.
Snater continues from the far end, the Graham Gooch end, and this is pushed out towards the sycamore tree, and they go through for a couple, and they'll think about a third, and it's there easily for the taking. So 3 runs accrue, taking the visitors on to, well, reaching their 50, taking them on to 52 for 2 in 19.1 overs. So that's what, 2.5 an over more or less. Not that the run rate is of any great significance at this stage. Snater moves in again, short of a length, played out backward of square, fielded not entirely cleanly by Matt Critchley, but I think they were possibly going to take a single anyway. That brings Ali, the impressive Kashif Ali, onto strike. Down to the business end, slight triumvirate of people at the far end having a bit of a discussion, including inevitably Cook, Tom Westley the skipper, and probably most importantly at the moment, Shane Snater the bowler, who moves in now and bowls. Oh, and that's somewhat involuntarily nudged down to long leg or fine leg. I'm never quite sure where one ends and the other begins. Well, these fielding positions don't have, they're not sort of marked out on the surface of the ground. To a certain extent you create your own regions, and but that sort of vicinity, 45 degrees, 54 for 2. Both batsmen looking reasonably comfortable at the moment. Snater moves in, bowls to Libby, who pushes that out to Tom Westley, fielding mid-off, just thinks briefly about a single, takes us one pace and then realises it would be very, very ill-advised, and discretion being the better part of valour, stays where he was. Snater in again, bowls, good delivery on a length, pushed out to Jordan Cox. Yes, after lunch I might have a look at how the club cricket scores are going, and because it is significant. I think there's only in one league. In the Essex League, this is the penultimate week of the season, and in the East Anglian Premier, the top league, there are 2 more after this weekend because there are 12 in that league. It's pushed out in the covers. No addition to the score. Which are the in Worcestershire? Which are the sort of leading club sides that have produced a lot of players for the county side?
Well, the Birmingham League is the big league.
Yeah.
That's where the Worcestershire players who aren't playing, staff members will be playing today. The number 1 club in the Birmingham League, which Worcestershire have close associations with, would be Ombersley, which is a club where I coached until a few years ago. That's Brett D'Oliveira's home club. It's Jack Haynes' home club. Gareth Andrew is still playing there. You might remember him, former all-rounder for Somerset and Worcestershire. But players from Worcestershire will be playing at various clubs in the Birmingham League around today. Ed Pollock will be probably playing at Barnt Green, I would imagine, as Simon Harmer starts a new over, and this is pushed out on the onside by Kashif Ali. Kidderminster is another club that Worcester have had strong associations with over the years, but they've struggled a bit recently, and they've dropped out of the Premier Division. They're in Division 1 at the moment. The Premier Division has already been won this year for the 2nd year running. That's Harmer bowls, and this one always popped up in the air by Kashif. Robin Das dives forward at short leg. Whether there was a nick on it, we won't know. It didn't carry anyway, but it was close. He's asking questions, Harmer.
He is.
And that Birmingham League has been won for the 2nd year running by Smethwick, for whom Kadir Ali, Worcestershire's assistant coach, plays when he's available. He played for them last Saturday when they actually won the league. Kashif plays this next one from Harmer back up the pitch. I know how much Kashif's excited about playing county cricket at the moment and testing himself against bowlers like Harmer. He's quite new to the game. Only came into the Worcestershire setup last year, and that's a glorious shot by Kashif. He's only going to get a single for it. Harmer just gave that one a little bit more air.
He did, didn't he? Yes.
Kashif drove it beautifully through extra cover, but man out. Jamie Porter on the cover boundary, running round to his right, so they only got a single. Kashif goes on to 20, and Harmer will now bowl to Libby, who is on the back foot, just allowing this one to turn, watching it off the pitch. That lack of pace that I was talking about before, just making his life a little bit easier as he drops this down on the onside. But Harmer's going to bowl a lot of overs today. We're going to see a lot of this. Worcestershire need to be watchful and patient as he bowls. And that one kept low.
Didn't it?
Given quite a bit of air. It wasn't very. It wasn't full. It wasn't short. It was kind of, I suppose we'd call it a good length. He chose to go back, and it didn't get up much, and it turned, and he had to just jam the bat down on it at the end. There's a conversation about it between the two batsmen because it was the last ball of the over, but in all of Harmer's overs so far there has been at least one ball. In that over there were 2, because Kashif played that one that dropped just short of Das at short leg. There have been deliveries that are testing the batsman, and Harmer, we know how patient he'll be. He didn't get his first wicket in the first innings until he bowled a good few overs. He ended up with 3, and he will just keep wheeling away. He's done it so many times before. 55 for 2 at the end of that over.
Yes, he's given away 7 in his 6 overs, and the vast majority, probably I haven't got the figures in front of me, I would have thought 4 or 5 of those came in his first over, where he was still finding his line and length a bit as Snater moves in and bowls. Oh, and that beats the outside edge, goes through to Pepper. Now only 2 slips. I don't think we've gone through the field today. Well, I haven't. 2 slips, backward point, a shortish cover, a conventional cover, or shortish extra, and mid off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a mid on, a mid wicket, and presumably, yes, a long leg. Snater moves in, met with a solid defence as it pushes forward. No addition to the score of 55 for 2, with 29 to Libby and 20 to Ali. The wicket fell at I didn't make a note
24.
of it. Thank you, I didn't make a note of it. I have now. So they've put on 31. Snater moves in, bowls, and played out to mid-on. Fielded quite straightforward, going straight to Matt Critchley, who may well be in the attack shortly. He didn't get a wicket in the first innings.
He bowled all right. He had a catch dropped in his first over.
Yes, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the day I was here, yes. Yes, by Elgar, first slip. Only slip. That's pushed down the offside, no addition to the score. Just remind you of the email address at BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com if you want to communicate with either of us, either Frank or me or the public at large. Then you're more than welcome. We warmly welcome emails. It's slightly over pitch and well played, but well fielded or parried really, and Critchley dived away to his left and fielded it, and I'm sure it wasn't upmost in his mind at the time. His mind was just intent on getting something on it, but it deflected it more or less straight to mid-off, so they went for a comfortable single in the end. And Snater moves in again and bowls, and that's just played defensively, moving into the shot as Libby played it. Trickles out on the offside. I think we've had one more email. I'll just open up the phone and see if I can get to it. So yes, we've had an hour and 7 minutes or so like that, and it's been interesting, but at the moment it's almost like a boxing match. The opening round or two, they're just sparring, weighing up opportunities and paving the way for the rest of the bout or the rest of the day. I speak as if I know what I'm talking about. I've got no idea about boxing really, but
I think what we're seeing is two batsmen that know that they must get themselves in properly, really get themselves in. The difficulty is clearly Harmer. I think Libby, he didn't nick that one early on off Cook and was lucky to get away with it when Pepper dived in front of Elgar and got a glove to it but couldn't hold on. Harmer bowls again, and that's neatly played by Kashif. Lovely little paddle sweep, clever shot, beautifully executed. And it's important they don't just let Harmer bowl at them without trying to at least put some pressure on him, make him think about what he's doing, and that's a good shot. Kashif goes to 25, because there's a danger, isn't there, that you can just be calmed almost. That isn't unlikely to happen if Kashif stays in. He pushes defensively at this one, out on the offside. Libby will be dropping anchor. The danger is that Harmer will just get one that might just misbehave. We saw one keep very low in the previous over, and that could be disastrous however well you're playing. Kashif go, oh gosh, that's a remarkable piece of wicket keeping by Michael Pepper. He's not held on to it. Kashif has gone for the little ramp and reading it, Michael Pepper has run around behind square on the offside and tried to catch it off the ramp shot, two-handed, high up in front of his face. Didn't hold on to it. Kashif down the pitch now, uses his feet and works this through mid-wicket for a single, but it's a gripping, this is really interesting cricket. Single to Kashif. I said yesterday, I'm not wanting to sound smug, but I said yesterday to Don and to the others who were in the box at the time, a wicketkeeper is going to catch one of those sometime.
Yes.
Harmer bowls, a little bit short, cut by Libby. Good shot, doesn't miss out this time. Good footwork. just got back inside it and cut it away behind backward point for 4. Good shot from Libby. He goes to 33. Worcestershire 65 for 2. But I did say yesterday, whether it's in a white ball game, a red ball game, or whatever, sooner or later a keeper's going to catch one of those straight off the face of the bat, and he almost did there, Pepper. That was really clever work from the wicket keeper. Just couldn't quite hold on to it. Armour bowls. Libby on the back foot this time, just drops that defensively down on the onside. So 9 runs off that over. Good effort by the Worcestershire batsman, but plenty of threat from Harmer and plenty of interest to hold the attention. It's really, really good cricket this morning, as it has been throughout most of this game. Kashif 26, Libby 33. 2 men out today. The night watchman Joe Leach, who was out without scoring, and I'm pleased to say he might well join us this afternoon, Dick, for commentary, and Gareth Roderick, who was also out this morning for 6. It was 24 for 2 at that point. These two have added 41 since.
Thanks, Jonathan, for your email. He points out that the old scoreboard was a Luton body type, i.e. part of it went over the cab and it was fitted onto a Thames Trader chassis when it was mobile.
Wow.
Sorry to hear of its demise. Thank you very much for that, John. That's still Snater plying his trade from the far end. The Graham Gooch end just played defensively back to him, and he flicks it up into his hand in the old-fashioned way off a big size 10 boot. And yes, part of it did go over the cab, which led me to believe that it was probably an old furniture van, because that's what they used to do. That was where they slept.
Yeah.
If they were sort of, going from, say, Worcester to Leigh-on-Sea, somebody wanted to move, then that would involve an overnight stop.
You've made it sound very nice, but I'm not planning to move yet.
Or the other way round. Or Leigh to Worcester. Yeah, we're planning to involve an overnight stop. And yes, I think the little bit that went over the cab was fitted out into fairly basic sleeping accommodation. Of course, nowadays these big trucks have, they're almost like bed and breakfasts, aren't they? It's their second, in some cases almost their first home. I wouldn't want that life. So as Slater moves in and bowls, it's a handsome looking shot, doesn't bring any runs, but it was very well played, with a good flourish of the bat out into the covers from Libby, but straight to the fielder. No addition to the score of 66 for 2. 65 for 2, beg your pardon. Yes, 65 for 2. Snater to Libby. Oh, we're playing a miss.
It's Kashif once, right?
Oh, beg your, lunging forward, and yes, it's Ali, sorry, as was the previous shot.
He keeps you interested, doesn't he, Kashif? Because
yes,
he will not be bowled at. I think that's his basically his method, is to try and impose himself. He's not incapable of playing defensive shots, but he likes to keep the scoreboard moving.
Yes, and that's pushed out on the Ogden side. No addition to the score. Yes, I have some form of mitigation as to why I misidentified, because Ali has confused me. I'm not suggesting he did it deliberately. He didn't think I'll get the better of that chap up in the commentary box. But he had a sleeveless sweater on it initially, which didn't have a number on the back. So I thought, if it has a number, it must be Libby.
Right,
if it doesn't have a number, it must be Ali.
Yeah.
Totally threw me. Well done. It's not difficult to fool me, as that's just pushed back to the bowler.
We've had
to the score.
We've had this conversation a few times this season. Sorry, end of the over from Slater.
Yeah.
Most of the teams now have their names and numbers on the back, and you have a list in front of you of the names and the numbers, and particularly when the other team are in the field,
well, yes.
I find it's helpful. But nearly all the counties now wear plain white sweaters,
Yes.
so they don't have names and numbers on, and they put them on, and you it can be very difficult, especially with the opposition. You get to know your own team if you
Yes.
watch them all the time, because they tend to move in a certain way or field in a certain
Yes.
position, and you get used to that, and you know who's going to be in the slips and so on. But it can be quite difficult. And I'm like you. I had two batsmen the other day for Kent. I'll just break off as Harmer bowls the first ball of a new over to Libby, and he pushes out on the offside. And they were both wearing helmets. They were both of similar height, and they both had the same brand of cricket bat as well. So it was really difficult.
Yes.
You have to just concentrate, I suppose. Harmer into Libby, bowls, and Libby gets runs down to third man quite quickly. In fact, that's gone down to third man. It's not going to go all the way. Pulled back just inside the rope, and they only get two, in fact. So yeah, good work chasing that down to third man.
Paul. No, it's not Paul Walter.
I'm just looking at it. Anyway, two. It went on with the arm. It skidded
Yes.
on quite quickly, that one. Libby got enough bat on it to pick up two. He's turned that one away. It was Matt Critchley actually who
Yes.
chased that one down. Turns that one on the leg side, and there's no run. So 67 for 2. Worcestershire began the day at 2 without loss. It's been hard fought stuff out there. Simon Harmer is in and bowls, and Libby is forward, and this one pops up on the onside, and Robin Dass at short leg dives forward, doesn't get a hand underneath it. I don't think there was a bat on it, but it's that kind of a contest at the moment. You've got to slip in there for the one that runs on with the arm and perhaps takes the edge, like that one that went down to third man earlier in the over, and you've got a short leg hoping for a little bat pad with the turn. As Harmer bowls, and Libby is on the back foot playing that defensively back to him. And when I say with the turn, there is turn, believe me, there is a lot of turn out there. Has been since day one. It's dry and dusty at the ends, this pitch, and it's lost that green tinge in the middle that it had on day one. Harmer is in and bowls, and Libby all forward again and again, hands on heads amongst the close fielders as Dass tries to pick that one up. Harmer has a little word with Libby at the end of the over. That's what he's bowling for. I think there might have been a little bit of a nick on that one, but he gets away with it, and then the contest continues. And as I say, this pitch prepared deliberately to help the spinners. Critchley may well come into the attack fairly soon, as you said, and Harmer will bowl lots of overs. And I've recounted already on days 1 and 2 that when we arrived on Wednesday and we went out to look at the pitch, had a look out, and a few people standing around, and the groundsman just grinned and said, "How many spinners have you brought with you?" So I think we all knew what we were going to get, and so it's proved. But as I say, the saving grace from the batsman's point of view is that there's no huge pace in it.
No.
It's not spitting up at you as in it. You know, you're not getting these unplayable deliveries. It's patience and watchfulness that are required.
Slater continues from the Gooch end, met with a solid, I was tempted to say impregnable defence, but no defence is totally impregnable, but certainly gave that impression. Just pushed out on the onside. And you're listening to BBC via BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and all sorts of ways now.
Well, we are
BBC
told,
Sounds.
aren't we? I'll say it. The prepared speech.
Right, that's pushed out into a gap in the onside. They go through for a comfortable single. Shy comes in and indeed hits the stumps, but no, batsman was well home and dry.
If you have a smart speaker and you say smart speaker or Alexa or whatever your smart speaker is called, ask BBC Sounds to play Essex versus Worcestershire Day 3, then I am told it will oblige. But you have to say the day.
Yes.
Or, Somerset v Leicestershire Day 2 or whatever it is, and it will oblige, so I'm told.
Right. That's just pushed back to the bowler, who shies at the stumps.
Would have been tight, eh?
It probably was quite close, yes. From the fact that you say so, I'm told, I infer you haven't actually tested the system.
No, I haven't tested the system. And it's a new system, I think, and we've received a kind of missive from the BBC saying, will you mention this at every opportunity? So we've tried to do so. And I've been told it does work. I've been told by somebody it does work. But it's a bit of a mouthful, I said.
Yes. Slater into Libby, pushed down the offside, fielded by tall Paul Walter.
Perhaps, Dick, we could say, if you're listening on a smart speaker,
yes,
and you got our commentary by saying, smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Essex v Worcestershire Day 3, you could let us know.
Let us know, do. Who uses the new technology? Hopefully lots of people. Well, as long as you've got it doesn't really matter that much, but at least it's another option. And that's played backward of square, fielded by Critchley. Now and again there's a beguiling whiff of lunchtime coming into the commentary box. And, still another 35 minutes till lunch, but well, I suppose it's coming from the burger van. I don't usually find smells of burger vans particularly appealing, but not a burger person myself. A curry or pie and chips. As goes on his toes and plays it out into the covers. Fielded by Jordan Cox, who then feigns to throw at the stumps and wisely doesn't. There's no point, but it filled up a couple of seconds for him when he's not taking his trousers off.
I think you better explain that.
Yes, I think I better explain that. Yes, because not everybody's been listening all morning. Yes, when he went to field a delivery, he went sprawling on the ground, and afterwards he needed to adjust his underwear, which necessitated lowering his trousers to his knees, which is quite amusing. It's not an uncommon sight, it has to be said, but it always raises a smile.
Is Simon Harmer to continue? I nearly said Alec Mackey because Alec Mackey is somebody who contributes to the Worcestershire group on Facebook as Harmer bowls, and this is clipped to mid-wicket. And when I commented on Porter and Cook this morning as being the best county bowlers on the circuit, he said yes, but they're up against Roderick and Libby, who are the best opening batsmen on the circuit, and it will be a good contest. And it was a good contest, neither of them bowling any more. Harmer bowls, and this one allowed through by Kashif outside the off stump. It was a good contest. I suppose you could say it was honours even, because Porter got Roderick, but Libby is still there, although Cook did have him put down by the keeper. Harmer in bowls, and this one is pushed out on the offside by Kashif, and there's no run, and it's Robin Das who hops across from short leg to do the fielding, striding over the cut strip to go from one side to the other. Harmer once more is in and bowls, and reaching forward, Kashif just smothers the spin and plays that down on the onside. It's good to watch this. It's a real good contest between these two. Paul Walter doing some loosening up exercises at mid-off, suggesting he might have a little roll in a minute with his left arm seam as Harmer bowls, and Kashif, well, it's 4 runs. I'm not quite sure. Oh, it's 4 byes. So there you go. It's whizzed through on the offside. I think Kashif tried to play a little paddle sweep. Honestly, lost track of whether the ball passed between batsman and leg stump or down the legs. I'm pretty sure it went on the offside. Anyway, it's 4 byes. Everybody defeated by that one. Harmer bowls this one a little bit quicker, and Kashif just turns it with the spin on the leg side, and there's no run as it's fielded by Sam Cook round the corner. It is going to be Paul Walter who's taking off his sweater now with his left arm seam. Going to have a little roll, worth a try, why not? Maiden from Harmer, 9 overs 3 maidens, no wicket for 18. 72 for 2 is the Worcestershire score. The two men out today since they began the day at 2 without loss are Joe Leach, who went without scoring, caught behind by Michael Pepper off Sam Cook, and Gareth Roderick, caught by Harmer at slip, low down, beautifully pouched catch for 6. That was 24 for 2. So since then, a decent partnership by these two, and they are finding it more difficult against Harmer, Dick, I think it's fair to say, than they are against the seamers from the Graham Gooch end. But that might change now with the left arm line of Paul Walter being introduced.
Yes, he's only bowled 1 over in this match so far in the first innings and just conceded the single, so hasn't been over-employed. The Sun making another attempt to come through. Yep, left arm over the wicket, bowls now. Oh, and that's outside the off stump.
It nearly paid off.
It did really, as you would expect. I mean, I think it's generally known, because county cricket followers know their cricket really well, that Paul Walter is unusually tall. I can't think that there'd be any taller player on the circuit, and understandably he gets a little bit more bounce than most. Not electric pace by any means, just sort of military medium, really, I think would be the old-fashioned phrase that they use. But it does pose the odd challenge, and that's short of a length, played down backward of square, and they go through for a single. They come back for a second, which is quite comfortably taken. So yeah, Paul Walter's something different, and that in itself means it's a different line of attack from the batsman's point of view, different bounce to deal with. Applause from the crowd brings up the 50 partnership.
Yep.
Yes, well spotted, the crowd. As next delivery worked away on the onside, go through for a single, as Dean Elgaritis has to move a little bit to his right to field it by the square leg umpire, who is Steve O'Shaughnessy. And Paul Walter turns at the end of his line, end of his approach, moves in, bowls, oh, outside and caught. Another catch to Harmer, and so the change of bowling has worked, and that's the demise of Kashir Ali for 27, again caught by Harmer. Again, it was a good catch. This time it was down by his left bootlace, and Worcestershire 75 for 2.
Yeah, the value of a catcher at slip that you can absolutely rely on. Just showing the replay on the big screen. Kashif just pushing at that. It was angled across him, and it was a bright 27 from Kashif for 50 deliveries, laced with good-looking shots. But Worcestershire need not 20s but 50s, 60s, 100s if they're going to get something out of this game. They are 75 for 3. They've lost all 3 of those wickets this morning, and Simon Harmer picking up his second catch of the day, again making it look very easy.
Yes.
And Paul Walter introduced with his left arm seam, pretty, as you say, medium pace, not the most threatening bowler in the world, but the change of line has done the trick, and it's a clever bit of captaincy, I think, by Westley. Just thinking, well, it's worth a try, isn't it? Well, the Kookaburra still got a bit of hardness about it. Just bring on the big man, something a bit different, and it's paid off in a big way. But as I say, I just think the value of having somebody like Harmer, who rarely misses anything at slip, is underlined once again. And Kashif's gone for 27. Jake Libby's still there. He's on 38, and he will, as I say, drop anchor and try and occupy the crease for as long as possible. He's been joined by Rob Jones, who was dismissed pretty quickly in the first innings. He made just one before he was caught behind off the bowling of Jamie Porter, and he's out there now, the right-hander, taking guard against Walter. 75 for 3.
So he's surveyed the field, looking for the gaps. I'll elaborate on that in a moment. You see, how can you elaborate on that? I can elaborate on anything. As Walter moves in and bowls, and that. Well, Worcestershire supporters is all right. He's still there, but maybe the bounce surprised me a little bit. If there's been a short leg a lot closer than he is, then that would have been a pretty simple catch, because it
just had a look at the replay of that
dollied up
dismissal, you know, and then it's another one. He just makes it look so easy. Homer, it's actually quite low.
Yes,
quite dipped on him quite sharply, and he just pouched it as though it wasn't really moving, like all the good slip catchers do.
as pushes forward out into the covers. The end of the over. Yes, I said the fielder looks for gaps, and one of the most interesting overseas players that Essex have ever had. More than interesting, I mean, it just contributed so much in so many ways, not just to cricket, but to, well, it'll come on to that, but to world events almost. Was Andy Flower, and he frequently joined us in the commentary box when he was coach, not so much when he was a player, but he was always available to interview afterwards. A very interesting man, and I was commentating with him one day, and I said, a new batsman comes in. Come back to that maybe at the end of this over. There's not time during an over.
Harmer bowls, and this one pops up on the offside from Libby, and is taken at slip, and the Essex players celebrate. Umpire David Milnes stands completely unmoved at the bowler's end and says no, he didn't get a nick on it. They've gone up for it as though it was the easiest decision in the world.
Yes.
It was not upheld by the umpire. Harmer bowls again to Libby, and he's forward pushing this out on the offside, and there's no run. But yeah, it was one of those where they all celebrate and you expect to see the batsman walk off, but umpire Milne said, no, sorry chaps, I don't think he got a nick on that. Harmer in again, bowls. Libby down the pitch, and he's had enough of pushing it back and dropping it down on the onside, and says no, I've had enough, and he walks down the pitch and he drives it back over the bowler's head for 4. It's an unusual response from Libby, and it might just change the mood a little bit out there. He goes to 42, and Harmer, well, attacked for the first time, it would have to be said, really.
Yes.
Notwithstanding a couple of little paddle sweeps by Kashif Ali. He's in again now and bowls, and Libby is on the back foot pushing out on the offside and says, yep, I'll have a single, as that's gone wide of Paul Walter in the covers. So he moves on to 43, continuing his excellent season. Failed in the first innings, but doesn't often fail twice. Had a bit of a life this morning on 12 when he was put down by the wicketkeeper, diving across in front of first slip, and well, hoping to make Essex pay for that error. Harmer is in, bowls, and Rob Jones sweeps nicely and firmly and gets off the mark with a single out to deep mid wicket. 81 for 3. Harmer in the sunshine now. Bowls quicker. Oh, that's nearly through. Well, it's through Libby. It's nearly bowled him. It just missed the stumps, and Michael Pepper unable to gather it cleanly. But Harmer in that over thought he got a wicket off a back pad. It was not upheld. He got hit back over his head for 4, and then he finished with one that has only just missed the off stump. Michael Pepper's got his hands on his head. Whether it might have nicked it and Pepper didn't hold on to it, I don't know.
No.
It could be that, or it could be that it just missed the off stump, but it's certainly a very, very close call for Jake Libby, and quite considerable histrionics from the close fielders for Essex and Harmer, who think that they should have got a wicket in that over. I think they feel.
So I'm not going to make a meal of this because this is cricket commentary, not football, and to my mind the football season starts too early, but this is almost public information for anybody interested in following Southend United's fortunes or otherwise. It's just slightly over pitch, played out in the onside. Southend were due to play Fylde up on the Lancashire coast today, and the press release from Southend United says our game against Fylde has been postponed because the train carrying our players to the game has suffered a power failure.
Gosh.
The train left London at 10:18 and was due to arrive at Preston at 12:39, and they've broken down somewhere in the Midlands. Oh, that half-hearted appeal which wasn't joined in by anybody else.
Two things spring to mind from that, Dick. One, they left it pretty tight, didn't they? Not leaving London till 10:30 when they were playing on the Fylde coast at 3 o'clock. And the other thing is, how many times can you get Preston into a commentary?
Yes, that's the second time at least. Yes. Avanti West Coast are in the process of organising an evacuation train which will take the players back to London. And that's worked away on the onside for one, just forward of square. And so that's... it says it is... one more sentence, then we'll get back to it, solely cricket. It is currently unclear when the evacuation train will arrive to take the players back to London, and so a decision has been made to postpone the game. So there you are. I know it won't stop people travelling to Fylde because they'd already be there, way ahead of the players, because the players ain't going to make it. Interesting. Such is the stuff at national football level, National League, and that's just pushed out in the offside, no addition to the score. I hope they get a refund from the train company. And
So annoying.
you don't often hear of sports people travelling from one fixture to another by train.
No, they used to, didn't they?
Oh
In
yes,
the
they
old
used
days,
to.
The cricketers did all the time, didn't they?
Yes. I suppose it saves money on an overnight stay, as Paul Walter moves in and bowls. Short of a length, pulled away for a single, down to deep backward square leg. I don't think it came out of the full meat of the bat, otherwise it would have sped away for four. As it was just a single.
Worcestershire mainly travel by coach these days on away trips, but there are some times where they might be playing, say, at the Oval or at Lord's or something, if they're not staying right by the ground, where they'll have a coach and it will drop them off the day before the game, and then they'll get the tube or something each day into the ground.
But not with all their kit, presumably.
No, they'll probably have dropped that at the ground and leave it there.
As that's ball of full length, Yorker length really, but pushed out into the onside for a single. End of the over. Yes, I get back to. I keep making note on my scorecard of subjects I bring up and never really go through with. Gaps in the field. Yes, I was commentating with Andy Flower, and I said the batsman comes in and looks around to see where the fielders are, and he said, "No, Dick." He said,
"See where the gaps are."
He said, "Yes." He said he's not looking to see where the fielders are. He said he's looking to see where the gaps are. And I had the temerity to say, this was a man who appeared on the front pages of newspapers as well as the back pages, and for his stand against the regime in Zimbabwe. He said, I said, it was the same thing, isn't it? He said, it's the same thing, but it's a different attitude.
Yeah.
And I saw exactly what he meant.
Yeah, absolutely.
These players could always bring an insight into the game that you don't see. You know, for years I've been probably saying he looks to see where the fielders are.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Harmer to continue. Rob Jones looking where the gaps are as Harmer prepares to come in and bowl to him, and he's swept that into one of those gaps. Fielder moving round at mid-wicket to do the fielding, and they get through for a single.
Maybe if I'd realised that when I was playing club cricket, I'd have got more runs. Probably why I was always pushing it to the fielders.
Yeah. Just looking who that is, it's Thane, the substitute out there. I don't know who's gone off.
Oh,
Jones gets one. Harmer bowls. Oh, Libby.
you'd think
It's
the substitute would be Thane, wouldn't you,
Yeah.
since he was brought into the match originally?
It is Thane,
Yes.
yeah, but I don't know who's gone off. Libby is playing a dangerous game at the moment against Harmer because he's given himself room trying to cut that, and it's turned back in, and he's missed it, and now he's decided to be a bit more aggressive, try and disturb Harmer's length a little bit, and he's done so successfully. He's walked down the pitch, which he hasn't done many times,
No.
and he's driven it along the ground through mid-off for 4. Good shot. Goes to 48. He's had a productive season again. Jake Libby been tremendously consistent for Worcestershire since moving to New Road from Nottinghamshire, and much depends, I would suggest, on his ability to stay in today. Harmer bowls again to him, and he's on the back foot, just tickles this one away on the leg side for a single. But the speed with which that ball went to short fine leg just suggests the energy that Harmer puts onto the ball, even though he's only a slow bowler. Tremendous revs on the ball and a lot of spin on it. Jones consistently playing that sweep shot with the spin, picks out the 12th man Thane again at mid wicket, and they go through for another single. So the scoreboard is ticking over. Worcestershire have added 89 this morning, then 91 for 3 as Harmer comes in and bowls, and Libby lets that one hit him on the pad and it just drops down in the crease. And that's the end of another over, 91 for 3. This, remember, after Worcestershire resumed at 2 without loss this morning. They lost the night watchman Joe Leach almost straight away without scoring, and then Roderick was out for 6 and Kashif for 27. We've got 15 minutes to go before lunch. Rob Jones has 5, Jake Libby has 49, and then 91 for 3, and Paul Walter is bowling from the Graham Gooch end. And I'm just loving the idea of a team travelling on the tube with all their kit,
Yes.
including the physio and
That's right.
the strength and conditioning guys with all those hurdles and ramps and nets and everything else that they carry, those rubber stumps with spikes on the bottom, all piling onto the tube
And then
just to go 2 stops down the road to the Oval.
yes, it does conjure up a fascinating picture. That's just played defensively. Walter's still bowling, and also the sheer mechanics of getting it through the
Through the turnstile.
through the turnstile gate things. Yes,
Absolutely brilliant. Because when you see them arrive and they get off the coach and the boot
Oh.
opens and all that stuff comes
Yes.
out, there's a huge amount of paraphernalia
It
that they
is.
carry around with him for the old warm-ups and fielding practices.
Yes,
and
because
whatever.
as that's worked away forward of square for a couple of runs down to the public side of the ground in front of the executive apartments, which used to be years ago Chelmsford Hospital.
There haven't been many people on the balcony on those places. All, I bet they're
No.
just T20s they want them for, don't they? I thought they'd be
No.
well populated, but not to be.
For Walter. Just met with a more or less defensive bat, trying to play it down.
I'm expanding this image now of the team getting onto the tube, and I'm loving the idea that they all warm up with football now. Don't they? Have a couple of those portable goals.
Oh yes,
And they're carrying those with them as well, my fictional team getting onto the tube. They've got 11 cricket bags, 3 rubber stumps, 2 portable goals, an orange catching ramp. Brilliant.
yes, but they do. That's ball of very full length, worked away backward of square for a single. They do carry, as you say, so much paraphernalia, much of which is used in the
Yeah.
warm-ups. Now, when my dad first used to take me to county cricket when I was knee-high to the proverbial, they didn't do any of that. None of the teams did. The first time you saw them was actually when they took to the pitch to play the game.
Yeah. Put their cigarettes out as
yes,
they
that's
walked
right.
out.
Yes. It was all very, very different, of course. And they were paid a pittance in those days as well, which they're not now. Short of a length, and just evades a leaping dive
50
from
for Libby.
Pepper. He brings in 4 runs. Pepper, a valiant dive. And that brings up Libby's 53.
It's not a typical Libby 50, I think,
No.
in that it's not been chanceless by any means. He's
No, it
edged
hasn't.
one, put down that one again, so Pepper could have had him twice. We think he might have got a nick to another one. He almost, it was Kashif almost got put off the ramp, but it's been a little bit less certain than a typical Jake Libby 50, but equally valuable.
Oh, too right. Picked up another run or two there as well. A single out into the covers. So that brings that over to a conclusion with the visitors 99 for 3, a deficit of 39 the board tells us.
And let's have a look at what's happening elsewhere. I'll try and do this quite quickly as we go through this over. Somerset playing Durham at Taunton. Somerset lead by 185. They are 29 without loss in their second innings. Kent struggling against Warwickshire, 25 runs behind, just 1 wicket remaining, so they look like being beaten by an innings against Warwickshire, and they will be rooted to the bottom of the table. Harmer starts a new over, bowling to Libby, who's on the walk. Kicks this one away on the offside. Sussex playing Derbyshire at Hove. Bad decision by Derbyshire to bowl first in that game. Sussex racked up 607 for 8 declared, and Derbyshire 243 for 8 in reply. Still 364 runs behind. Harmer in again, bowls. Libby again down the pitch, and again taken on the pad. It just pops out on the offside. They go through for a leg bye. Different approach from Libby in the last few deliveries against Harmer. Yorkshire Middlesex at Headingley. Yorkshire 601 for 6. Middlesex 224 for 3 in reply. Looks like that one will be a draw. Harmer in to bowl, and Jones sweeps again. This time he's beaten the fielder out at mid-wicket, and that's a boundary for Rob Jones. Nicely executed by him, and his first boundary takes him on to 12, 104 for 3. Going back to the scores, Leicestershire Glamorgan at Sapphire Gardens. Big score again for Glamorgan there. Harmer bowls, and Jones sweeps again, and he's got 4 more, has he? Yeah, beautifully executed. Exactly the same shot as the ball before. He goes to 16, 108 for 3. So at Sapphire Gardens, Leicestershire 251. Glamorgan 550 for 9 declared. Double 100 there, of course, for Colin Ingram. And then at the Oval, at Trent Bridge, Surrey Notts. Surrey got 525, Notts 218 for 4 in reply, so that looks like it'll be a draw. And Lancashire struggling a little bit at Old Trafford against Hampshire. As Harmer bowls, and Jones sweeps again, and there's 2 men out now on the leg side. He's got it between both of them. Super shot from Rob Jones. 3 consecutive sweeps, all to the mid-wicket boundary. 2 men out there now, and he's pierced the gap between the 2 of them, bisected them perfectly, not dissected.
Yes,
as I have heard 1 or 2 people say in the past. But 112 for 3 now. Jones has raced to 20, and Harmer, seen it all before, of course, he's in again, and Jones this time plays another. He's got 4 more. This time it's a little paddle sweep, and he's just got a cheeky little bottom edge on it, and it's run away down to fine leg for 4. So 16 or 4 balls for Rob Jones, which is great, but it's not exactly what Worcestershire need at the moment.
Harmer holds his head in his hands.
It'll do. Harmer can't believe it. I say he's seen it all before, maybe he's not quite seen everything. Anyway, let's go to Trent Bridge. Surrey, 525 knots, 218 for 4, and finishing off, at Dun Trent Bridge. Old Trafford, Hampshire, 389, Lancashire, 228 for 2, so they're trailing by 161 with 8 wickets remaining. Well, that was an entertaining over.
It certainly was.
Harmer now 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 47. Jones 24, Libby 54. Worcestershire 116 for 3 with, we'll probably have 2 or 3 overs left before lunch.
Yes, and the first of those few overs is going to be bowled, or continue to be bowled, by Paul Walter. And when you're reading those scores through, one thing struck me. Now I'll come back to that after this delivery. But that's short of a length pulled away, but straight to the fielder at square leg. And what's happening? What's happening here?
Well, I'll tell you what's happening here. David Mills is moving across from square leg to cover point because Paul Walter is adopting an approach here which is born of analysts, and I've seen it used several times by various counties, almost exactly this approach. It all started with Stuart Broad round the wicket at Trent Bridge a couple of years ago against Jake Libby. It's a bizarre field. Worcestershire supporters may have seen it before. I'll describe it. We've got a long leg, deep backward square, short leg, and then a man at mid wicket catching.
As batsman backs away, lofts it high. It wasn't under control at all. It went ballooning out in the offside, and fortunately, from the batsman's point of view, landed in no man's land, but that was certainly out of character.
And a man at square leg just in front of square catching, and they only do it against Libby. They're actually sticking with it against Jones because obviously they think it's worth a try, but it's been identified by opposition teams as an approach against Jake Libby, and they bang it in short and hope that he top edges it as he did there. He has decided generally to take it on when it happens, and that's what happened there.
And that's just played backward of square on the offside. And
I've only seen them get him out once doing it, and that wasn't really how it was planned, because it was a full delivery and he clipped it off his toes about a foot off the ground and was caught at square leg. So it hasn't really been profitable, but it's obviously something that the analysts at various counties have come up with, as they do these days.
Oh yes.
And, they copy what people have done. It's usually somebody quick, but what they've done here is said, well, it's not somebody super quick, but he is tall and he will get bounce. But Libby will probably take it on, I think.
And that's just worked away down to backward square leg.
And I've talked to Jake Libby about it and he said, yeah, I'm fully aware of it, and it doesn't bother me, and I'm just going to get on with it.
Can't let it. No. And just to amplify that, so that the reason the umpire went across the other side is so that he can see that there aren't three fielders behind square on the
there's so many
side.
So many fielders around where he was.
Yes, as that's just played with a dead bat, but into a gap on the offside. Accommodates the taking of a single. So
fascinating cricket it's been this morning, one way and another, hasn't it?
It certainly has. An absorbing morning.
Yeah, an absorbing game. A really good game of red ball cricket.
Oh yes, I was saying as Frank was going through the scores, that's pulled away similarly down to deep backward square leg for a single. I've been watching Essex since I was about 8 or 9, I should think. I didn't watch so much when I was playing club cricket. Obviously I had other things to do on a Saturday afternoon, and during the week I was at school or working for a living, a proper job. But and so therefore I've been an Essex supporter, but as much as being an Essex supporter, sometimes more than being an Essex supporter, I'm a county cricket supporter and a championship county cricket supporter. And I have to say, I really don't get. I just see now that Kent have lost. They've been bowled out for 240. Oh no, Warwickshire need 22 to win in their second innings. Okay, so they'll soon knock those off. I don't think it's good for the game to see a side like Kent, who clearly got problems not just on the pitch but off the pitch, and I do hope that they sort themselves out, or somebody sorts them out at Canterbury. It's not good for the game.
Harmer bowls, and this one a little bit short of a length, and Libby on the back foot punches into the covers. Walter Fields. This will probably be the last over before lunch, although he gets through them really quickly. The scoreboard says 12:56 at the moment, and Libby waits, and Harmer bowls, and Libby is forward kicking this away on the offside. Still says 12:56. Harmer says, how was that, umpire? Do you reckon he played a shot at that, or do you think he just tucked his bat in behind his pad? David Milnes doesn't even look up, continuing to play with his counters in his hands. We will get another over, I'm pretty sure of that, as Harmer comes in again now. And Libby is down the pitch, and this one kicked up in the air on the onside. There's a right game of cat and mouse going on out there between Harmer and Libby at the moment. And Harmer just stands at the end of his run, and I dare say there's a little verbal observation or two. And Libby goes back into his crease, settles again. 57 not out to him. And that one turns, and he's on the back foot looking to force it into the offside. Turned more than he thought, got a bottom edge, and Harmer has again just giving him the benefit of his wisdom a little bit, I think. Nothing untoward. And he comes again, the off spinner, and bowls, and Libby is on the back foot playing more solidly this time, down to Dassett short leg.
Well, not only do I think we will get another over after all, but I think Matt Critchley will bowl it.
I think you're right. I wonder where you get that idea from.
It's hardly original.
Tom Wesley waving to him and pointing to the ground gooch end.
Well, Tom Wesley's just below us, so...
Yeah, he's just done exactly that. As Harmer decides to go round the wicket for the last ball of the over, and Libby gets a single, steering that out on the offside. So Harmer is done for the morning, and he is wicketless. He's still been a great threat throughout. 13 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 48, his figures. He suffered the indignity of being hit for 4 consecutive fours by Rob Jones at one point. And Worcestershire are 122 for 3 with 1 over left before the interval. And just after 1 o'clock I'll do an update for BBC Essex listeners, and then we'll go off for lunch. Don't know that the lunch tickets have arrived. I hope they have. I'm not sure they have,
unless they're on the back row.
Have a look.
Questions will be asked in the house if they haven't appeared.
Yes, they have.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Excellent catering facilities now. So good that there was no tea bags in the press box next door. So I said, I'll go down to the caterers and see if I can scrounge some. And he said, of course, how many do you want? And so came back with a load of them. Very obliging, very helpful, and very good food. That's the marketing on behalf of...
Annie's Pantry.
Yes. You said it.
Other outlets are available.
That's pushed out in the offside. No addition to the score. And they now have a full menu back available now that former chief executive has left the area.
Heard about that,
and possibly left the ground, or left the country even, because he's now going to take up a post in for Western Australia.
For the World Health Authority.
Yes. Yes, those who haven't heard this, and it's been all over social media, so I'm not letting any secrets out, as that John Stevenson decided that as Critchley moves in and bowls, just played defensively by Jones, decided that this was going to be a health food ground, and therefore that the caterers couldn't have this full array of curries, and but apparently the burgers were perfectly acceptable. which bamboozled a lot of people. That's worked away on the onside for a single. But yeah, similarly, for those who don't know, John Stevens has taken up the post as Director of Cricket for Western Australia in Perth. Very nice too. Critchley moves in and bowls. Short of a length and not particularly well directed. Outside the off stump. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One delivery remain. Assuming it's valid. Critchley moves in, bowls. Pushed out on the onside. They go through for a single.
50 partnership.
50 partnership, and the last action of the morning, which has been an interesting morning. And it sees the visitors, Worcestershire, on 125 for 3. So Essex got those 3 wickets all this morning. Okay, so one of which, with due respect to Joe Leach, was only a tail ender. But then they also got rid of Roderick and Kashif Ali, who I must admit I don't think I've seen him before. He looked very, very promising, very, very impressive. So honours more or less even for the morning, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Jake Libby's had a little bit of a charmed life, hasn't he? But he's batted with his usual diligence, and much depends on him batting for a lengthy period of time out there, I think, this afternoon. But Worcestershire are, well, what are they? Just 13 runs behind now, so all they're, going to get into the black, as it were, and build a lead that they hope will give them a chance in this game. Much cricket left to be played, fascinating stuff. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. I won't knock you off, Dick, because you're going to do an update. I'll be with you later.
The Ministry of Justice says the new government has inherited a criminal justice system in crisis, and it's planning to recruit 1,000 new probation officers.
An investigation's underway after a fight that was involving a group of people in Southend city centre in the early hours of this morning. One person is being treated for a hand injury. A doctor is urging local residents to be slightly less clean in a bid to avoid allergies. New figures from the Imperial College London are showing that the number of people with a food allergy has doubled in the last 10 years. Dr. Rajiv Sood is based in Buckhurst Hill.
We can't be that clean, because if you get minor
a good day weather-wise as well as cricket-wise. So the visitors have just lost their first wicket with the night watchman out, caught behind, and Worcestershire are 3 for 1.
Cook, and here is Porter in bowling, and he does make Libby play. He's going to get 4 runs here, down to third man off the edge. Kept it down.
Conversely, of course, Essex will be cock a hoop if they can get 2 or 3 before lunch. That's short of a length, chopped away for 4. Not one of Cook's best deliveries by a long way, and it really got what it wanted.
Was unable to hold on to an edge off Sam Cook, and there's the second wicket.
Oh.
Caught
Just
Simon
so
Harper.
matter of fact, wasn't it?
Absolutely brilliant. Lovely delivery from Porter. Porter again bowls, and that's beautiful from Kashif. A little bit of room from Jamie Porter, a little bit of width, and is also going to bang one in, Porter. And he doesn't. He over pitches on leg stump, and that's another glorious shot from Kashif away through mid wicket, and that's 4 more.
As Slater moves in, bowled short of a length, played out into the covers. It probably will go for 4. I was going to say it probably won't, and then I realised that 6 off Porter. Slater moves in, bowls again short of a length outside the off stump. Again, more or less a carbon copy, only this time slightly squarer, and 4 more runs.
Couldn't hold on. Harmer bowls again, and that's neatly played by Kashif. Lovely little paddle sweep, clever shot, beautifully executed. A wicketkeeper's going to catch one of those sometime.
Yes.
Harmer bowls, a little bit short, cut by Libby. Good shot, doesn't miss out this time. Good footwork.
Moves in, bowls outside and caught. Another catch to Harmer, and so the change of bowling has worked.
Harmer in again, bowls. Libby down the pitch, and he's had enough of pushing it back, and it's turned back in. And he's missed it, and now he's decided to be a bit more aggressive, try and disturb Harmer's length a little bit, and he's done so successfully. He's walked down the pitch, which he has
as well, which they're not now. Short of a length, and just evades a leaping dive
50
from
for Libby.
Pepper.
Harmer into bowl, and Jones sweeps again. This time he's beaten the fielder out at mid wicket, and that's a boundary for Rob Jones. Nicely executed.
county ground at Chelmsford for this afternoon of the third day's play of what's turning out into a fascinating encounter between Essex and Worcestershire. The net position at lunchtime is that the visitors have a deficit of just 13 at 125 for 3, with 7 wickets in hand, and it's been an interesting morning when they took their overnight score of 2 without loss on to 125 for 3. So we've seen runs and wickets. The first man to go was Joe Leach, the night watchman, who didn't hang around for long. He was out to cook for a duck. And then Gareth Roderick was well picked up in the slips, low down by Harmer. Harmer has established a reputation, obviously, as one of the world's best spinners, but he's a more than useful slip fielder as well, which he then proved later on when he had Kashif Ali, who I must admit looked like a very promising young batsman. Harmer caught him also low down in the slips off the Paul Walters bowling for 27 to make the score 75 for 3. So they've recovered, and they've just added 50 more to that. And just to amplify that, I'm delighted that to give us a break, because there's no third voice today, delighted to say that we're always overwhelmingly grateful to Paul Hiscock for helping us out for an hour or so between now and tea. I just mentioned that Harmer, he's established this reputation, quite a prime spin bowler, but there's not many people you'd rather see in the slips, are there?
No, absolutely. Dick, bucket hands, hasn't he? And not a lot goes through them. There are not many holes in his buckets.
No.
Just say good afternoon to everybody, and I hope they're as excited about me being on air as you obviously were, Dick, but thank you for those few kind words. It is an absorbing afternoon, isn't it? Because, as you said, they're only 13 runs behind. And we saw the value of a long partnership yesterday between Snater and Pepper, how it transformed the situation of the game. And you do think a long partnership here, which seems to be building now between these two, could make it that Essex have still got a hell of a lot of work ahead of them before they clinch this win, if that was to be what's going to happen.
So it's Porter bowl, the first ball of the afternoon, and it's short of a length, and it's chopped away backward of square on the offside for 4 runs. I hesitated because I thought the fielder might get to it, but I think he knew better than I that he wasn't going to make it, and just sort of went to retrieve it rather than to reduce the score. So that went on to Libby. That takes him on to 60, who's really. So I gather from what Frank was saying this morning, in Worth is waiting gold to Worcestershire since he moved here from Nottinghamshire a few years ago. As Porter moves in bowls, and that's pushed away down to wide mid-on, where Paul Walter does the fielding. Paul Walter took that second wicket, and
Essex are pretty familiar with the sight of Jake Libby, Dick, aren't they? He spent, in one of the more recent games with Worcestershire here, all 4 days on the field, didn't he? Either with bat, particularly, and then fielding. So, we can appreciate what Jake Libby brings to the Worcestershire side, but it'd be nice if we could see the back of him.
Yes, it certainly would. Yes, he's proved his point now. That's enough. And so Porter in again, bowls, and it's Rob Jones just plays defensively, who had the served the indignity on Harmer just before lunch of sweeping him for 3 consecutive 4s. If that wasn't bad enough to rub salt into the wound, he then got another very streaky 4 off the edge, more or less directly behind the keeper for 4 more. So they picked up 16 off 4 deliveries.
Yes, we've had a couple of very acrobatic incidents involving Michael Pepper, none of which was able to retrieve the ball at the end.
No, one in particular was spectacular.
Yes.
It was in vain, admittedly, but I can't remember which batsman it was, but he was going for this paddle round the corner, and Pepper could see it coming almost literally, and by the time the ball had been bowled, he was more or less square with the wicket waiting for the catch.
Yes.
And it did come his way, but he couldn't put his gloves on it.
I've been very impressed with his keeping.
Yeah, so
the more he's kept, the better the standard has been from him.
Couldn't agree more. Porter moves in, bowls, and that's just pushed out on the offside, the onside, beg your pardon. No addition to the score.
Using the Kookaburra ball in this game, and I think it's just more of a situation than ever with this Kookaburra. You've just got to be patient, haven't you? Wickets seem to come in clusters with these. You wait, a bit like the London buses, you wait for ages and then two come along together, and that's what we've got to show, I think, a lot of patience.
Yes. As Porter moves in, bowls, and that's just pushed back to the bowler. And of course buses do come along in groups. It's not just the perception, but you know, the people who sort of write theses at universities and study these things will say, well, yes, it is, because the first, say it's a number 17 for some reason, 17 goes along and picks up all the passengers, so the 17 behind has no reason to stop, because nobody wants it. So they do get closer and closer together, and then two 17s come along at once. So it makes sense.
And often the one behind, which is more or less an empty bus, doesn't think, oh, well, I'll go in front of the 17 in front and pick up their share of fact. And then if you are one of these rare individuals that happen to be occupying this second bus, you then find it terminated short of its original destination because no one's on it. So you then get off and have to get back on the next bus that comes along. All very frustrating. And
it is indeed. There are worse things in life.
Yes.
And it's Cook from the far end. Oh, and for all he knew, Jake Libby could have got an edge to that one. To went zipping through, and it was we've long recognised the merits of Cook and Porter as a pair of opening bowlers, but Frank was saying this morning, Frank Watson from BBC Hereford, Gloucestershire, or Worcestershire rather, that he thinks they're probably recognised around the circuit as the best pair of opening bowlers.
Yeah.
And that's down the leg side, well taken, and by Pepper, who really has had a very good game so far with the with any form of gloves, whether they be batting gloves on or keeping gloves.
And it's debatable here and probably a bit sort of, what shall I say, questionable, but I think for me Jamie Poulter's career has found a resurgence this year.
Yes, it has.
I think he got overshadowed by Sam Cook in the last couple of years.
Yes, couldn't agree more. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Yes, I mean, it's almost, I mean, you know, they're teammates, but one of the things that makes them such a good opening combination is that they're sort of, in a fairly friendly sort of way, they're vying with each other.
Yes.
And Cook suddenly became the top man, and Porter, you know, may have thought, I'm not having this. I'm not having this.
No. And they always dispel that, oh, you know, is there a race between both of you to get the 50 wickets? No. But I think it is.
Yes. And Essex take the next wicket, and somewhat out of character really, Jake Libby just didn't get over it completely and played it backward of square to Robin Das, that was, wasn't it?
Yes.
A good probably 25 to 30 yards from the bat, about ankle height, straight to him, and totally understandably, Libby looks absolutely mortified, and equally understandably, Essex look absolutely elated.
Yes.
That was almost a bonus wicket.
Yes, it was. Certainly unexpected at this stage, because Jake Libby looked as though he booked in for the day, to be honest with you. B&B rates are pretty cheap around Chelmsford at this time of the year, I understand.
Think so, yes.
And he looked as if he'd taken an ensuite, to be honest with you. But yeah, so very good to see him back. But congratulations to him, he's batted really well. And going back to our Porter-Cook discussion, arguable who is the better at the moment, but to take up Frank's point, often bowlers bowl in pairs, don't they?
Oh, yes.
They're such a suitable foil for each other.
Yes.
And when you talk to either of them, they're both very, very quick to acknowledge the success of their opposite numbers, aren't they? You talked to Jamie about Sam. No, I'm delighted for him. He's done really, really well, and Sam returns that compliment. I do feel sorry for Sam Cooke. International level, I just wonder if his boat has sailed, perhaps unfairly. He should have been given a chance. He certainly deserved a chance. You could have said that about Jamie Porter a few years ago, couldn't you, when he got in the England set up and was never got an opportunity to play.
No.
I think Sam Cooke, in days of yore, when England went abroad and played a lot of state matches, etc.
So Adam Hose comes the wicket and lifts the bat way out of the direction of the ball as it goes through to the keeper. Adam Hose, formerly with Warwickshire?
Somerset as well. Somerset,
thank you. From the back row, having his lunch. And yes, Somerset.
Yeah.
So 27 to Jones, 16 of which came off 4 deliveries from Harmer.
Well, I was going to mention that point as well. It's
pushed out on the offside, no addition to the score on the onside.
Wicket has changed things slightly, but we have to be mindful of the economy of the bowlers. I mean, it's okay, we're wanting to take wickets, but we don't want to keep leaking too many runs, do we?
Oh no.
I mean, I don't know. What would be a challenging target to chase? 175, 200? Would you?
I wouldn't be confident if Essex needed to chase more than 200, to be honest.
No, exactly. Hopefully that problem won't arise, will it? But at the moment, Worcestershire need another 8 to make us bat again.
Well, looking at the first innings scores, I mean, D'Oliveira and Brooks got 114 between them. So that was a significant contribution.
Yeah.
So, and Taylor got 62. I'd overlooked that, of course. And Verdi 42.
Well, the batting started now, didn't it?
That's
the earlier ones were there just to see the shine off the new ball to pave the way for Brooks et al.
Rob Jones pushed forward there, and it moved away off the wicket, and unless my newly improved eyes deceived me, which I don't think they did, I got the impression that Jones sort of waved an arm at Porter to say, well bowled, good delivery. Not much I could do about that, except be grateful to didn't get an edge. As Porter moves in, bowls, and that's just played solidly out into the offside.
It was interesting talking to Jamie Porter the other night after he'd got his fiver. And he was very quick to praise the benefits for him of the Kookaburra ball.
Yes.
A lot of them are sort of saying, no, the sooner we go back to the Dukes, the better. But Jamie was very, very in praise of it, saying that here, anyway, he preferred the Kookaburra ball. He'd got more nicks here with the Kookaburra ball than anywhere else around the country with the Dukes.
Oh, right. And that's worked away on the onside, but only straight to Critchley at short mid-wicket.
But there spoke a man who just picked up 5 wickets. But then again, to be fair to Jamie Porter, he's picked up 5 wickets with the Dukes, and I think you've backed Jamie Porter to pick up 5 wickets at times with a tennis ball, wouldn't you? So.
Well, yes. Just remind you of the email address. We might have a few more listeners now that the Southend's game has been postponed through most bizarre circumstances, because you may have heard their train broke down on the way to Fylde. But as Frank pointed out this morning, they were rather leaving it to the last minute, not to leave London till 10:20, and that's worked away down towards the Sycamore Tree, and it's well stopped there, but they go through for 2 more runs. For those who aren't familiar, the Sycamore Tree fields at Long Leg. A very good job of it he does as well. And
not quite our answer to the tree that stood so famously at Canterbury for so many years.
Well,
did it?
No. In fact, it's not even in the county ground. No. It's in the back garden of one of the houses in Hayes Close. And it's a feature of the ground though. As Porter moves in, bowls, met with a stern defence by Jones.
Just to continue that football theme, Dick, well, a lovely mouth-watering prospect for the travelling Southend fans, knowing that they'll probably be going back to AFC Fylde on a wet Tuesday night in November or something, whenever the game's rearranged.
Or
Good luck
won't.
to them for that. Yeah, I suggest that next time they set off from Preston, which is a hell of a lot nearer Fylde than
Do you
Southend.
That it's at least the fourth time the word Preston has been mentioned this
Is it
morning
really?
in different contexts.
But I never.
Yes.
Ken Preston amongst it?
No, but it is
there's a
now.
fifth one, yes.
That's worked away on to be the wicked area. No, the first time I think was when I alluded to Matt Critchley being a Derbyshire lad, and then Frank had this vague idea he was born in Lancashire, so we looked it up and he was born in Preston. And then a couple more occasions the word arose. So it's
Well, talking of Ken Preston, of that era, I saw Jeff Smith here the other day, looking remarkable. I mean, he's our most senior cap player living now, isn't he?
yeah, Jeff Smith. This is yes.
So eloquent, Jeff Smith.
Yes.
Terrific company.
Yes.
Wish you well, Jeff. I don't think his wife's been too well, so we wish her all the best as well. But it's lovely to when you see these former players. Ray East was on the ground the other day.
Yep, John Lever.
Yeah, John Lever. Yeah.
And some you rarely if ever see, but then maybe they've moved away from the area. That's nudged down to Pine Leg for a couple of runs. And
well, yeah, you and I were both invited to the Robin Hobbs Memorial game,
We were.
weren't we? You know, it was very nice of his son Nick to extend that invitation to us, and we had a very, very pleasant day, didn't we? A number of Robin's former colleagues were there, which was a nice tribute to him. David Ackfield was there. David East turned up, didn't he? He was
yes,
former CEO. He was looking chipper.
and that's outside the office. I've had an interesting email which I'll come to at the end of the over. Just scanning to the end to see who it's from. It's from somebody who describes himself as her or her. No, it says himself from something else. It's said later on, from somebody who describes himself as Cumbria Blue. Sounds like a cheese, doesn't it? Cumbria Blue.
Cumbria Blue. Well, he was a lot nearer to AFC Fylde then. And if,
well, yes, that's the gist of it. He's grateful to me for mentioning that I'd seen that the Southend game was postponed, because it saved him driving to it this afternoon. That's just met with a solid defensive bat.
all part of the BBC service, Dick.
It is indeed.
Yes.
Yes. I
Duly noted.
I pointed out that this is cricket and not football. We don't want to get sort of too carried away. Our worthy colleagues are doing football a splendid job. So, but on the other hand, I thought this was a public service announcement, really, to save people travelling unnecessarily.
Yeah, the phrase these days is to be inclusive, isn't it? So I suppose we can explain that away by under that heading.
It's true, met with solid defensive bat. 134 for 4 still. And it's Cook bowling from the far end, the Alistair Cook end. No, the Graham Gooch end. Oh. When I'm commentating, the first thing I do each day is at the top of my scorecard, I write either GG and then below it AC. And despite that, I got that wrong. Cook moves in and bowls. And it keeps low, and Pepper takes it round by his boots.
The trouble is, Dick, it takes a long while, doesn't it? When these name ends and renamed. Oh, and it happened. Go back to the analogy of football again. But ever so often these days, different sponsor of the stadium comes on and they want it to be known as the XYZ Stadium or whatever. And it's so difficult to actually identify it as that. Most sides retain their identity, but Leighton or at Brisbane Road will always be Brisbane Road.
That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and hands raised and in excitement amongst the slip cord, and I don't think that missed the edge too much. In fact, it was Dean Elgar who was especially animated by that, and he now calls on for more protection to his shins. Obviously going to go in there close.
And Cook 2 for 14 now, Dick, from his 10 overs, 4 maidens. Worcestershire need just well, the deficit is just 4 now,
Yes.
but 4 down. So
Yeah, but of course one of those is the night watchman. But still,
Yes.
even if you only count it as 3, it's a very useful position to be in.
yeah, absolutely.
With all due respect to Joe Leach. And
There's a surprise. Simon Harmer's on again.
yes, indeed. He was bowling his usual impeccable line this morning, mixing it up, until, as I say, he had the indignity of being swept for 3 consecutive 4s. And
Mentioning Dean Elgar, as you did just then, Dick, I mean, what a terrific signing he's
Oh,
been.
yes.
We were sort of musing next door earlier on whether we could actually have 2 players score 1,000 championship runs for us, and that, I can't remember when the last time that happened, but it would certainly be somewhere, wouldn't it? The 2 players in the same season scoring 1,000 championship runs. You've got Jordan Cox and Elgar, both
Yes.
on just over 900 plus each.
oh yeah, and there's what, 3 games to go after this?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So you think it odds on. I mean, there was a time years ago when the target was 1,000 in May, but that's
Yes.
many decades have elapsed since that occurrence. Well, they're very meticulous in the setting of their field. You'd have thought by now that you know, when Harmer comes on to bowl, they all more or less know where they're due to go. But no, there's with precision,
Yeah.
care being taken.
And it's interesting, Peter Such is the match referee, former Essex superb spin bowler, served this county so well. And I did actually ask him whether he or Keith Fletcher set the field. He said, neither of us really. Everybody knew exactly where they had to go.
Yes.
He said, you may fine tweak it now and again. He said, but no. And that came, of course, with having a regular settled side, didn't
Well,
it?
yes. As Harmer moves it, oh, no, it doesn't. No, false alarm there.
It was, but interestingly, Rob Jones had already shaped a sweep, hadn't he?
Yes, he had.
Without Harmer even delivering the ball. Now, I'm not sure whether it's wise to show your hand so quickly. He's done what he has, and he's done him again.
And he swept it anyway, and they picks up 2 down towards fine leg. And that takes the score on to 136 for 4. Just 2 behind.
So they're just 2 runs behind Essex, and hopefully in the next few minutes they'll move into the black and work towards setting Essex some sort of meaningful
Harmer
in this game. Worcestershire
moves in,
2 without loss. They lost
bowls, and
Joe Leach.
well, that was very well fielded in the slips, diving away to his left by who would that be? Robin Das, wasn't it?
Yeah. Pepper followed it down the leg side, didn't he? And
Yes.
Das followed Pepper, but
Again, and it's gone up in the air and well held, well, pretty well held. I mean, at this level of the game you expect those sort of catches to be taken, but it was I think it was Dean Elgar who was fielding at short leg. He had to cover quite a bit of ground to take it more or less mid-wicket. Yes, it was. He's now getting the rightful accolades from his colleagues, and so another wicket is taken, and the visitors, that was Jones out for 31, caught by Elgar, and so the visitors now are 136 for 5, and they still haven't quite wiped off the deficit. So yeah.
Dick, again, do you not think from Worcester, if you were a Worcester supporter, would you be slightly annoyed with Jones there? I mean,
Yes.
we had this aborted ball that he already showed his sign he was going to sweep it anyway. Harmer then sent down the next legitimate ball, which Rob Jones did sweep. So Harmer's no fool. He obviously indicated, well, there's every chance, 9 times out of 10, that he's looking to sweep.
Yeah.
Just tweak the ball a little bit more. Jones was half swept, but he skied it. It's often like with Harmy, you don't like to see any Essex bowler from a buyer's point if you've been hit for 6. But when Harmer is hit for 6, you always fancy your chances.
He usually comes
Revenge
back.
is just around the
Yes.
corner, and it normally is, isn't it?
Yes.
Very, very astute cricketer, Simon Harmer, and what a wonderful catcher he's been, Dick.
Yes, he is. Yeah, oh, yeah, yes. Yeah. Yeah, superb. Yes, I mean, over the last season or two, or season and a half, he hasn't been treated with the same sort of almost awe. The batsmen are more prepared to take the game to him, and he has got a bit of stick, but it doesn't undo the fact that he's still a very canny practitioner.
No.
Very canny indeed. And so much of spin bowling, that's outside the off stump, and of D'Oliveira. So much of spin bowling, of course, is a mind game, not only in the mind of the bowler thinking the batsman out, but playing on the batsman's mind.
I wonder before he joined us, or when he accepted the term, whether he imagined he'd be bowling so many overs.
Yeah, I wonder. I've no idea.
He's a captain's dream, isn't he? I
Yes,
mean, you
he
only
is.
have to change the bowler from one end normally, don't you?
Yes.
If you bowl let Porter or Cook bowl the first, have a 5-over spell each.
Yes.
On comes Harmy, so you just make the changes from the other end.
And he doesn't seem, I don't know if the statistics would bear this out or not, but he doesn't seem to have a preferred end, whichever way the match decrees, he'll bowl when required.
Yeah.
That's just played solidly.
I think he does favour this end, doesn't he?
Yes, I think he does more, but really, he still had plenty of long spells from the other end
yes.
as well.
Yeah.
And I will get onto this email, which I promised I would, entitled Postponement. From a devoted follower of Southend United and Essex CCC, listening to the cricket, your news about the postponement saved me a drive down from home in the Lake District to Fylde. Now an afternoon listening to the cricket. Yeah, I said we'd probably pick up more listeners.
That's great.
He says, I love the Essex chat. My favourite Essex overseas player was Bruce Francis. Oh yes, he was one of the early ones. Signed Cumbria Blue, originally from Leigh-on-Sea, where I live, attended Westcliff High School for boys, which I did, and then he gives the years which do not coincide with mine.
What way, Dick? Plus or minus? Don't answer that.
As I was tempted to say, that's just pushed backward of square, a different Prime Minister, but that would only be one school year, really, wouldn't it? They seem to squeeze plenty in now. Michael has emailed entitled Ben Allison. Good afternoon. What's the situation regarding Ben Allison? I thought he was to be on loan to Worcestershire for the second half of the season, or has this now been altered? I don't know. I'm sorry. We will. I didn't mean to dismiss that, Michael. We will find out when I'm on air again. Just for a moment, as that's just played.
Well, as with all loan signings, nearly all loan signings, he wouldn't have been allowed to have played in this game, would he?
Well, no.
Essex would have said, well, we don't want him to play in this game, and
no, but
had he been at Worcester, Worcestershire would have had to have adhered to that. And he came back to us, of course, for the 50 overs competition, didn't he?
Yes. But talking about the Allisons, and you keep your ear to the ground more than I do, which is probably why you've got a cauliflower ear. Boom, boom.
Yes, I often get walked over, Dick.
That's just played defensively, pushes out on the offside. Charlie Allison, is he sort of long-term injured, or just not quite room for him?
Well, he was injured, which prevented him playing in the 50 overs after those opening few games. I just... whether he's fit again, because he didn't play in the last game, did he?
No.
This is the one of the things I think we've discussed before. Let you break off to describe this, Baldy.
It's a bouncer, and the batsman, who is D'Oliveira, gets below that quite comfortably.
One of the difficulties of having a successful red ball side, as we've had for a number of years now, is how difficult it is for youngsters to break into that red ball side, because they're
Yes.
successful because all 11 players generally are performing well.
Yes.
And it is difficult. Going on the Ben Allison theme, if he's not going to get a commander regular place, I'm all encouraging for sending him out on loan.
Yes, that's just played defensively, and but they turns the bat for a single. Now, a bit of housekeeping here, so I apologise for listeners. I have to do an update or into the afternoon sports programme at 2:20, but then I'm not doing another one until the end of the football. So I'd be grateful, Paul, if you could stick around till I've done my 2 update.
Yes.
And then if you can stay on, and Frank will join you. Is that okay?
Well, yeah, that's fine, Dick.
Right,
Yeah,
thank you. And then
no
I can
problem.
go and have a long delayed lunch. That's just pushed out into the offside. And I must admit, my stomach seems to have a law, be an entity on its own. It's just beginning to say, feed me, feed me.
Well, did we hear the startling news at lunchtime from somebody within the club that the Anne's Pantry curry outlet was closed today?
Well, they thought it was open. I went round there and found out it was closed. No pies, no curries, only burgers, and I don't do burgers.
Oh, well, we had some smell for this thing, surely. I mean, there was got to be...
The smell is quite beguiling. Yes, I mentioned that this morning. It came wafting into the... But the taste is just...
Well, questions have got to be asked in the house about this, surely. Don't know whose house, but yeah.
No. So, Harmer moves in again. Bowls, and that's reverse swept with great competence and ability by Adam Hose, who's a tall man. Just look him up, see how tall he is, and yes, he got to the pitch of that and swept it away with no trouble at all.
And it means that Essex will have to bat again, then?
Yes, well, that was always... No, that's not true. I was going to say it was always on the cards. It wasn't always on the cards, no, but I thought it was likely.
Yes. Yeah, the 138 was...
Yeah.
Should have been attainable.
Harmer moves in again, Hose pushes forward, gets the pitch bit, plays it out for a single, and takes the score to 144 for 5. So Adam Hose, not sure it has the dimensions of... Yeah, he's 6'3". Yes, he's quite a tall lad. Born in Newport, Isle of Wight. And that's swept away. We've seen the sweep employed quite a lot. And somehow that manages to evade... Who is that out there?
That's Noah Thane.
That's Noah Thane, yeah.
I think he's on for Snater, isn't he?
Yes, I can't see Snater. Yeah,
so I think it was one of those awkward ones when there's a field. It drops in front of you. You think you ought to make an effort for it. It's never really a catch, is it?
No. Do you go forward or do you go back?
Exactly.
And, I wondered, should I go or should I stay?
Yeah.
Somebody once sang that's play backward of square into third. Well, yeah, fly slip, I almost there to call that for a single. What else can I tell you about Adam Hose? Yes, Newport Isle of Wight, Carisbrook School. He pushes forward now, gets the pitch to the ball, 6'3". So, Worcestershire debut 2023, so last season. Big Bash, Northern Superchargers. Applied his trade at Somerset as well.
Much as I'd like to beat Worcestershire, being an Essex man, follower, quite proud to admit it, I would like to see Worcestershire stay up, actually.
Oh, so would I, desperately.
Lovely, lovely club, lovely ground.
I think, and I'm not just saying it because Frank's sitting in the other corner of the box, I've said it many a time when he's been hundreds of miles away. I think Worcestershire are sort of everybody's second favourite county, apart from their own county. Then everybody likes Worcestershire. I mean, it's got so much going for it, not least, of course, a setting second to none.
Yes, yes. But they've almost become the yo-yo club, haven't they? And not not really, but all of their own. Yes, they got relegated because they're one of the 2 least successful clubs, but they seem to lose players every season.
Well,
the Knots of this world come and we like them. We'll take those couple, thanks very much. Or they're big brothers at Warwickshire. Yes, he'll do a job for us, and off they go.
Yeah, we were discussing that, and the trouble is they're in that region where there are. Not to mention any names, they've already been mentioned. There are some sort of predatory clubs, aren't there? Predatory bigger clubs who appear to ply on the likes of Worcestershire, Derbyshire, Leicestershire, Northants to a lesser extent. It's not, and that's just short of a length pulled away for a single. Yeah, they come back for a second. It's very well fielded down at long leg. Very well fielded by Porter in the distance. And
and this world of today, you don't blame a player for going off in search of more money if that's what's attracted them. And I'm sure some of these clubs that poach these players sell them the line of, it'll do your test chances much better playing for us than them. I'm not necessarily convinced by that argument.
No, I'm not either. That's just played square on the offside. And no addition to the score by D'Oliveira. A lot resting on D'Oliveira's shoulders now. He played a captain's innings in the first time round, getting 68, and Ethan Brooks 46, Tom Taylor 62 not out, Amir Verdi 42. So there's plenty of work for Essex to do yet before they can think about chasing a target. Looking at the table, I mean, Kent are clearly, totally a miss. I don't even think mathematically they could stay up, but they're not going to.
No.
As Cook moves in and bowls, that's just pushed out on the offside. And then Lancashire and Notts more or less level, 103, 104. Worcestershire 114. I second entirely what you say. I hope Worcester stay up. And
if for the other reason that if they could sustain their place in Div 1 for 3 or 4 seasons, perhaps players won't be so ready to move.
No. And also it's somewhat, it's just worked away down to fine leg for 1, come back for a second. It's somewhat ironic that Notts, sort of the Midland Predators almost, are in with a very poor chance or good chance, depending on which way you look at it, a likely chance of getting relegated.
Yeah. The other thing about Worcestershire is as well, when they are in the same division as Essex, you eagerly look forward to say, when are we down at New Road? And then there's horror if you're one of the early visitors in April or early May, because there's every chance that you'll be going to Kidderminster rather than New Road.
That's pushed out on the offside, no addition to the score. At the end of the over, 153 for 5, with D'Oliveira not out 12, Hose not out 7, and the important figure really is the lead, which at the moment is 15. So it's effectively 15 for 5, but one of those is a night watchman. So it's 15 for 4.5.
But how often have we seen these night watchmen prove so frustrating, haven't we?
Yes.
They can be a real pain to get rid of.
I mean, that didn't prove to be the case this morning, but it gives night watchmen a chance the following morning to show, I'm something better than a number 10 or 11.
And of course you've got to take 10 wickets to bowl a side out, no matter where they're batting or what their ability is.
Harmer to Hose. It sounds like an elocution exercise almost. Harmer to Hose. Got any O's? What's that, the 4 candles sketch?
Yes, the Harmer O's. Yeah.
No, letter O's. Mon repose. As Harmer moves.
Harmer O's and Ilgar.
And that beats Harmer. Beats Hose. Goes outside the off stump. Pepper doesn't take it cleanly, but Harmer inevitably still posing a lot of problems.
Yeah, he commands a lot of respect, doesn't he, from batters.
Obviously the wicket is a couple of days older than last time visitors batted on it, so it's taking more turn. And even that bit of rain we had this morning, I mean, I woke up to the rain. I don't know how long it had been raining, and similarly how long it's been raining here, but it may have freshened the wicket up a little. You presumably
Yes,
had...
it was raining. I live in Hornchurch, and it was raining from Hornchurch more or less to the outskirts of Chelmsford.
Yes.
And then I thought, oh no, I think they've already had
yeah,
what I was passing.
that's worked way to mid-wicket, and they go through for one. They'll come back for a very comfortable agreed second as Noah Thane does the fielding.
Yeah, there was a little bit in the air as I walked in the ground at about 9:15, 9:45, but that cleared, thankfully.
Yes, I knew you got
that's
here
set
about
fair,
that time because I'm parked next to you. And
Yeah, oh, it's your bike, is it, that's next to mine, Dick? Yeah.
and
Oh,
now then,
now that looks a drop
it
by the
does
body language.
It does to me, yes. The heads went down in the slips, we hasten to add.
Yes. So did the ball, Dick, that more importantly.
I think that was, yeah, a definite drop. Our view is slightly obscured by the batsman and the wicketkeeper from where we're watching. That's swept away for 4 runs. I thought Thane was going to cut it off, but he didn't. The sweep shot has been very productive for Worcestershire today. Very, very productive. Obviously I don't have the figures or the diagrams to show exactly how many, but it seems to have been employed on a number of occasions. And,
Yes.
once it was unsuccessful, which led to Jones getting caught by Elgar, but the other times it's been very productive.
And I think it's part of Simon Harmer's armour, isn't it, to, I wouldn't say feed the batsman, but encourage him to sweep, because how many wickets does he get with batsmen try to sweep?
Well, yeah, Dean Elgar with that catch.
And to be fair, Dick, in general terms, a lot of batters don't actually sweep very well, do they?
No, they don't. No.
We were spotted by Andy Flower, I think.
I'm shortly going to do an update at about 2:20, so I'm told. And then after that, Paul's agreed to stay on for another half hour or so while I get something to eat, and Frank will come in here. And while I'm away, between you, hopefully you can take another 3 wickets. Although, I say that, but as long as Essex win in the end, I'll be probably quite happy for it to go on to tea time tomorrow.
Well, yes, I suppose so, Dick. It'll be a bit of a nail biter by then, though, if it does.
If I, let's push out on the onside. If I...
In the hope that Nan's pantry is open for your curry tomorrow, perhaps. Is that your Sunday roast is a curry now?
If it's not open on a Saturday, then hold my breath for a Sunday. It's a shame, but never mind.
Strange, isn't it, though, Dick? Again, I mean, I know we bang on about Championship cricket at weekends, but Saturday attendances are not the best, are they?
No. But as I was saying this morning when Frank was on, I think a lot of people that come and watch are still...
Other day's sports news with Ben McCarthy.
Are still playing club cricket. And
Essex.
that's worked away on the onside, but straight to the fielder.
Firstly in cricket, Essex are in action on day 3 against Worcestershire. Dick Davies is at Chelmsford for BBC Essex.
And this match continues to be interestingly poised. Currently, Worcestershire are 160 for 5, with D'Oliveira not out 18, Adam Hose not out 8, which means they have a lead of 22. So they've taken 1 wicket since lunch, and that was of Rob Jones, who was caught by Elgar off the top edge. A lot of batsmen have played the sweep shot this morning or today. Generally speaking, successfully. That one was less successful, and a top edge, inevitably of Simon Harmer, was caught by Elgar running backwards for 31. So that was 136 for 5, and obviously Essex are in the better position, but based on first innings scores, Brett D'Oliveira, Ethan Brooks, Tom Taylor and Amar Verdi, all made round about 50 or so. So there's a lot of runs to come still from the Worcestershire batsmen, and Essex have still got a lot of work to do if they're going to win this game. Probably, I would suggest, probably not before tomorrow. But currently they are in the better position with the visitors at 160 for 5, a lead of 22.
England's cricketers are batting on day 3 of their second.
Yes, and we've got Brett D'Oliveira on 18, Adam Hose on 8. Worcestershire 160 for 5, and the lead is 22. Jamie Porter streaming in again.
Yeah, bowls. Oh, and that's an edge, but along the ground. It bounced once, if not twice, before it got to Critchley at third slip. There's a first and a third, and but as I say, that was nowhere near a chance. Well, he's more gully, really, or fourth slip.
Yeah, he's wide there, isn't he?
Yes.
Slip.
In the right place as it happened.
Yeah.
Yes, especially bearing in mind that Harmer is more like second slip than first. He's sort of 1.5. That's almost a carbon copy.
And the agility of somebody like Harmer at first slip almost negates the need for a second, doesn't it? Because he's very athletic. He's held some wonderful diving catches there.
Yes,
so you can maybe. We said earlier about not, if you can't take wickets, we've got to bowl economically, haven't we? It's interesting how these singles and twos start adding up. We're already trailing, all right, with 22 for 5 is effectively Worcestershire. That won't cause Essex any problems. But 122 lead, if they've still got 5 wickets left, might do.
Yes. So Harmer, and also, yeah, I mean, Harmer's remarkably agile, as you're saying. He's a big man. I don't say that in any way critically. He just is a big fella. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's, well, being South African, you can always put money on it. His winter sport is rugby, and he's built like a rugby player.
Yes.
And anyway, he's plying his trade from this end, the Alistair Cook end, or Sir Alistair Cook end, and which is written in large letters at this end. Sadly, it's written where, generally speaking, it's obscured by the people in the back row of the stand. But, much like Graham Gooch end is written large at the other end, and sometimes that's obscured by the spectators as well. And that's just well fielded by Critchley, diving away to his left at mid-wicket.
We're keeping the pressure on, aren't we?
They are,
One would expect.
Well, yes, I mean, obviously, you know, these batsmen are as aware, probably even more aware, that a lot depends on them. Yeah, admittedly, as I just said in my update, you know, there are plenty of runs in the first innings in the tail, but, you know, you can't rely on that happening, otherwise they wouldn't always be in the tail. But, every dog has its day, as they say.
Well, the other thing is, Nick, that this, what are we in now?
Sorry, Paul, that's just pushed out in the offside, no additional score.
No. We're in the 47th over, and if you believe everything that's said about the Kookaburra ball, it's now gone soft and isn't going to react to any bowlers at all. So it's probably, for part of an innings, the easiest time to bat, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the theory, anyway.
Yes. And it's, as that's pushed out in the offside, and it's coming out to 2:30 on the afternoon, and I always think, I know that generally it's a big generalisation, obviously, but of the 3 sessions, you know, the afternoon session is likely to be the most productive.
Yes.
Because anything that was in the wicket overnight has worn off, probably, and similarly what's coming the next night hasn't started to take effect. So the afternoon session, generally speaking, I would say favours the batsman, as the last ball of the over is played out to mid-wicket for a single. So Harmer now taken 1 for 69 in his 17 overs, which really don't do his performance justice. I mean, there are a couple of overs where he has taken quite a bit of stick, but apart from that, he's been generally, as you would expect, there or thereabouts all the time.
Yes.
Nagging away, frustrating the batsman out as much as anything. So it's going to be Cook still continuing from the far end, as Paul pointed out,
That's Porter.
Porter, sorry.
Yep.
Snater's off the field at the moment, and so he's not an option. But Essex aren't running out of options, and I don't recall him as played back to the bowler as the batsman advances down the wicket a pace or two. I don't recall Snater injuring himself, fielding or anything like that. So
Well, we've got the sight of Dean Elgar. I don't often see him fielding out in the deep, do we?
no, he's confused me a couple of times today. Not that that's difficult to do, but yes, fielding. I'm tempted to say, can't you get back in the slips?
Yes. But they kicked him out of there, didn't they, to
Yes.
make that gap between Harmer and Critchley.
And that's played, and the latter of which fields that, diving away to his right. What a seamless link that was from your comment to my commentary.
Pure luck.
Luck, yes.
But yeah, Elgar out in the deep. Of course, what they do miss, particularly with Harmer bowling, of course, is his ability to carry those helmets faultlessly.
Yes.
I mean, Alistair Cook actually made that job his own, didn't he?
He did,
In the
and
last
very
couple
good
of
at it,
years.
he was
4 helmets, sometimes 5. None were ever spilled, matching his catching ability.
Yeah, Porter in again. That's worked away down to mid-on.
And Elgar's proved a wonderful deputy in more senses than one for Alistair Cook.
Oh yes, and similarly Jordan Cox for Dan Lawrence. Now this experiment of asking Dan Lawrence, who's very, very seldom opened in county cricket, but to ask him to open in Test cricket has not sort of proved too successful, has it really? Was he at 16 runs in 2 innings? So maybe the powers that be will rethink that one.
Dick, I, as you know, and it's not a discussion point, I'll make the statement. I am a simple man and I understand
yes.
only the simple things in life. Anything more than that baffles me, really. But so Dan Lawrence bats at number 4 for Essex, and we're led to believe he went to Surrey to enhance his chances of England prospects. Well, he's certainly done more bowling, but break off here.
Yeah, as Harmer moves in and bowls, and batsman comes down the wicket, Oliveira that is, gets to the pitch, the ball, plays it out to mid-on, no addition to the score.
So he moves to Surrey, where he bats at number 6 a lot of the time. And you think, well, he left Essex because he was batting at 4. He's now batting for Surrey at 6, but Surrey probably scoring a lot more runs from 1 to 5, so his chances are less. When all of a sudden he gets this Test match call to open.
Yes, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. I mean, we're earning on about unfashionable counties and mentioning Worcestershire in that light, with all due respect to them.
As the next delivery is met with a stern defence from D'Oliveira.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be dismissive of Worcestershire, but talking about unfashionable counties, wouldn't you be better off if, scoring a bucket full of runs for a county, with getting regular visits to the crease and what have you, rather than go to, say, the illustrious county and perhaps come in with only 10 overs to go, or 5 overs, or you're coming in at 450 for 4, where everybody's scoring runs.
Again, off the back foot, D'Oliveira just works it away on the onside. It's the end of the over. Pray continue, Paul.
So it baffled me that I'm delighted for Dan Lawrence that he got his chance. I mean, he represented Essex really, really well, and the opportunity came to go to Surrey. Good luck to him. He would have known better the wisdom of that move for him. And it obviously has worked because he's got his way back into the England Test team. But as an opener, and I think it's been well documented, he'd only opened on 7 previous occasions. Well, I think we can remember a couple of those times when he came in and we only needed 30 to win, but we were running out of time. So that was almost a nonsense. So he hasn't opened effectively.
No, he wasn't playing an opener's innings, was he?
No, and it's one hell of an ask for a guy who's trying to re-establish himself back in the Test side. I don't actually think he's very fair to him, to be honest.
I mean, this experiment, asking him to open the bowling, I'll just do one more over, of opening the batting, could prove, that's just, I don't think that was a chance.
No.
It was. Yeah. Off the edge to the keeper and then bounced towards Elgar. Yeah, so Essex have spilled a few today. Harmer moves in again and bowls, and that's swept for a single. Yeah, I mean, in the long term, it could do Lawrence a lot more harm than good, and because he's clearly not a test opener, which almost anybody who's watched him play in Essex, for years would have told anybody. And there was an interesting article in yesterday's paper. Or was it Friday's? Doesn't really matter. No, it must have been yesterday's. That's just played out to a diving ball alter at mid-off that currently this esteemed writer in the Times reckons that from a longer term point of view, Cox stands a better chance of having an England career than Lawrence. That's just played backward of square on the onside. They go through for a scoop, a sort of semi-scoop that didn't go through fully, but also didn't hole out. So it still picked up a single. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 deliveries to go, and then I'll have some lunch and keep my stop my stomach from rumbling. My rummock from stumbling.
Well, it's affecting your speech now, Dick.
Yes,
You definitely need to leave.
It just shows how bad it is. Short of a length played out into the covers. They go through for 2 runs and takes visitor's score onto 165 for 5. D'Oliveira not out 20. Adam Hose not out 11. 1 delivery of the over, and my spell left for half an hour or however long it takes me to digest whatever I get. And that's just pushed out. End of the over, and with a lead of 27, Worcestershire are 165 for 5, and I continue to say we're very grateful to you, Paul, and if you can carry on
Pleasure.
talking for a little, and while Frank moves into my seat.
Yes, indeed. An extra helping of curry sauce as well, Dick, with whatever you're going to get. Brett D'Oliveira, 20 not out. Adam Hose, 11 not out. Simon Harmer, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 73. And Jamie Porter, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. The current bowlers entrusted with the ball from the Essex point of view, try to make further inroads into that Worcestershire score of 165 for 5, which equates to a lead of 27. Frank rejoins us. Frank, your assessment from a Worcestershire perspective of the situation thus far?
Yeah, well, quite an easy one, Paul. I've just said it to the listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester in my update into their sports programme. They need something similar to what they had in the first innings from the lower middle order as Porter bowls and D'Oliveira drives up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Sam Cook and there's no run. They need something similar. In other words, they need another 150, 200 runs to make it a meaningful run chase, I would say, for Essex. And they'll hope, I think, that they can take it into tomorrow, because there's a possibility that if they subside fairly quickly here, that wouldn't be the case. Porter in bowls and D'Oliveira is forward and plays up to mid-on and there's no run. But that said, the Kookaburra ball has tended to lose its threat to some extent as it's become older in this game, and we've seen late success in both of the first 2 innings of the game, so maybe Worcestershire would be justified in thinking that it's not beyond the possibility that they can do something similar, but they'll be tested. Simon Harmer's threatening all the time, I think.
Yes, it was around this point.
Porter again, D'Oliveira defends.
Yeah, it was around this point with the ball in both the previous innings, wasn't it, that batting became distinctly easier.
Yeah.
And that I was saying to Dick earlier on, that 134 runs stand between Pepper and Snater for the 8th wicket completely transformed the completion of the game, didn't it? Now, if Worcestershire could get something near on that, again, the pressure, I think, is back on Essex, because 225, 250 chasing, it's not a gimme, is it?
No, D'Oliveira drives this one from Porter up to mid-off, takes a hand off the bat. That one he didn't quite time, it just jarred it, as it sometimes does when you get it on the toe of the bat. Yeah, absolutely. I mean 200 would be a good effort, wouldn't it, to get that from here. What are they? They're leading by 27, I think, at the moment, so that would be good. But it's not impossible, and we've seen quite a few twists and turns in this game already. I mean, let's not forget Worcestershire were 10 for 4 on the first morning.
Yeah.
So we're not counting any chickens. Porter bowls, and Oliveira turns this on the onside, fielded at short mid-wicket by Dean Elgart. And Tom Wesley won't be counting any chickens either. He'll be, I'm sure, reminding his team that they've just got to be patient, keep at it, make sure the chances are taken when they come along. And they have missed a couple of chances. We think there was one in that last over where Adam Hose might have got a nick and Michael Pepper couldn't hold on to it, knocked it up, and Robin Das dived forward at short leg. We're not sure that it was a nick, but it looked that way from the players' reaction. Porter again from the Gooch end bowls, and Oliveira is in behind that, pushing up to mid off the end of a very tidy maiden over from Jamie Porter. His figures now are 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30. Picked up the wicket after lunch of Jake Libby, who played an uncharacteristically loose shot, just throwing his hands at one outside the off stump and slicing a catch to Robin Das. He went for 65. Rob Jones followed. Sweep had been particularly productive for him, but got a top edge to one off Harmer, and Elgar running back at mid-wicket took the catch. 136 for 5 at that point. 165 for 5 now, but I think the other thing from a Worcestershire point of view, Paul, is when you look at it, is that there's still 51 overs left in the day. That's quite a lot of batting to do if they're going to make it go into tomorrow.
But that wicket of Libby's, I think, was a big plus for Essex, wasn't it? We've seen what he can do.
Seen him
He's
do
a
it
terrific
here on this ground. He's played a very long innings 3 years ago, didn't he? Harmer bowls, and Adam Hose is forward, pushing it out on the offside. Interesting one, Hose, isn't it? Because I'm sure. I heard you saying when you were on with Dick that formerly of Somerset, formerly of Warwickshire, but he's only got one first-class 100 in red ball cricket. Harmer into him now, bowls, and he's on the back foot and beaten by that one outside the off stump. The thing that we're seeing regularly, I think, with the Worcestershire batsmen is that they go back to Harmer on length, and then the ball is dipping and it's on them quicker than they expect, and we've seen all of them really from time to time struggle. He's forward to this one, pushing out on the onside, and they're all finding it difficult to play Harmer off the back foot. But they want to, because if he's not bowling it really full, the pitch is slow enough to allow you to get back and watch it off the pitch. It's a fine balance, your footwork against Harmer, and Hose on this occasion opts to push forward to a much flatter, quicker delivery.
Well, some are batsmen some are obviously treating every ball on its merits, but Rob Jones seemed to have already a sort of preconceived notion, didn't he? I'm going to sweep.
He did. He did. His Harmer bowls, and Hose punches this one up to mid-on where Tom Wesley does the fielding. Hose's first run for a while takes him on to 12. Oliveira, a little bit more fluent, is on 20. It's a big partnership, this one. I mean, there's Ethan Brooks to come. He played very well in the first innings.
Yes, he did.
As did Tom Taylor, but this is a big partnership as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Harmer in again, bowls, and Oliveira down the pitch, works this one away on the onside, and he gets a run where probably thought he wouldn't, because fielder at mid-wicket, moving to his left, who was Matt Critchley, I think, unable to save it as he dived down to his left like a goalkeeper and dribbled past him. He would have watched it nestle in the bottom corner. I think he might be about to have a bowl, Critchley. 167 for 5 at the end of the over.
You mentioned Ethan Brooks batting. Also what impressed yesterday was his bowling, wasn't it, Frank? I think it was somewhat surprising, wasn't it, when he sort of came on. All right, there's something for a change. 3 for 34 in only 12 overs, which, when you look at the actual scorecard, you think, why did he only bowl 12 overs? And the same, actually, with Brett D'Oliveira, he bowled 5 overs, 1 for 16. One of those things that from a distance it looks absurd. When you're here, you could explain all sorts of reasons.
I mean, Brett D'Oliveira is not he's not a front line spinner. He's a he fills in with the odd over here and there. He picked up that wicket just before lunch, which was a bit of a bonus. Doesn't spin it anywhere near as much as this man, Matt Critchley, but and Ethan Brooks, he's a rookie really in many ways as a red ball cricketer, but as a seamer particularly, in a full strength Worcestershire seam attack he probably wouldn't figure, but he did well, and he may well in future have a part to play. I think they're just learning about him as they go along really. Critchley does start a new over, and his first ball yesterday went past the outside edge. This one finds the outside edge but flies wide of slip where Jordan Cox is fielding, and down to third man for 4, so bonus runs for D'Oliveira. Critchley is a big spinner of the ball. He does drop the odd one short like most wrist spinners, but on this surface, get a leg spinner with Critchley's the ability to turn it if he gets it in the right place.
Yeah, well, what Critchley was missing there was Critchley fielding where he'd been, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's in again now, and he bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward and pushes out on the offside. And that's an interesting point that you're making away, Paul, because you could have 2 slips.
Yeah.
And I've been out there. Believe me, this is a dry, dusty surface at the end, and he will get quite a lot of turn. And Tom Westley might be tempted to have 2 slips. This one turns and is taken by the keeper, but obviously Worcestershire are now ahead. He doesn't want to be chasing too many, and you don't want to give runs away, so it's that conundrum that the captain of the fielding side has. As Critchley bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward to a very full one, just pushing out on the offside. The good thing about Critchley is that he's come on first innings, first spell yesterday and today. First spell day 1, and he's landed it straight away, and I always think that's encouraging. And he's landed this one nicely outside off stump, and D'Oliveira just runs it off the face down to backward point where Dean Elgar is the fielder. 171 for 5. It's tense, isn't it? It's tense.
It is. It's absorbing, very absorbing.
Critchley bowls. This one gives D'Oliveira a little bit of room, and he goes on the back foot and takes a single, just punching it out through the offside, which means he'll keep the strike, end of the over. Another thing in common, I was just going to say actually before you mentioned Ethan Brooks, Adam Hose only won first class 100, quite an experienced cricketer, lots of franchise cricket, lots of white ball cricket, expert at that format. I admire the fact that he chose to move to Worcestershire because he wanted to prove that he could play red ball cricket.
Yeah.
And he's still in that frame of mind, I think. He's still only got that 100. He got a 90 at Canterbury earlier this year, but he wants to do it in both formats. And Ethan Brooks made the same journey down the M5 for the same reason, because he wasn't getting the opportunity to play red ball cricket at Edgbaston. So I love that. I love the fact that someone like Adam Hose is, presumably done pretty well financially out of franchise cricket, but what matters to him professionally is that he can prove himself as a red ball batter, I think.
And would they see Ethan Brooks, I know it's early stages for him yet, as a possible eventual replacement for Ed Barnard?
Yeah,
I think the other way up the road.
I think it's beginning to look that way. As Harmer bowls and D'Oliveira is forward, taking on the pad. But that's
he had a couple of very successful seasons for you.
Well, Ed Barnard was a brilliant all-round cricketer for Worcestershire, and a great loss. Had proved to be the best batsman in the side, really, certainly in the last season that he was there. Maybe Jake Libby alongside him. Harmer bowls, and D'Oliveira sweeps well, gets all of that, and even though the fielder out there and mid-wicket has not got far to go, he's hit that hard, D'Oliveira, and he's picked up a boundary which takes him on to 30. But I think that's increasingly the plan now. I think they took a bit of a punt on Ethan Brooks. I think quite a few of the coaching staff, or certainly the head coach Alan Richardson and deputy Kadir Ali, both worked as coaches at Warwickshire when Ethan was in the pathway at Warwickshire, so they knew a bit about him. And there tends to be quite a lot known about players in the Midlands, in the Birmingham League and that sort of thing. D'Oliveira drives on the onside, just get a single this time. So they were familiar with him, and they thought there was a player in there that might do it. I mean, they're not saying he's done it yet, and they're not getting carried away, but they thought it was worth a try, and so far so good. This game has been a step forward for the young man. I don't want to say too much in case he comes out and gets a first ball today,
but you've got to play these guys, haven't you? They need opportunities, and they need they need to be given a spell in the side. We seem to have Luke Benkenstein on the field as well.
Harmer bowls. This one pushed out on the offside off the pad.
With Noah Thane also still on the field, so we've got 2 subs on there. Whether I can't see who else has gone off. Whether Porter's gone off to change his boots or something.
Yeah, Sam Cook's still out there. Maybe
Yeah.
it is Porter. Anyway, here's Harmer again. Bowls and Hose sweeps, and this time he picks out Benkenstein, who's that fielder at deep mid wicket, and just gets a single. They're scoring quite freely off Harmer, even though he's a threat. I mean, he's 1 for 80. He's gone at nearly 4 and over. He's in his 20th over. But there's always a threat. There's always the danger that somebody will try something against him which will not quite be on. D'Oliveira this time is cautious, pushing out on the offside, and he picks up a single which takes him to 32, and at the end of the over Worcestershire are 179 for 5, which is a lead of 41.
With it, obviously Harmer shoulders a terrific workload for us, and he sometimes, it almost looks as if he's an automaton. He just whirls his arm over the book. And I just wonder occasionally whether it's almost worth breaking him up for a couple of overs. Throw the ball and give Paul Walter a bowl, give somebody else a bowl, just for 2 overs. The batsman sort of get in. I mean, John's got in a mindset with him, didn't he? And I think at one stage you have to say Jones was winning the battle. He knew how he wanted to play him, and Harmer, I won't say he was feeding him, but Jones' plan obviously worked. Take Harmer out the attack just for a couple of overs, so that the batsmen have then got to readdress the situation when he comes back.
I think that's absolutely a valid point, and just give Walter a couple of overs, or anybody. Dean Elgar bowls a little bit, doesn't he?
He does bowl, and we haven't used him yet.
Just try it. Anyway, here's an interesting one that Wesley has decided he's going to have a second slip for Critchley, who bowls to D'Oliveira, but he doesn't quite get the line right this time, and D'Oliveira sweeps. Doesn't get a lot on it, I think a little bottom edge, and it runs down to short fine leg, and they pick up a single. But that second slip, if he'd have been in there in the previous over, there's a real chance that D'Oliveira would have been taken off the first ball that Critchley bowled.
There's no reason why Wesley couldn't bowl a couple of overs from this. He was doing his fair share in the 50 overs, and with some success.
Critchley in bowls, and forward is Hose, pushing out into the covers. But it's worth. Well, look, I mean, Paul Walter on this morning, and he got a wicket.
Yeah, it's just
an important wicket.
Change of pace, isn't it? Critchley at one end, a bit of pace, Paul Walter at the other.
Yeah, absolutely. But he knows what he's doing. He doesn't need our advice, I don't think, Paul.
Oh no,
they
always have the last word.
Pushes
anyway,
it back up the pitch to Critchley. Yeah, but it's always interesting, I think. And you know, I quite enjoy the fact that when I chat to the Worcestershire lads, particularly, they know you've watched every ball pretty much, and they often say at the end of the day, and just on short, and Hose capitalises on it, cracks it away through extra off the back foot. He'll only get 2 because Benkenstein's quick over the ground. But they'll often say, you know, what do you reckon? What did you think of this, or what did you think of that? And I think it's quite nice. They're not necessarily going to change their minds about anything, but they're always interested to see what you think when you've watched a lot of them, really. And I think, as that one's left alone outside the off stump, I think if your view about possibly resting home just for 10-15 minutes was presented to them, they'd probably say, there's some merit in that. I think there's more than one way to go about it. As this one is fuller from Critchley and nicely played by Hose. This is becoming, dare I say it, a very important partnership.
It is.
Worcestershire. They've added 46 so far, and they're 2 senior players who have got plenty of experience, and it's vital, I think, that this partnership is. You know, I often used to say as a coach, Paul, when you're talking to your team, if you two get in, if any 2 of you get in, make sure, you know, that if you've been in for 45 minutes, an hour together, well, make sure when you get to the middle of the pitch, you say, it's us today.
Yes.
We've got to do it today. You know, the others are relying on us now. And I'm sure, knowing Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, that he will have said that, and Adam
Yeah.
Hose with his experience, they know. They don't need telling how important this
There's
is.
different. It's interesting, isn't it? You're saying talking to players, they're different approach. I suggested to Michael Pepper last night when he was the partnership with Slater, which was so important. I said, did you actually sort of look at the score and just talk to each other and say, let's get another 10 on the board and see where we are then? And he said, no, not really. He said, we're just treating each ball on its merits. Fine, it worked for them.
It's interesting, isn't it?
But
It
some
depends on
do,
the
don't they? They
situation.
target,
Yeah.
let's spend 4 overs getting another 15 or so.
Absolutely. Simon Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end bowls, and that's clipped away by D'Oliveira for a single through mid-wicket. I think you often talk to players about how a partnership develops or how maybe you recover from a crisis, and they all talk about small goals.
Yes.
Don't look too far. Don't say let's bat till the end of the day.
No.
Say let's bat for the next 5 overs or whatever it might be. In Harmer's case, it might be the next over.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a great advocate as a coach of saying just one ball.
Yeah.
Each ball.
Yeah.
Harmer in, bowls, and Hose plays that little paddle sweep, plays it quite well, down to fine long leg for a single.
The way Jones has played, the way Hose has played, and D'Oliveira, you do suggest that perhaps it's been a discussion point in the dressing room how to play Harmer, how most effectively to play Harmer. You've got to have the ability to play that.
Yeah, sweep.
Sweep,
The
haven't
sweep is everybody plays it now, don't they?
Yeah.
Harmer bowls, and D'Oliveira plays that little scoop sweep down to fine leg, and he'll pick up one. In my day, and I say my day, I mean as a sort of league cricketer, some people were good sweepers, some weren't. Some didn't sweep at all because it was regarded by them as a risky shot. These days, I think everybody plays it, and most people play it on both sides of the pitch. But they have decided that they're going to do it. Graham Gooch became very, very adept at the sweep against the spinners in India, as did Mike Gatting. This one pushed out on the offside.
And the shot itself has evolved over the season, has it? I mean, it's the old textbook sweep down on one knee and sweep, but now you get the paddle sweep and the scoop sweep and slog sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. The game is evolving, and what was once a great risk may not be so. Certainly Worcestershire appear to have decided, don't they, today, that the sweep is valid against Harmer when he bowls a certain line, I think, certainly. That one full and on the offside, and just steered out on the offside with a dead bat by Adam Hose. 185 for 5. It reminds me of a story that I was told by Andy Moles, who used to play for Warwickshire, about when Bob Woolmer went to take over at Warwickshire. There's Harmer bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 185 for 5. And Woolmer identified, along with Dermot Reeve, quite early on that in the previous year, it was before all the analysts and everything else that you have now, but they looked at the stats and they worked it out that against the opposition they had only scored at 2 and over off the spinners, say in the one-day competition. Meanwhile their spinners had been taken for 3 and over. So Bob Woolmer sat the team down and he said, we are going to score at 4 and over off the opposition spinners, and if we do that, that is going to take us that far ahead. And this was just at the start of that era when Dermot Reeve and Bob Woolmer, they carried all before them in one-day cricket for 2 or 3 years. And they went out for a session, I was told. You're not missing any cricket, there's going to be a bowling change. They went out for a session and everybody swept everything. They just practiced. All we're doing today is sweeping. Everybody is sweeping. And they just swept and swept and swept and swept. And if you watch the footage of that year, I think it's mid-90s probably, they just started sweeping spinners. Every single player on the team was doing it. And Andy Moles told me, and he was an opening batsman, not very good at sweeping at the time, and he said they were playing, I think, Sussex, and Eddie Hemmings had gone to Sussex, formerly of Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, the off spinner, you remember him, quite flat and bowled quite quickly. And I'll just carry on as Critchley is about to start a new over, and Eddie Hemmings came on to bowl at Sussex, and as soon as he ran up, Andy Moles went down on one knee. Critchley bowls, D'Oliveira down the pitch, defends, and Eddie Hemmings didn't let the ball go. He just stopped, and Moles was down on one knee, and he said, Mola, what are you doing? And he said, I'm going to sweep you, Ed. And he said, what do you mean? He said, I'm going to sweep. He said, well, you don't know what I'm going to bowl. He said, I don't care what you bowl, I'm going to sweep it. So Critchley in, bowls, and D'Oliveira edges this on the offside, no run. And he said Hemmings ran in and he bowled him a bouncer, and he was down on one knee and he played a tennis shot up there and got a bat on it and got a single down to fine leg. But yeah, true story, I believe. Critchley in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira on the back foot. plays out on the offside.
You mentioned Bob
And there's
Warmer.
no run.
Well, I can remember talking to Bob Warmer many years ago, and he was saying that he'd come up through the ranks at Kent and got into the first team. And
Critchley again, that's wide, left
he
alone.
said, like all youngsters, I thought, oh, this is great, I've arrived, I'm in the first team. He said, and I looked around the dressing room, and senior players, Derek Underwood and Alan Knott. And he said, being the youngest player, one of my duties at the end of the day was to go and fetch the drinks, he said.
Dot ball there.
Fetch the drinks, he said, and that was probably one of the hardest things, to making sure you didn't spill a drop and trying to remember who wanted what. He said, but I got back in the dressing room, he said, thinking, yeah, I play this game. He said, and I sat down, and he said, waited for everybody else to have a shower and what have you. He said, and there was Alan Knott and Derek Underwood talking. He said they spent half an hour. How are we going to get this batsman out in the morning? And Underwood said, well, how about trying this? And then we'll try that. And Noddy said, oh yeah, fine. And Bob Warmer said, I was amazed. He said, I thought, I know nothing about this game at all. He said, their knowledge was phenomenal.
Well,
he said, and I learned so much
did, and he
from
carried
just
on,
sitting in
didn't
their
he?
company.
And he carried on to become one of the most innovative coaches ever. End of the over, 185 for 5, Worcestershire. And I'm just nipping off to do an update, and Dick will be back in. And then I'll give you a spell, Paul. Thank you for your help.
Okay, it was a pleasure. Okay. Well, the Worcestershire lead is 47, 185 for 5, as Frank just told us. Simon Holmes bowled 21 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 85. Probably those figures don't do him true justice. He has caused batsmen a number of concerns on a number of occasions, but Rob Jones certainly worked him out, and the Worcestershire approach seems to be to sweep Harmer as one of their means of keeping him at bay. Matt Critchley, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 11. Dick, you're back with us. Was the break worthwhile? You're still beat. Don't bother to answer yet. D'Oliveira's on 35. Adam Ho's on 16. Simon Harmer's due to continue. Like a bit of a dilemma here for Tom Wesley. He wants to obviously take wickets. He wants to give Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley attacking fields to take those wickets, perhaps to find the edge, but he's also got to be mindful of keeping the run rate down. Well, not necessarily the rate, but the flow of runs down. Really a sort of a flat point of the afternoon, really. This is just very sublime. Batters batting and bowlers bowling, really. And with, what do we get, 56 overs. If you look at the previous cards, this has probably been the easiest time of an innings to bat. 56, the ball, Kookaburra ball's not really doing a lot. It's not responsive.
No.
24 overs till the second new ball is available. Worcestershire, well, I won't say they're on top, but they're easing their way towards a more comfortable position, provided they don't lose any more wickets, Dick.
Well, yes. Harmer round the wicket this time, just trying something. Well, I was going to say something slightly different. I haven't been around for the last 20 minutes or so. I don't know. May have been bowling round anyway. But I popped into town, and Harmer moves in, bowls, worked away on the onside for a single by Hose. Takes the partnership on to 50, of which Hose has 15, D'Oliveira 35. And the lead extends to 48. So effectively 48 for 5. Essex are still in obviously far the stronger position, but no, they're very, very far from home and dry yet. That's just played with diligent care by Madeira. D'Oliveira. I'm speaking in anagrams now.
Home and dry Essex and home and hosed for Worcestershire is the feeling, isn't it?
Very good.
We've got Luke Benkenstein on the field as well, Dick.
Oh right.
Probably missed that while you were out.
Pushed back to Harmer, dot ball.
He was overworked, doing a lot of fielding. Noah Thane was on also with him at one stage. Can't actually see Noah Thane.
But Snater's still not back, is he?
No, he's not. And I'm trying to work out who the other player that went off. I've got a feeling it might have been Jamie Porter, but stand corrected on that. If
Porter moves in, bowls.
Someone knows different.
Player goes on the back foot, just plays it down in front of him, and Pepper comes round from behind the sticks to pick it up. So yes, Essex needs something to happen really. As Harmer moves in and bowls. Oh, an attempt, well, successfully attempted reverse sweep, goes for 4 runs down to, well, is it third man or is it fine leg? Depends on whether you judge it before or after the change of stance.
Well, you said, Dick, you want something to happen, and something is about to happen. I'm going to make way for Dick you over to Frank, and hopefully your listening and viewing figures will start soaring again now. But,
don't undersell yourself, Paul. You know we're always more grateful than we can say.
Happy
Thank
to
you very
cheap
much.
any time, Dick.
And it's going to be Paul Walter. No, it's not. No, it's going to be Critchley to continue from the far end. Critchley will be bowling to Hose. It's easy to distinguish these two batsmen. One is probably best part of a foot taller than the other. Well, slight exaggeration, but it's easy to distinguish, even in helmets and everything else, all the paraphernalia. So a twin spin attack as Critchley moves in, bowls to Hose. Hose pushes that out onto the covers, fielded by Paul Walter. No addition to the score.
Do you want the good news or the bad news, Dick?
The bad first.
Right. The bad news is I don't think we're going to be joined by a Worcestershire player.
No, I don't think so either. But that's pulled away for 4 runs down to mid-wicket. Critchley did rather drop it short, and it really got what it deserved.
Good news is that Norwich City have won their first game of the season.
Is it what?
Norwich City have won their first game of the season.
Oh, right.
And I'm a big Norwich City fan, as Worcestershire listeners know. So a win away at Coventry today, good for them.
And that's just pushed out on the offside.
Apropos of nothing.
I couldn't be happier.
I knew it. I knew you'd welcome that news. I knew you would. I just wanted to cheer you up.
You can read me like a book. As Critchley moves in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who goes in the back foot. Oh, and for all he knew, he could have played on, but he didn't. He got picked up 4 runs down to, well, you can either call it very fine third man or long stop, really. But anyway, you know where I mean on the pitch. It's 4 runs.
Wow.
It was one of those fortuitous shots. You can probably see better on the live stream because then the view is from the opposite end, and a lot of our view was obscured, but I would say he got inside edge that just missed the stumps. So a moral victory, but they don't go in the scorebook. Critchley moves in again and bowls, and D'Oliveira goes in the back foot. Plays out to backward point, fielded by Dean Elgar. So Essex, I've always been a great believer in body language, and Essex just look in the field a bit down at the moment. Oh, and that gets the outside edge as well. It's going to pick up a couple of runs at least, although it is inclined to run away, and sure enough it ran away down towards us under the Tom Pearce stand for 4 more.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
End of the over. 203 for 5.
Yeah, I know what you mean about the body language, Dick, but I also think it only ever takes 1 wicket to change that, doesn't it?
Totally.
And, well, we'll have to see, but D'Oliveira and Hose, I reiterate what I said when I was on a few minutes ago with Paul. This is a huge partnership in the context of the game, and I think every now and again you get a partnership in a game, and I used to say this a lot as a coach to teams at all sorts of levels actually. We're going to need a couple of partnerships. Say you're chasing 250 or 3, you say we're going to need 2 or 3 partnerships here if we're going to get this, or if we're going to set them a lead here, we're going to need a couple of big partnerships. And you will know as a pair when you're batting if you are one of those partnerships. You will sense it, and it might just be a moment like this where you sense that the opposition's body language has just become a little bit less positive, and you just feel that you're in with a shout of imposing yourself, and you get together as a pair in the middle and you say, come on, it's us today, we've got to do it today. And I am 100% sure that exactly that sort of conversation has taken place between Hose and D'Oliveira. It doesn't mean you do it, it just means that you apply yourselves perhaps with a little bit more determination and focus, because it's crucial, and this partnership is going to be important if Worcestershire are going to set a meaningful lead. And I would say a meaningful lead needs to be 200. I would say that's the minimum that Worcestershire would require to make this into a real good contest. Here's Harmer from the big chef end, the Alistair Cook end. He tries the reverse Hose and is taken on the pad, and there is no run. So 1 for 90 Harmer. Those figures do not do him justice, because he's been a real threat. And he comes in again now and bowls, but that one is a bit short, to be fair. That's not a good delivery, and Hose whacks it away on the leg side, but picks out substitute fielder Benkenstein at deep mid wicket, and they only get a single. But actually, with 2 men back, there's a danger that Hose could have just lost control of that and hit it in the air and hold out to one of those 2 fielders. He's been very watchful, Adam Hose, 23 off 49 deliveries. D'Oliveira's had more of the strike in this partnership. He's 47 off 66. And here is Harmer over the wicket to the Worcestershire skipper. Steers this out on the offside, takes a single as Critchley fields, and in fact, well, there you go, that probably adds to what Dick was saying about the Essex body language, because there's a sloppy bit of fielding by Jamie Porter, throwing the ball loosely at the non-striker's end, and they get an overthrow that they shouldn't have got. So it's a 2 for D'Oliveira. It goes to 49. Harmer in, he's down the pitch, the Worcestershire skipper, and clips that away on the onside for his second 50 of the game, which is warmly applauded by the little posse of Worcestershire supporters in front of our commentary box here. 7 fours and 68 balls for Brett D'Oliveira's second 50 of the game. Vital innings from the Worcestershire captain, and he's congratulated by his partner Adam Hose. 206 for 5 becomes 207 for 5 with that single, and Harmer is into Hose, who's defending this, pushing it out on the onside, and it's fielded by Robin Das. No, Dean Elgar is now going under the helmet at short leg. Always like to see a skipper prepared to put himself in there at Boot Hill, as it were. And you don't
Ryan
see it very
Tenders
often.
Carter always did when he was Essex captain.
Harmer bowls. This one's a bit quicker, a bit shorter, but Hose is light on his feet, on the back foot this time. Hits it away through the covers for a single, which will mean that he keeps the strike. He's on 25 now, Adam Hose. And no, he's on 24. The scoreboard ultra quick on that one side of the ground, and he's on 24. D'Oliveira has 50, and it's 208 for 5.
I was very interested in what you were saying then, as regards this partnership, because as I know you are or have been a coach at some considerably reputable level of the game. One of the things that strikes me, particularly with the younger players, because you learn everything in life, you learn the more you do it, but I get the impression at times that the younger players, they've been taught all the shots, how to play the shots, they've been taught how to bowl, but sometimes they're out and I say, it was a daft thing to do. Well, I don't quite put it that strongly. Sometimes I use a phrase, they play all the right shots but not necessarily in the right order. Is a part of coaching teaching people not just to bat, bowl, field, but how to win cricket matches, which is ultimately the aim of it all.
Absolutely.
Use your brain, you put the whole thing together.
Huge amount of the game, and I think actually a huge amount of time is spent on that with cricketers in pathways and academies and so on. Absolutely.
Oh, that's reassuring.
Yeah, mental side is very, very important.
I've often thought, that's edged down to the third man boundary, there's nobody here, and so it's 4 runs. Yes, I've often thought, and maybe you can assure me it does happen then, that players need to, not get in their cricket gear or even their training gear, but just sit in something like a classroom and somebody stands up.
Absolutely, and they do. They really do.
Good.
I think that's absolutely right, and you've got to teach players how to manage game situations. And it's the other thing they do is they do a lot of scenario practice now. So they won't just go into a net and bat and bowl, but they'll say, right, this is the situation.
Yeah.
How are you going to play it?
Oh, right.
And, they'll work through that sort of scenario practice all the time, and very, very important part of developing a player's appreciation of the game, I think.
It's me, isn't it?
It's
I'm
you,
sorry,
yeah.
it's short of the length, pulled away to...
Paul Walter in the attack, by the way, replacing
Paul
Matt Critchley.
Yeah.
Picked up a wicket this morning, Walter.
But I can also remember, it's very reassuring to know that, that they do this, but understandably, and we're all human, sometimes you get the impression
the players don't listen.
It goes in one ear and out the other. And
Yeah.
I can remember we used to spend ages. Graham Gooch was always very good to come on air and commentate with, as Paul Walter moves in now, and he bowls, and that's just played out in the offside. And he'd sit here, and a young batsman would be out. When Essex need a modest score to win, say, and he virtually gives his wicket away by holing out. Having played one successful shot for 6, he tries to repeat the shot, and the bowler's too good for him, and he gets holed out. And Graham Gooch holds his head in his hands, and he says, "You spend hours, days, weeks. It seems like the whole of your life trying to teach these players what to do and when to do it, and they get out there and they forget it all." That's probably an exaggeration.
Well, no, but pressure changes things, and pressure means that people aren't always perhaps applying what they've been taught. But I can assure you that there's an awful lot of that goes on, and I always think this is one of the benefits of young players. When they come through a pathway, they're always playing with young players alongside them, and I always think it's one of the benefits of young players playing league cricket as well.
Oh yes. Walter plays but bowls and just played defensively.
Because you might be a 16-year-old batsman who's very talented with all sorts of skills, and you go out to join your captain when you need 4 run over off the last 10 against a good attack.
Yes.
And he just says, "This is how we're going to do it. We're not going to try and whack it. We're just going to pick it and make sure if a bad one comes along, you do put it away. But there's no pressure, no rush. We don't have to do it in 5 overs."
Exactly.
And that's how you learn to manage a chase.
Paul Walter, short of the length, chopped away, square on the offside, and 12th man Benkenstein, who's a brilliant young fielder, he's an exciting young cricketer, but yes, he's up to everything in the field, dives away and stops 2 runs. It went for 2, and in many a case it would have gone for twice that number. End of the over, and Worcestershire have a lead of 78 now, and they're 216 for 5.
Yeah, and the men that have been out today since the day began with Worcestershire 2 without loss overnight. Remember, the night watchman Joe Leach caught behind by Michael Pepper off Sam Cook without scoring. That was 3 for 1. 24 for 2 when Gareth Roderick was beautifully caught by Simon Harmer at slip off Jamie Porter for 6, and 75 for 3 when Harmer picked up another catch to get rid of Kashif Ali for 27. That was off the bowling of Paul Walter. At lunch, 125 for 3, couple of quick wickets after lunch. Libby, the mainstay of the innings up to that point, out for 65. That was 130 for 4 and 136 for 5 when Rob Jones, who had played well in the morning and swept very effectively against Simon Harmer, tried it once too often and got a top edge and was caught at mid-wicket by Dean Elgar, running back for 31. 136 for 5 at that stage, and Worcestershire staring down the barrel. But 80 added so far for this 6th wicket by the captain, Brett D'Oliveira, who's on 51, and Adam Hose, who's on 31. And it's D'Oliveira on strike as Matt Critchley replaces Simon Harmer. And he gets a wicket with his first ball. Great bowling change. The partnership is over. Absolutely regulation leg spinner's dismissal. Beautifully bowled. Turned, took the outside edge and just pushing outside the off stump and pocketed that slip. A beautiful bit of bowling. Matt Critchley celebrates. Excellent partnership is over. And D'Oliveira has made 50 in both innings. Has gone for 51.
Yes, it's exactly the sort of mode of dismissal that as a leg spinner you dream of. Yes, you pitch it in exactly the right place. It turns enough You don't have to turn it a long way. The difference between the middle of a bat and the edge of the bat is a couple of inches or so, but just enough to get that edge, and it worked to perfection there. And Elgar, it was a straightforward enough catch. As
Certainly
it
was.
goes, waist height, and yes, he'd have trouble dropping it actually, get out of the way of it. And so, yeah, very, very useful. Nevertheless, I mean, it's not just because cricketers are perfectionists or all sportsmen. You know, they'll never admit to being pleased with their performance. They always want to do better. They're greedy, and I don't say that critically, but by any means, quite the opposite, really. Yeah, they want more. And Oliveira, well as he played, and he got a good hand from the appreciative Essex crowd. They're a generous crowd in that respect. They like Worcestershire. Might not be the same if they were playing Somerset, but that's a different story. And yeah, but nevertheless, Brett Oliveira will think, oh dearie me, I've done so much hard work, I've done so well. I should have gone on to maybe 100, certainly 70 or 80. And my side is still second best at the moment.
Yeah.
So we had an interesting email from Cole. He always, yeah, that's his email reference, and I can never remember what it is really. But I was talking about Adam Hose, and I looked him up, and he was born on the Isle of Wight, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, he says played for Ventnor Cricket Club alongside Danny Briggs.
Yeah. That's right.
I played. He says I, meaning he. Cole played alongside Adam's father Jeff in 74 and 75. The club has sent a raft of players onto county and national honours, including Mark Garraway, Hampshire, Stephen Snell, Gloucester and Somerset, as Critchley moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively by Brooks. Chris Russell of Worcestershire, Danny Briggs,
now at Warwickshire.
Yes, Hampshire, Sussex. He's a bit of a troubadour. He's played all over the place. Adam Hose. Not to mention Travis Head, Australia, who spent a year as the club's overseas player in 2013. So, yeah, well done, Ventnor Cricket Club.
Well, Jeff Hose, Adam's dad, follows me on Twitter, and occasionally see a message or two from him, and I've looked at his page.
And
Brooks,
reverse sweep is successful again.
He loves that reverse, and he's got off the mark with a 4. And yeah, there's some great stuff on Jeff's page. Pictures of Adam in whites with a bat, aged less than 2, I would guess. That's how long ago he was being groomed for greatness. Jeff Hose could well be listening. If you are, Jeff, give us a message. It'd be nice to hear from you. I played at Ventnor once, Dick.
Oh, did you? I don't think. Well, I know I hadn't. We've never been.
Critchley again. Brooks defends this one out on the offside, and there's no run. So Brooks on 4, and the lead for Worcestershire is well, what is it? It's 18 short of 100. So what's that? 82. As Brooks plays this one out behind square on the offside. I keep saying they need 200 if they're going to make a significant chase for Essex. Critchley gets the wicket with the change of ends. 1 for 28 for him, 220 for 6.
Yes.
Yeah, quite a few cricketers from the Isle of Wight.
Yes.
Generally find their way to Hampshire, I suppose.
Well,
but,
of course, yes.
You don't tend to think of the Isle of Wight as a cricketing hotbed, but
no,
indeed it is. There's some good players come from there and from Ventnor. The one time I went there was I was playing for the Worcestershire Cricket Association, and it was an inter-counties competition, and we were playing, I presume it was Hampshire, away, and we drove down to Southampton and got the ferry in the morning, played the game, got the ferry back, and we were home the next day. It was a whistle stop. But I remember it quite well. Paul Walter is going to bowl from the Graham Gooch end, bowling to Adam Hose, the subject of our conversation just now.
Yes.
And Hose is driving that away on the
I'm not
offside.
sure who's doing
yours. Well,
which
you take
I
over
think
now.
we,
I think
subconsciously sort of
we?
took over. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as long as we describe it once. It doesn't matter who does it really. That's played out on the offside. So presumably a team like Ventnor, to find in their league fixtures, to find enough opposition of comparable level, many of their away games
on the mainland
will involve a ferry trip, which adds to the costs of the club or the players, or both. No, I've never played cricket in the Isle of Wight. I'm sure I haven't. I've played a heck of a lot of counties, but not the Isle of Wight. And
I'm going to throw a name out there for listeners. I mean, this is a real long shot. I'm on Twitter at FrankWatson58. If anybody can tell me anything about somebody that I played with many years ago, and I'm pretty sure he was from the Isle of Wight.
as Walter moves in and bowls, short of a length, pulled away down to fine leg where it's picked up and fielded.
So this chap would be mid-60s now, I guess, could be about the same age as me. Paul Dolphin, his name is Paul Dolphin, as in fish, and he was an excellent young player. I played with him for the UAU, for the English University side. Now he went to Manchester, and I'm pretty sure he came from the Isle of Wight. He might even be listening. Wouldn't that be amazing? Or Jeff Hose might know him.
You would, as Walter moves in and bowls. Played defensively, no addition to the score.
Anyway, there we are. It's more of a cricketing hotbed than you might think.
Well, yes,
Isle of Wight,
I've already realised that. Yes, which I must admit surprises me. Where do they get their opposition? Where do they get their players from? Well, of course, players now move around so much, don't they? Yes. So I suppose that's not so surprising. As Walter moves in, bowls. That's just played diligently, deliberately, defiantly. Can't think of any more adverbs beginning with D. Definitely.
Definitely.
Definitely, yes. And a variation on that, there's a bit of a deathly silence around the ground at the moment. They're all, well, they'll have been buoyed a little bit, as were the players, by that dismissal of D'Oliveira.
Just need to be patient.
Just need to keep in there, yes. The cricket, especially at this level, is a game of patience and mind as much as anything else. That's just pushed out on the offside. You mustn't be impatient. You must wait for things to come, and more often than not, they will.
You were saying about how they teach youngsters and so on. I mean, the sports psychologist is quite an important member of the backup team now in all clubs, and it's never too early to start making youngsters realise that the game's played as much in the head as it is.
No.
With the hands and the feet and everything else.
No. That's pushed out on the offside for a single. There probably aren't many games where it is played so much with the head as well. Maybe golf. I mean, golf is it can drive people mad. It drove me mad for a few years once I'd given up cricket. And I found it was the good shots that drove me mad as much as the good ones. I thought, why can't I hit it like that every time?
Absolutely.
And you tell yourself, well, I did exactly the same thing, but of course you didn't. I didn't do exactly the same thing.
No.
The hand just moved a little bit.
It's that skill of doing exactly the same thing that makes you a really good player, isn't it?
Of almost anything. It's the ability to repeat your good shots or your good strokes or
Yeah, absolutely. Matt Critchley will be hoping he can repeat that ball that got Brett D'Oliveira out in the previous over, because it was an absolute beauty.
It was.
The leg spinner, as you said, Dick, if a leg spinner designed a wicket taking delivery, it would be that to the right hander, threw it up in the air, drew him forward, little push, outside edge, and Dino caught it waist high. Beauty, perfectly executed. 2 slips now for Critchley. For Hose, who's on strike, he's on 33, Adam Hose. Ethan Brooks is on 5. And Critchley bowls and Hose drives, and there's no running. Nobody's going to get in touch with us, from Ventnor Cricket Club.
No, I'm surprised
because it's
they didn't.
Saturday, and they're at Ventnor Cricket Club. They're watching the cricket. They're not listening to us.
I'm surprised they didn't, because they like to pick up on things like this.
Hose drives this one from Critchley through the covers, and that's 4. I'll finish this over and then nip off for my next update. For BBC Essex Worcester, Hose has gone to 37. Critchley just over pitching that one. And Hose, who now knows, with D'Oliveira having gone, that a great deal of responsibility lies on him. These two, both ex-Warwickshire players, Hose and Brooks, of different vintage, but both at Warwickshire at the same time. Might have played a bit of cricket at Edgbaston together in the seconds, not sure. Possibly overlapped. I think Brooks was more of a young cricketer in those days, as this one is bowled by Critchley and Hose wasn't ready. Or at least maybe somebody was just talking, but he didn't take up his stance, and umpire Milnes calls dead ball. So we'll have that one again. 227 for 6. He bowls and Hose drives for a single. down to long off.
Now, I was just going to say that listeners love pointing out our indiscretions. I know every time I say the word seagull, somebody will say
it's not a seagull.
There's no such thing as seagull. I'm surprised that the same people didn't say. Frank just referred to dolphin being a fish. It's not a fish.
No,
it's a mammal.
You know what? When I said it, I thought
Loud appeal. Oh, sorry.
Loud appeal as Brooks sweeps, but umpire Milnes is unmoved. Yeah, when I said it, I thought that. Don't worry about such things. Tell us if you know about him. That's what we want to know.
Yes.
Yeah. No, absolutely right. And I knew it as soon as I said it. If my grandson had been here, he would have put me right straight away. Critchley in bowls, and Brooks sweeps again, unperturbed by the fact that he missed the previous one, and he's got hold of this one beautifully, and he's picked up 4 runs down to backward square leg. Takes him on to 5, and the total is on to 9, and the total to 232 for 6. 1 ball left in the over.
Mind you, having said that, I had to Google it. Other search engines available, of course, to make sure. Yes, it's an aquatic mammal. In the, well, I'm sure you know this. It's in the families Dolphinidae, Platostidae, Interclae, and Pontoporidae.
Often to be found on the Isle of Wight.
Yes.
End of the over. 232 for 6, and I'll just nip off and do a quick update.
Right. Thanks, Frank. So yes, that 232 for 6 represents a lead of 94 with 4 wickets in hand. So yeah, effectively 96. At the moment, Essex will be a little bit down, but if they think about it, we've got this side at 96 for 4, or 94 for 4 even. Yeah, that puts a totally different complexion on it. It's the same situation, but it's putting a positive spin on it rather than a negative spin. And if you've got any side at almost any level of the game, if you've got them at 94 for 6, you think, yeah, we're in with a good chance of winning this game. Notwithstanding the fact that Worcestershire have a lot of good batsmen to come, as they showed first time round.
Okay, yeah, fine. Yes, we have.
Not least Ethan Brooks, who was undefeated in the first innings. No, it wasn't. It was Tom Taylor, who was not out on 62. Ethan Brooks made 46, and it's Adam Hose, who is currently on 38, facing the bowling of Paul Walter. And we've got another 5 and what's left of this, nearer 6 overs before tea. As next delivery comes in, worked away on the onside, probably for 4, in fact definitely for 4, just evaded, and it's not he couldn't have got to it, it's not a criticism, just evaded Dean Elgar at shortish mid-wicket. Once it had got past him, it was bound to be 4 Penneth, out in the complete opposite side of the ground, opposite 2, I think. Opposite 2 and different from. Yeah, opposite to this. Having gone to a funeral yesterday of a former schoolmaster of mine, I hope he's not turning in his new grave. That's played out on the offside. No addition to the score. And, yeah, the masters in those days became sort of, I wouldn't say gods, but sort of almost, I hate using the word legend because it's vastly overused in this day and age, but yeah, men of great esteem that you regarded with, considerable mixture of admiration and fear. As all that is, a palpable edge, but it went through the gap, the very obvious gap between keeper and Jordan Cox in the slips. I say in the slips rather than, it certainly wasn't at first slip, he's probably at second, and it went waist high to where first slip would have been. So nobody is culpable for that, because there's a clear gap there, and Yeah, it's just one of the laws of cricket that wherever you put the slips, then the ball's more likely to go between them. But it was certainly a missed cue, brought 4 runs, and that's pulled away down to deep square leg for a single. So, well, we often use the phrase a moral success or a moral victory for Paul Walter, but he'll know as well as anyone that if it doesn't go to hand, then it's a big exaggeration to say it's futile, but it's of little consequence if it's not held. If it's dropped, it's a different matter. You can think, oh dear, or words to that effect, as Walter moves in and bowls, and that's just pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score. So this intriguing contest continues, and yeah, I'll remind you of our email address. We know, as Frank said, that not so many people are logged on at weekends. We just accept that, but the email address is bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you care to communicate with us on any matter related to cricket, however vaguely. Worcestershire, Essex, England, Sri Lanka, club cricket, school cricket, whatever. It's all different aspects of this wonderful game, which we love, I think. Some versions of it, not all versions of it. Some versions we are less enamoured with, but that's another story. Maybe for another day, or maybe for never. As Critchley moves in and bowls, and the batsman lunges forward. A tall man, as I've already said once or twice, Adam Howe's a tall man. It's quite easy for him to get to the pitch of the ball. Dean Elgar lurking over his right shoulder at first slip, and that's outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper, and so T is only four and a half overs away, and Essex will no doubt have a bit of a team talk during then, and that's played away through deep extra cover for 4 runs, and it brings up, the extra applause brings up Adam Howe's 50 off, doesn't say, yeah, 71 balls including 7 fours. Been a very good innings, and certainly makes up for his first innings duck. But he'll know that the job is far from over. Far from over.
I'll give you a funny little story around that.
As goes on the back foot, and I think he's picked up 4 more. Yes, he has. Back foot of square on the offside.
So, Howe's got a duck, as you say, on the first morning, and believe it or not, they had duck for lunch in the players' dressing room. And they brought the lunch in just before the actual break, and Howe said, "It's the first time I've ever got 2 ducks before lunch."
Brilliant.
So at least he kept his sense of humour.
Oh well, you've got to, haven't you, crikey? Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you touch upon something else that I've sort of got a bit of a bee in my bonnet about. Yeah, one of the luxuries of playing any sport for a living, and the same applies to going into the theatre. Really, that's just pushed back to the bowler defensively. That they've all been through the amateur stage, and they've thought, I'm rather good at this, whether it's cricket, football, rugby, or acting or singing. And so they turn what is a hobby that gives them, which they get a great deal of fun, into a source of income, and in most cases nowadays a source of very comfortable income. But the fun element shouldn't still go out of it. They've got to try and remember why they've played this game initially. And once it becomes just a chore, like somebody going to an assembly line, 8 hours a day, then they lose focus.
Yeah,
Don't they?
I could not agree more with you. At the end of the day, it is a game, isn't it?
Yes.
And well, it's interesting. You get a player who comes to the end of his career and he actually says to you quite often with a smile, "Well, I'm now going to have to go and get a job for the first time in my life."
Yes.
As Paul Walter is continuing, he's bowling to Ethan Brooks, and that's a nice looking drive from Brooks off a fullish delivery up to mid-off. No run on this occasion. I've just been updating BBC and Worcester and saying that this partnership is hugely important now, and it's obvious, isn't it? It goes without saying, but there's still a bit of batting to come. We saw how Tom Taylor played in the first innings. We saw how Logan van Beek has played in the past. So there's still hope that Worcestershire can get this lead up to 200 plus, and if these two can dig in, then there's no reason why they can't do that. Here's Walter from the Gooch end bowls, and Brooks is again driving very nicely, but he isn't going to get a run because it's full and straight from Walter, and it just goes straight to mid-off. 249 for 6 then, Worcestershire. Men out today, all 6 wickets falling today. Leach, the night watchman, without scoring. Roderick 6, Kashif Ali 27, Libby 65, Jones 31, and Oliveira 51. Walter decided to go round the wicket, the big left armour. Slight change of line as he comes into Brooks, and Brooks leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and it's taken by Michael Pepper, the wicket-keeper, standing back. He's picked up 1 catch so far in this innings, the first wicket of the day. Put one down when Jake Libby edged a ball which probably would have gone to slip, but he dived across in front, and that's all very well as long as they stick, but it didn't. As Walter again is round the wicket to Brooks, and Brooks is driving beautifully again, but once again without picking up any runs because it goes straight to mid-off, but very, very pleasing on the eye, that shot from Ethan Brooks.
Thank you, Andrew, for your email, which I shall read out at the end of the over. It's very interesting it is, and several things I can equate with, identify with.
Walter again round the wicket to Brooks. This time he's just pushing back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run.
Well, I'll do it now.
Yes,
Walter takes his time getting back. The thing I particularly like about Ventnor Cricket Club in my time was that half the season we played touring sides.
Yeah.
So we only played a quarter of the season away, and away wasn't very far. The ground is one of the most attractive. And I previously played for Colchester and East Essex in Castle Park, which is also a very attractive ground.
Here's Walter again round the wicket, bowls. Brooks covers up, plays defensively back to the bowler. That is the end of a maiden over from Paul Walter. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39. His figures. Adam Hose is going to have a drink and a little bit of a rub down with the towel. Takes off the helmet, wipes the sweat away from his brow, knowing that he's got a big part to play in this game from a Worcestershire point of view. And one thing for certain, he will be up for the challenge, that is for sure. We've got 3 overs left before tea, and I would suggest that from the point of view of these two batsmen, their next target is to get back in there and have a cup of tea or a energy drink or whatever it is without further damage to the scoreboard.
Yes, certainly. Meanwhile, Critchley will be looking for that dream delivery, that golden delivery with which he dismissed Rob Jones. He bowls now, and it's just met with a defensive back. To conclude Andrew's email, Colchester Cricket Club, Castle Park, where away matches often involve travelling near the smoke past Chelmsford. Oh, I can certainly identify with that, having played club cricket in Essex. That's played out into the covers, but it's fielded. No addition to the score, and yes, in my case, every alternate week on average it was driving up that A127. Oh, yes, the novelty wears off very quickly. That goes on the back foot, and it's not found the boundary. They've picked up 2 runs, good bit of fielding. Not such a brilliant throw, but it doesn't concede any additional score. Throw came in at, well, the throw wasn't very good, but it was made to look worse by the bowler, by Matt Critchley, not taking it very cleanly. But anyway, no damage was done, no further damage. Anyway, 2 runs accrued, and that's just played out quietly on the onside. Critchley trots across and picks it up. So thanks, Andrew, very much for that. Yeah, so Colchester, I used to go and watch. I'm actually a vice president of Colchester Cricket Club, which is a very strange tale as to how that came about. Well, having started, I've got to finish it, haven't I, really? For a while, for a short time, I worked in Colchester and used to drive up from the South End area every day, which is about 80-mile round trip. I'm not moaning about that, plenty of people travel far further. I'll come back to that at the end of this over. Critchley moves in, and that's just played back to the bowler, and it's the end of the over, so yes, I have to justify that comment, how I became vice president of Colchester Cricket Club. And during Colchester Cricket Week, I only worked just up the road near Colchester Station, big building overlooking the station, and so not so much during lunchtime because there wasn't really time, but I would knock off early in the afternoon, going through to the old trick of leaving a spare jacket on the back of the seat, and they'd say, well, he must be here in the building somewhere because his jacket's still there. So I'd go down to Castle Park, and I've always enjoyed the odd pint of real ale, and in the marquees it was not to my liking. It was just sort of gassy stuff that does me no good. And I noticed that in the clubhouse they were selling proper real ale brewed by a well-known brewer in Southwold.
Right, indeed.
And
beer from the coast. Walter Bowles, Brooks Drive. Sorry, I was lost in reverie there, thinking about.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about.
I bet other beers are available.
Yeah, yes.
No rum.
So I wandered into the clubhouse, and I said to the barman, "Do you only serve? Is this strictly members only?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Oh, that's a shame."
Can I become one?
He said, "Yeah, I did, Birchie." I said, "Well, how do I become one?" He said, "Well, you can either play and."
Walter in again round the wicket to Brooks, drives nicely out on the offside, a bit wider this time, picks a single up.
Or you can be an ex-player, or you can be a vice president. And I said, "Oh, I suppose what do you have to do to become a vice president? You have to give years of good service to the club." And he said, "No, fill in this this paper."
Buy a pint.
So I became a member, so I could buy a pint of what I consider decent ale.
Excellent.
And I've remained so grateful. I've remained as a vice president for a very nominal sum every year.
Excellent stuff. Here's Walter round the wicket. Bowls to Hose, who squeezes this one into the ground with the toe of his bat. No run. Well, I have 6 framed posters on the wall in my kitchen, which all are different adverts from that brewery.
Oh, right.
With the catch line, Adnams beer from the coast, and there's one is it's like a windbreak on a beach, and one is rocks that look like beer glasses, and one is one of those breakwaters that goes out where every one of the stanchions is made up of a pint of beer, and so they're very nicely designed, and we like them very much. Here's Walter round the wicket, and Bowles to Hose, who is driving this one up to mid-off where Tom Wesley is the fielder, and there's no run. There'll be one more over after this before tea, and Worcestershire very much hoping this partnership will still be intact. Adam Hose 57, Ethan Brooks on 10.
We have one more.
Making Essex work.
Yes. Oh, we certainly are, and quite rightly so too. I have one more email to get through, so I'll do that before tea.
Walter over the wicket now to the right-handed Brooks. Bowles and full toss, which not Brooks to Hose, which he drives out square on the offside for another single. 253 for 6. Board was quick that time. Hose 57, 58 now. Brooks on 10. And Walter about to complete his 9th over. 1 for 41 so far. Comes in now from the gooch end. Bowles, and Brooks is forward to that and pushes out into the covers. And there's no run as the fielding is done by Robin Dust. That is the end of the over. 1 over to go before tea. Worcestershire's lead, incidentally, is 115.
So, Steve, thanks Steve, emailed us saying, at the end of the game, I'm not quite sure, is this apropos a different message? No, I can't see it. He just says at the end of the game, it doesn't really matter which one anyway. A young lad asked Robin Das if he could have his batting gloves, or as he put it first of all before he corrected, bathing gloves. Robin duly dropped them to the lad from the balcony. A nice touch and something for the lad to treasure. Yes.
Oh, that's fab,
I've never, well, he hasn't been on the scene very long, but I've never interviewed Robin Das. I don't think so, but I get the impression that he's a good bloke. He's a fun bloke. He seems to be sort of the team comedian, and every team needs one. I get the impression Robin Das is that.
They do. Every team needs one, that is for sure.
But I know all about these sort of embarrassing typos. I don't know whether to relate this tale or not. I'll abridge it very quickly, especially as it's a slow bowler bowling. But a couple of years ago, I developed a nasty rash for some reason on both legs between my knee and my waist. And I couldn't get rid of it by normal stuff that you rub in. So I went to the doctor, and he had looked at it and prescribed something which, give him his due, within a week or two worked, and it was all fine, and it never came back for some reason. And anyway, nowadays you can see your own notes on the online. So I went on to see what he'd written, and it was a typo. He said he meant to put Mr. Davis, I saw this patient as appeal for
didn't hit
catch.
That.
Didn't
nowhere
hit
near
that.
it with the bat. I don't think it's gone off the pad. Nowhere near the bat.
No,
Ethan
the
Brooks
players are
Adam
looking
Hose just telling
aggrieved,
them
which in a way is a sign of their frustration, I think, because we are 70 yards away, and it was pretty obvious to us.
Well, Peter Such, who's sitting not far away from us, the match referee, is not going to like the reaction of the players.
No, I thought
they don't like it these days when the players show
quite
disrespect
rightly
like
so
that.
Too.
He didn't play a shot at it. It pitched and took his pad and went to slip.
Yeah, I've got 4 more deliveries to come back to the punchline.
Yeah, go on, no.
But that was
we're all waiting.
But that was more important. Anyway, so I went and went online to see what the doctor had written about this, hoping he hadn't written anything else. This gives sign of some dreadful thing, but he hadn't. He said, I saw this patient, and he had quite nasty rash on his thighs. He meant to put thighs, but it was a typo, I suppose, or predictive text. It said he had a nasty rash on his thingies. So it's forever on my record that I had a nasty rash on my thingies once, which I hasten to add was not true.
Maybe you did, but you didn't notice because it was on your legs.
Maybe. Literally moves in and bowls, and I'm sure our listeners didn't really need to know that, but just played back to the bowler. I printed that one out, and I haven't literally framed it, but I've kept it. And that's played back to the bowler.
And that's tea.
That is tea. So at lunchtime they were 120, they being Worcestershire, 125 for 3. So they've just over doubled their score. They moved on to 254 for 6. They've lost 3 more wickets. And they currently have a lead of 116 with 4 wickets in hand, but one of those wickets to go was the night watchman. So there's a lot of cricket left in this game. I know it's a cliche, and I hate using cliches, but this has got a long way to run.
Welcome back to Chelmsford. Play about to get underway on day 3, session 3 of this Vitality County Championship game between Essex and Worcestershire. The situation at tea is that Worcestershire in their second innings are currently 254 for 6, which means they lead by 116 runs. Adam Hose is 59 not out, and Ethan Brooks is 10 not out. Paul Walter, the tall left arm seamer, is going to take up the attack from the Graham Gooch end, formerly the Hayes Close end here at Chelmsford, and he will be bowling to Adam Hose. 2 slips in place. And he comes in now past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. He bowls, and Hose is driving this one off the back foot into the cover. Simon Harmer fields, and there is no run. The light, not great, it must be said. It's not quite been the weather that we've had in days 1 and 2 of this game. It's a little bit gloomy and overcast here at Chelmsford, but not in danger of being bad enough to stop play. But we've had beautiful weather so far in this game. As Walter is in again and bowls, and this one's short down the leg side and pulled away by Hose down to fine leg for 4. So Hose picks up the first boundary of the evening session, the 9th of his innings, and he moves on to 63. Worcestershire 258 for 6, and they've hung in there, have Worcestershire, in this game after getting off to a dreadful start on the first morning, to be 10 for 4 at one stage, but they've battled back at various times to keep their hopes alive. Walter in again, bowls, and that's short, and Hose hammers it away off the back foot, but Benkenstein, the 12th man, is fielding in the covers, and he returns, and they just get a single. So Hose moves on to 64 and keeps the strike, and Brooks is on strike for the first time since tea. So Benkenstein on the field. Somebody is off and has been off for some time, and we think it's Jamie Porter. That might need confirmation as Walter comes in and bowls again, and that's left alone by Brooks outside the off stump. And the score remains on 259 for 6. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hove and Worcester. Alongside me is Dick Davis from BBC Radio Essex, and you're listening to live cricket on BBC Sports app on the Essex Cricket Club live stream. And if you are that way inclined, don't quite know if you've accessed us by this means, as Walter bowls, Brooks leaves, taken by the keeper, in the past or in the future, but these days we are told that we are now available by smart speaker. You just say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Essex versus Worcestershire day 3, if this is the game you want, or Warwickshire versus Kent day 3, or whatever it might be. You have to say the number of the day, and yes, BBC Sounds will, through your smart speaker, miraculously be brought to your ears as Walter bowls a bit wider this time, and Brooks drives on the offside. There's no run. 5 off the first over after tea. Worcestershire 259 for 6, lead by 121.
Yeah, thanks Steve for your follow-up email. Yes, he was talking about Robin Das giving his batting gloves, I think it was, from the balcony. It was the end of the day's play on Friday. He says, I'm thoroughly enjoying the commentary. Even if it is about 10 seconds after real time, it must be an internet thing. Yes, it is an internet thing, as you put it. Yes, the live stream is, well, I'm not into these things, but it's sort of bouncing waves all over the atmosphere. And
if you're really clever, Well, if the live stream is using our commentary, that's
Which
not
they
a problem,
are today,
It's not
yes.
a problem, I don't think. We do have sometimes where the live stream isn't using our commentary, and I always say to Worcestershire listeners, if you're really clever, you can pause one or the other
Yes.
and allow it to catch up, and you can sometimes watch the pictures and get the
Yes.
radio commentary. But you've got to really want to do it to do that. I mean, we all know that it's the right thing to do, and it's absolutely
Yeah.
worthwhile, of course. But
But
it
on
takes
the-
a bit of effort.
But on the live stream, and our commentary is on the live stream, it may be 10 seconds roughly after real time, but it's still in synchronisation with the pictures you see.
Oh, Harmer's in, and he's bowled hose.
All he has.
That's first ball. It's always the first ball, isn't it? Critchley's
is.
first ball got a wicket, and Harmer's first ball's got a wicket. Adam Hose's vigil is ended.
So that's significant and useful from Essex's point of view. Significant and a considerable setback from the visitors' point of view.
Yeah, really good innings from Adam Hose. Really good effort. 64, played very, very well, but he falls after having 43 for that 7th wicket with Ethan Brooks. And Simon Harmer, first ball after tea, turning and bowling Adam Hose, beating his forward push, and he's out for 64. He faced 90 balls, hit 9 fours, very, very good innings. But he has gone, and it's 259 for 7 in the 71st over. And Logan Van Beek, I think, will come out to join Ethan Brooks. Van Beek, who he doesn't like to hang around, as it were. He will probably try and score reasonably quickly, but Worcestershire have just got to keep occupying the crease. Had a lovely little tweet from Alex Hode, friend of ours from Kent, who often works down for BBC Radio Kent on the cricket, and he says,
yes.
don't ask your smart speaker for Warwickshire Kent day 3, or indeed day 3 of any Kent game at the moment, sadly.
That's
I
what he
can
means.
understand what you mean, Alex. Thanks for your message, and always good to hear from you, and nice to know that you're listening in and following
Yes, thanks,
the
Alex.
game here at Chelmsford, where Adam Hose has just been dismissed, and a real blow for the pairs. That Simon Harmer, his 2nd wicket, 2 for 95 now. He's nothing if not patient.
No, which you have to be, especially as a slow bowler. And I don't know the arts of spin bowling. I don't pretend to. You don't expect me to, really. But they're not always looking. Well, Frank would know more about this, but they're not always looking to necessarily take a wicket with every ball, are they? It's a sort of longer term project.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially if you're Harmer. They
Yes.
call it setting the batsman up, don't they?
Yes,
You
yes.
throw in one here, throw in one there,
Yeah.
and then lure him in. The off spinner often will throw one outside off stump and try and get the batsman driving into that big gap at extra cover, turn one back through the gate. Anyway.
So, Logan Van Beer faces up to Harmer, pushes forward, and is underway straight away, just pushed out into the covers for a single. Yeah, so, yeah, what were we talking about? Oh, yes, so the live stream. Yes, I mean, the commentary is synchronised with the picture on the live stream, but it's just, it's history, really. It's 10 seconds ago, but, you know, it's an awful lot better than it's such a major improvement, the live streams over the last very few years, 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
It's not so long ago as just played defensively, trickled out on the onside, where at most grounds there was a fixed camera at each end, and that was it.
Yeah.
And if the ball was hit off the square, then you had no idea where it went. Well, not from the visual point of view. So yes, lots of commendation to all the teams responsible for the live stream. That's just pushed out on the offside, no addition to the score.
It's an improvement on teletext, anyway.
Yes.
Which is how we used to watch our teams when they were away from home back in the day.
As Harmer moves in again and bowls. Again, it's that reverse sweep, not reverse sweep, no, conventional sweep being used. We've seen probably as much of that. As regards attacking shots, we've probably seen more sweeps than anything else.
Yeah, I think we have.
As Tom Wesley, strange for a captain, he invariably, well, frequently fields at long on to Harmy. Obviously, I suppose it's a good position to see the whole
And
picture.
he trusts himself to take the catch, I suppose. That's the
Yes,
other thing. Certain
yeah,
people are
last-
very good under the high ball. That last ball blocked by Logan van Beek, the Dutch Kiwi, who is playing in his second
I was gonna
spell
ask.
with Worcestershire, having come just for these last 4 games, but played on loan briefly last year as well. Quickish medium pacer, hard-hitting batsman.
That reminds me, talking about on loan, somebody emailed us, what's happened to Ben Ellison? Now, he was on loan to Worcestershire, wasn't he? But,
Yeah.
but only on loan.
Twice he's been on loan to Worcestershire and made a very good impression, but back here with his home club, and I mean, even if he was still on loan, he wouldn't have been allowed to play in this game, I'm sure.
No.
And that would be perfectly understandable.
Yes, of course it would.
But yeah, briefly on loan this year, a little bit longer last year. Matt Critchley is going to bowl from the Hayes Close / Graham Gooch end. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 48. His figures. He picked up the wicket of Brett D'Oliveira with a beauty. First ball of the over, just like Simon Harmer did after he changed ends and came on at this Sir Alistair Cook end and turned one, took the edge of D'Oliveira's bat, and a straightforward catch for Elgar to slip. He comes in now and bowls, and Brooks plays a little paddle sweep, very deft deflection down the leg side, and he'll pick up 3 runs. Van Beek running quickly between the wickets to ensure that third is completed safely, and Brooks moves on to 14, and the total to 264 for 7.
Yes, it's quite possible that Ben Ellison is playing club cricket at the moment. I mean, all the clubs at this stage of the season, getting near the really important part of it, will want to call in as many players as possible. And a lot of county players, if they're not involved with their county, they like to go back to their
definitely.
clubs.
Yeah,
Yes.
of course they do. Well, you were talking about it before, Dick, about you're a pro playing a game, but it's
Yeah.
still a game. As this one is bowled by Critchley and driven by Van Beek up to long off for a single. And I often refer to this conversation that we had with Phil Dent, the Gloucestershire
Oh yes.
skipper at the time, when played the first round of that Bob Willis Trophy in the COVID year of 2020, I think it was, as Brooks plays a reverse sweep through the slips for 4. Didn't get much on it, didn't need to. It's 4 byes, didn't get anything on it. In fact, he played a reverse sweep. It did enough to put Michael Pepper off, and the ball goes away through the slips for 4 byes, signalled by umpire O'Shaughnessy. So there's more than one way to get a boundary, and that's an odd way, but Brooks and kind of bringing about the error from the keeper with his movement, and the total goes up to 269 for 7. And Chris Dent, isn't it, not Phil Dent, Chris Dent,
Yes.
who said to us after the first day of that game, when you remember nobody had played, Brooks plays this up to mid-on, nobody had played all year, and we got together and there was nobody in the ground and played with various restrictions of movement. Brooks plays a reverse and gets this beautifully over backward point for 4. Expertly played. He's a real master of these shots, Ethan Brooks. It's quite astonishing to watch how skillfully he does it. He goes to 18, and Chris Dent said, do you know what, we've all just remembered why we play. We haven't been able to play for weeks, we've been practicing in 2s and 3s, we've all just remembered it's fun.
Precisely.
Critchley bowls. Brooks, leading edge to this one, runs out on the offside. Got a bit lucky there, Brooks, trying to play it away on the leg side. Critchley stands with his hands on his hips. Brooks probably grins at him. It's the end of the over. 273 for 7. And Worcestershire's lead creeping up. But well, they're scoring reasonably freely. And indeed, well, how many? Just altogether, I think off that over there were 12 runs, I think. But even though they're scoring reasonably freely, they're also keeping the bowlers very, very interested. Simon Harmer will continue, and Matt Critch's figures now: 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 56.
So I'm just looking at the potential scores of the clubs in the Essex League, Essex Premier. Chelmsford are 28 points ahead of Wanstead with 2 matches to go, so they probably, that's just pushed out back to the bowler. Just about, it's just about got enough legs on it to get back to Harmer. So, yeah, stranger things have happened, but Chelmsford look as if they'll retain, I think it's retain, the Essex Premier title. They've produced a lot of cricketers for Essex. Ooh, not least Sam Cook. And that gets the better of the batsman, and lots of hands on head. I don't think it missed the stumps by more than the proverbial whisker. So Van Beek facing up to, I was going to say fellow South African. You expect names that begin with Van to be South African, but you say he's a Dutch New Zealander.
Yeah, there is a bit of a South African connection, which
Yeah,
I'll wait till I've done my next update to talk about.
Yeah, right.
I mentioned it on day one because it is absolutely fascinating.
Oh yes, I think you mentioned
Yeah.
it off air on Thursday. Yes, it is. Harmer moves in and bowls, and that's nudged down to, well, I say nudged, it just came off.
I can't think of anybody that I'd rather have bowling if I was a captain on this pitch, in
No.
this situation,
No,
than Simon Harmer. I really can't. It's made for him, isn't it?
It
he'll,
is.
He'll get another 1 or 2.
and he's not just a superb cricketer, but he's a superb bloke.
Mm.
And they don't all go hand in hand, as we know from experience. But I can recall so well as bowls that delivery. It's the end of the over. Just played down the covers. We'll come back to that when Frank's with us again. He's just going to do his 4:30 update. And knowing me, I say I'll never forget, and I probably will forget, but never mind. Just look to see if we've had any emails since tea. And
Right, Trev, Frank here. Ready when you are.
so it's going to be
Okay.
just seeing who it. Yeah, to still Critchley to continue from the far end with Tom Wesley just having a few words with him, and moves in now, bowls, and that's swept away for, it's just a part of the field I can't easily see except through 3 sheets of double glazing, but that goes down to a single, and the score moves on to 274 for 7. Most importantly, really, a lead of 136. There's a bit of a breeze getting up here, but that's okay. It's a pleasant enough day. Well, it's just becoming a little bit overcast now. I don't think there's any rain threatening, and that's just pushed out square on the onside. Thanks, John. And that was a good delivery. Your comments on the appeal for a catch off Critchley's bowling just before tea were completely out of order. While the replays clearly don't enable me or anyone else to say definitely that the ball did not hit bat or glove, it was most certainly within millimetres. That's just played back to the bowler. Your comment that the ball was nowhere near the bat was factually completely incorrect, and the criticism of the behaviour of Essex players in relation to the appeal was equally inappropriate. John, thank you very much for your email. We do appreciate it. At BBC, loud appeal for LBW does not meet with the approval of the umpire. Where was I? Yes, thank you for your email. We warmly welcome them, and at essex.cricket@bbc. Essex. Oh, I'm sorry, I always get this wrong. I have to read it. BBC EssexCricket@gmail.com. Yeah, right. So, right. Yeah, thanks a lot. And we've got one more from Steve again. He says, me again. I'm at the ground today in the Felsted stand, sitting with some visitors, resplendent in their, in their green and white tracksuits. I've seen those when I went to lunch, hopefully getting to get some lunch, which was shut. Well, the lunch wasn't, but the provision for it was shut. From the Central Cricket Club in Barbados. For my amusement regarding the internet lag, I pretended I can see 10 seconds into the future. A mediocre superpower indeed. Not mediocre at all, Steve. So thanks very much for your email. Thanks to all our emailers, whether they are positive, negative, or neither, whether they're middle of the road. We appreciate them all. It is getting a little bit more overcast. The lights aren't on yet. But Harmer moves in and bowls. And as I say, we're nowhere near behind the line of the ball. We're sort of long on. So in many respects, those watching on the live stream do have the benefit of us over us, which they are. Goes down the wicket, misses the ball, but I think so does Pepper. It's gone through for 4 byes. Yes, that has to go down as a chance, surely.
Yeah, I think so, Dick.
Thanks, Paul.
That's right. Different voice for you, for the listener to adjust to.
And Harmer moves in now. Bowls to Brooks. Reverse sweep again. Peel for a catch. And it's given. After some delay, the umpire thought about it for a while and then decided that Brooks did get an edge to that before it bounced out to, I think it was Elgar at short leg. He has been fielding there most of the day, but the important factor is that Brooks is out for 19 and Worcestershire at 278 for 8. An important scalp because he got 46 in the first innings.
Yes, he did, Dick, and a very valuable wicket for Essex. Important wicket just after lunch, wasn't it, that of Libby? And since tea, 2 important wickets, Hose and Brooks. Yes. Funny enough, just after tea, the spite in the wicket that Harmer's extracting seems to be more prolific, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Where seemingly nothing was happening before the interval. After that 20-minute break, all sorts of things happening.
Yes.
Tom Taylor at the crease, coming to the crease now, and he can bat as we saw in the...
Well, he was undefeated on 62 in the first innings.
Yeah.
So has that been confirmed it was Elgar?
Or was it Das? Das was also being fielded there.
Yes, he has.
He was caught, that's all we need to know. It was a good catch as well.
It was a good catch. I'll check it on the interweb, as they say.
Yes, when something like that happens and the catch is completed, the fielder is immediately surrounded by bodies, isn't he?
Yes.
I think it is Das, because Das is still there at that position, Dick.
Yes, I'll just look it up. Somebody's shouting at this live stream now. We can see who it was.
Yes.
Well, you can, because you're in a better position than I, or than we.
Well, we think that's the reason they're shouting at the screen.
Yes, it might just be, for God's sake, shut up. And that's just played defensively by Taylor. So Brooks, yes, caught Das, bowled Harmer 19. You're right.
Well, we said earlier, didn't we, in the afternoon when the game seemed to just be drifting along, that we needed to be patient.
A loud appeal there again, but I know there was something about it that didn't sound that convincing. I think it was born more of optimism than reality, and umpire Milnes, who's a stoic sort of character, wouldn't want to argue with David Milnes, but still I wouldn't argue with anyone. That's what decades of marriage do for you.
But he's heard louder and more plaintive appeals than that, Dick, and turned them down as well. So
yes, that's right. So a good breakthrough from Essex.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, they just need 2 more wickets. But, it's a big but. Tom Taylor made 62 not out. Amir Verdi made a quick 42 in the first innings. So that's 104 runs.
Now we've got 26 overs remaining in the day. Well, I suppose we could add on theoretically another 8 to that, couldn't we, for the extra half hour. You doubt that this game will be concluded, even if this innings is concluded in the next 10 minutes, Dick.
No. A paddle round the corner which was not out. You may have seen if you're watching the live stream, or heard if you're just listening to us, that it was quite a loud shout, but it bounced in front of the fielder. Critchley moves in again and bowls, and that's played out into the covers, fielded by Tall Paul Walter. Since he got this sort of Tall Paul moniker, it sort of goes with him, doesn't it? Really?
Yes.
You can hardly say Paul without saying Tall. Oh, that beats the outside edge much the same way as the wicket of Jones, except this time it didn't find the edge, but it was a sort of perfect leg spinner's bowl.
And as a fellow wicketkeeper, Jordan Cox got very excited about that Pepper's execution of that stumping that wasn't.
Yes. That's pushed out on the offside, and economy of effort there as Elgar picks it up because it bounced off the boot. And it's worked away, well, not really worked away, just played out quietly on the leg side by the batsman, who is Van Beek. And it's just played pleasant blow of the bat. I hesitated because Van Beek has thrown me, because he's got 67 on his back, but our scorecard tells us 64. So an amendment will possibly, but I wouldn't guarantee it, possibly avoid any more confusion.
The lead 141, and having mentioned briefly there Jordan Cox, he'll be looking for the opportunity of another spell at the crease, won't he?
He will. Well,
I'm sure
yes.
most Essex supporters won't be looking forward to it. Not that he's doesn't richly entertain you, but if we can win this, losing as few wickets as possible,
yes,
we'll be delighted.
Yes, indeed. We don't want one of these sort of edge of seat, fingernail chewing chases.
No. Prefer dramas to stay on the television set, really, did.
Yes. That beats the batsman's forward push. Van Beek on strike. I don't mean he's not playing, I mean he's facing the bowling. And I don't think the PCA have ever called a player's strike yet. The time will come, probably.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's only a matter of, everything is only a matter of time. That's just pedalled round the corner. Although if they do, I doubt that it would be for a wage claim. Even the sort of what you might call the run-of-the-mill journeyman county cricketer has an average annual income far in excess of sort of the average wage nowadays. So
yeah,
they do all right.
Well, they do, except of course their argument is that they have to maximise their wage potential and earnings in a shorter space than the ordinary working man, don't they?
Yes, of course they do. But that's swept away for... Is that brilliantly fielded or no?
No,
not quite. Valiant attempt at deep backward square, but it still goes through, crosses the boundary just in front of the players' guests' enclosure, where very few people seem to sit. It's not the most pleasant corner of the ground, really.
No.
Harmer in again to Taylor. Goes forward. Head over the ball. Perfectly correctly played defensive shot.
The size of the crowd has been I think I have to say disappointing for a Saturday.
Yes, it has. I agree.
They have been entertained, haven't they? It's been an absorbing day so far, and more to come.
More to come. And well, no, not really a genuine appeal, a stifled appeal for LBW.
I'd have given
All the lights come on, and it suddenly takes effect. And yeah, there was a. Not that it was there at the time, I hasten to add, but there was a wartime song called "I'm Going to Get Lit Up When the Lights Go On in London." Now, why I know that, I've got no idea. Perhaps my grandparents or somebody used to sing it, and they meant lit up in a rather different way. But, yes, it changes, well, literally it changes the complexion of the field, really. It's brighter green, brighter everything.
The thing is with these floodlights, presumably somebody presses the switch and the whole thing is illuminated.
Yes.
Not long ago that you had to wait for them to sort of power
right.
up, didn't you?
Yes.
Keep feeding 10p's in until
Yes.
sufficient had been loaded to give a decent level of illumination.
Oh yes.
But these are very
Critchley
grand.
moves in and bowls, and that bounces out the offside. Well, as Derek Trotter would say, it's top of the range.
He had a phrase for most things.
Yes,
didn't he?
I don't think they were bought in the market out of a suitcase, though. As Critchley moves in and bowls, that's just pushed out at the offside. Yes,
Peckham's finest.
yes. I mean, they knew, aren't they, when they installed during the winter. I think the last winter, was it?
A couple of seasons
Or maybe
ago, I
the
think.
one before, yes. But yeah, they're very effective. Well, floodlights are everywhere. That's just nudged round the corner, but no runner cruise.
And you get a light show, don't you, at the 2020s sometimes with all the different lights and
Oh, yes.
glowing and what have you.
Oh, I know all about light shows, having just had laser eye surgery.
Oh.
It's like a firework display inside your head. And
But the good news is it was very successful for you, wasn't it?
Seems to have been, yes. Thank you. That's played out for a single. And what was I going to say about the lights? Oh yes, I mean Worcestershire is still the only county without permanent lights, aren't they?
Yes. Which seems strange, doesn't it, in this day and age? I don't know why that is. Is that
No.
planning permission that's not available? Frank might know, mightn't he? Why?
Yes, well, it's not surrounded by residential property
No.
at all, is it? On
No.
no side. That's just nudged down. Oh, they think far end, throw the far end. Had the throw hit the stumps, it would have been tighter, but I think the batsman would still have made it.
What he would have done, and to be honest with you, Critchley didn't actually place himself very well for that.
No, he
anyway,
didn't,
would have
no.
been better behind the stumps, wouldn't he? Not that it hit. It was
No.
a little bit wayward from Elgar anyway.
No, there again, they're probably replaying that on the live stream, the benefit of which we do not have with one opportunity to see it at the time. That's played out into the covers for 2 runs. A couple of Worcestershire supporters have seen enough already. They're off. Well, perhaps they're
Sample the entertainment that
exploring the
Chelmsford or
the hot
South.
spots of Chelmsford. Yes. The nightlife of Chelmsford is second only to that of Malden.
You're a Lee man. I mean, what's on at the Cliffs these days at this time of the year? Anything? Well, they always have good shows on, don't they?
Yes, mainly
So-
mainly touring musicals.
Yeah,
Probably, I don't know
yeah.
at this precise moment, but yeah, they get a lot of touring productions at the Cliffs Pavilion in Westcliff, which is another top of the range provincial theatre. Going to be made
Yeah.
even better soon. They're investing. I can't remember what it is. It's, several £million in making it.
They really?
Yeah,
Nice.
even better.
It's top quality entertainment anyway, isn't it?
Oh,
The
yes.
shows I've seen there.
And that's except when I used to perform there. And then, then it wasn't so top quality. It was very am-dram. But, other theatres available, we hasten to add, all of which offer different forms of theatrical entertainment. I'm trying to remember the name of the theatre in Worcester, and I ought to remember. I'm sure I've been there It's just played out on the offside, no addition to the score.
You're being very modest there, Dick, because you did your drams, as you call it, and treading the boards for a number of years, didn't you?
I did.
So
More years than I'd care to admit. And that's just played defensively off the back foot. No addition to the score.
And I mean, you know, you did well, really. There's not too many ways of saying, "Can I help you now, sir?" Is there?
Harmer moves in and bowls. And no, we won't go down that path. If it was Kevin Howells on commentary, he would deliberately take us down this path, and they'd say, "And tell us about the time you were an opportunity knocks." I said, no.
Oh, go on.
No, I will not.
Oh, I just had a text in here from Kevin Howells who says, "Ask Dick about the time he was on opportunity knocks." He doesn't, but if you're listening, Kevin, good afternoon.
Yeah,
to you.
all the very best. Wonderful fella.
Yeah.
And that goes on the back foot and played out into the covers for a single, taking the visitors on to 269 for 9, representing a lead of 152, with Taylor not out 6, Van Beek not out 7. Harmer taken 3 for 103, which they don't exactly flatter his performance. He's bowled better than that suggests, but that's the nature of cricket. And the 3 wickets are the important column rather than the runs conceded. That's pushed out into the covers, and Critchley 1 for 62 in 14. So everybody's had a say, as they did in the first innings, really.
Yeah, 289 for 8 here. The umpires are conferring.
It can't
Say the
be
light
that.
was surely
Can't
not.
be,
No,
can
it must
it?
be about who's buying the first round in the local hostelry
You'd
tonight.
think
Surely.
so. One of the I've been saying for several seasons, the longer I follow this game, the less I understand it, and the light regulation. I think only the umpires and the third umpire, whatever they're called, fully understand them. But no, they're carrying on playing anyway.
Yeah. As we would expect that they
Well,
should
yes.
in this fight. I tell you what is impressive, the Essex over rate of +9.
Really, I noticed that.
And
Of course, Harmer's been
Harmer's been whirring away,
28.
Critchley as well.
yes.
Um,
Yeah, they bowled 42 of the 79 overs, so they bowled more than half of them.
yeah, and surely there's an argument. If sides are deducted points for minus rates in a match, by the same token, shouldn't you be given bonus points for breaking above par?
Doesn't seem to work that way, does it?
Oh, it doesn't, no.
Well, no.
But it seems a bit anomalous. I mean, if you... It does to me, anyway.
I think as Critchley moves in and bowls, and that's edged down to the vacant third man for 4 runs. There hasn't been a third man here all day. There's hardly been a third man here all season. And so once it gets through the slip cordon, and it does run away down the hill towards us.
Yeah, we don't like third man, do we? Or third. We
Sorry?
have to say. I said we don't seem to like a third man
No.
position, do we? Or
No,
whatever.
it used to be sort of almost obligatory, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, because you know whoever was there would come down here and talk to the crowd and
Yes.
form some sort of relationship with it. It used to be good. I remember when I went.
Critchley, that's just worked away on the onside for 1 run down to square leg.
Yeah, the fielder would come down to third man. Normally the guy that was sort of bowling at the other end, you'd say, "Oh, wicket doing?" No, nothing at all. And
No.
you soon learned that they misread the wicket as much as we did.
Yes, yes. As Critchley moves in, bowls. And that's worked away on the onside again, this time by Van Beek. Yes, I mean, in former times, yeah, they, especially out grounds, they'd wander down to the boundary and lounge around, lean against the boundary boards, have a natter. I mean, that's outside the off stump. The former Essex and England left armour, no, not John Lever, the other one, Mark Eilert, who acquired this nickname of Ramble, because he'd go on the boundary and he'd ramble away to anybody who'd either listen or pretend to listen. At first, when a player starts talking to you on the boundary, you know, you're quite flattered. You listen.
Yes.
After a while, you think, yes, all right, can you go and field somewhere else? Yes, we've heard quite enough. Yes.
No, he loved a conversation, Mark. But to be honest with you, that was nice, though, wasn't it? You,
of course it was.
As a fan, you thought, oh, good.
Yes. Critchley bowls, that's just pushed out in the offside.
And particularly the way somebody like Mark would talk to you, you almost felt that you'd acquired a new friend within a couple of hours.
Yes.
And I think it was good from the players' point of view, because it formed a sort of an empathy with the crowd, and if they were going through a bad spell of form, nobody was sort of berating them, were they? Oh, that's a shame, he'll come good. Whereas now the tendency is to start criticising at the first sign of failure, get him out, get somebody else in. But I think that's one thing that it was always in the players' interest when we played at these outgrounds, because they used to have to walk through the crowd to get to the changing rooms, and you'd say a friendly good morning, and most of them would say good morning, although now, particularly in football, of course, they found a way to avoid any eye contact with the crowd by putting their headphones on and allegedly listening to some music, but you do wonder whether these headphones are actually connected to anything apart from the hole in their pocket.
Or walking along with their phones, that's another good one.
Yes,
that's their phones.
Yes, that's a very good one.
Yes, no, I'm sorry, I'm too busy just pulling off another multi-million-pound deal.
Yes.
My little sideline.
Yes. Anyway, Harvey 3 for 103 is looking for the 4th wicket.
Yes, and then another one afterwards. Essex
another fifer in his sights.
Under a lot of circumstances, Essex, any side would think, you know, they can see the tape winning the line, but no, they know from first innings experience that there's a lot of work to do still to get to these 2 more wickets. And Harmer about to bowl his 29th over, bowling to Taylor, who goes forward. A tall man gets to the pitch, the ball, just played it back with a square for a single.
Been a good acquisition for Worcestershire, hasn't he, since he's moved from Northamptonshire?
Yes.
For whom he performed well there. Slight change in the field. Tall Paul trots over from mid-off to mid-on.
And we're all ready to go again as Harmer
Ports moves into the mid-off spot.
Yes, Harmer moves in and bowls. Again, that sweep is employed, and again very successfully as it goes for 4 down to the mid-wicket boundary, just in front of the pavilion. And well, that 200 lead is getting not that, you know, 200 is just a round figure. That doesn't mean that as soon as Worcestershire get 200 lead then they've won and Essex have lost, obviously not, but it's it's a figure that it rather psychologically as much as anything else.
The umpires are now conferring again.
They are,
and you wonder why. He executed a perfectly textbook sweep.
Oh, we had a couple of emails, but first of which is entitled Lights, WCCC, not Westcliff, that's my club, Worcestershire County Cricket Club. Flood stop us having lights.
Interesting.
Yes, thank you. I see, I can understand that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Don't get to like the stream. Don't get to like the stream. Okay, anyway, thanks Paul. The salient point is that, but that's a very good reason which should have occurred to me. Allowed appeal, but, well, now they're again stifled. Yes, it's because of course, yes, and I mean, well, we've both been to Worcester numerous times. All the buildings of any significance are sort of off the ground, aren't they? The pavilion, the ladies' pavilion, where those wonderful cakes are served. I hope they still are. Somebody please reassure me that you can still get that wonderful array of cakes. And the
Frank's our man, I think, when he comes on air later.
Yes. And
he looks the type of man that would sample the offerings in the ladies' pavilion, doesn't he?
And that's played off the back foot, more or less straight, and they go through for a comfortable single. As skipper Tom Wesley comes around from long on to field. So thanks, Paul. We really should have thought of that, and yeah, but we didn't, or I didn't. Paul from, doesn't say where he's from, but an Essex oh yes he does, an Essex CCC fan from Grays. And he says, good afternoon gents, great commentary as always and greatly appreciated. Thank you, by most listeners, not all. Re the floodlights, I'm pretty sure they were installed following, oh this is Essex floodlights, not Lack of at Worcester. That's paddled away and fielded just a single out by the deep mid-wicket boundary. Re the floodlights, I'm pretty sure they were installed following Essex's T20 final win, with the proceeds from winning it. Ah, right, thank you. Which would have been in when, Paul? You're better at these things.
21?
Yeah.
19, wasn't it, the double?
Yes.
The 2019, wasn't it?
And they're walking off.
But is it for a...
Well, they're all walking off.
It is for...
Do you think it's...
Well, they certainly haven't declared, have they?
No.
No, I think it's... is it... No, I was thinking maybe they were having a drinks break because Essex was so far advanced on their...
Except
but it's
the
not,
umpires have they removed the bails? No, they have, and then they put them back on.
Yeah, it's light. Dicky's just put the light meter on top of the stumps.
Yeah, so they are off.
This end. Yes.
Yeah, well that's disappointing. I'll just finish this email and then we'll... I was at the game yesterday and in the club shop during the lunchtime interval, who should I see but the majestic Dean Elgar, who was buying some bat tape which he had to pay for. I said to him I was amazed he had to pay for it himself, which he said it's only bat tape. He didn't see the funny side of my question. I think it got lost in translation. He's still a quality player in my eye. Finally, can you say third man in the current mad world? Shouldn't it be third person? Keep up the good work. Paul, yes, it probably should.
Yeah, well, I take responsibility for that because I was the one that referred to it as third man.
Well, no,
yeah, he's probably right, and I certainly wouldn't want to cause any argument, but this game is being played, this particular game, by 11 men against 11 men.
Yes.
I think therefore I can refer to him as a third man, and I'm sure if I was reporting on a ladies' game I would just refer to her as third or person. To me, we can go a bit over the top, to be honest with you, Dick. But that's my personal view.
Yeah, I'm not going to go down that path.
No, please don't go down there. It's not the view of the BBC. I'm sure it's not the view of Essex County Cricket Club. It's the view of me. All complaints, please write on the back of a £5 note and send to this address.
You come cheap.
Oh yes. No, but point taken. I take the writer's point.
I certainly wouldn't go along with calling it third person. That's my mind. Having studied English for so long, is sort of the third person is he, she, or it.
Yes.
Or they and them. Anyway, that's enough of that.
Yes, let's move on.
Let's move out because
Right.
we've no idea with bad light how long they're going to be off. So we'll have a break, and you can be sure that when they do come back, the umpires are still out there talking to the ground staff. But as soon as they do come back, you can hear us as you have been all day, for which we're very grateful. Thank you. Hopefully talk to you later. Thank you very much. And it would be easy to say, well, you've got 8 of them out, you know, the other 2 must be only a matter of course. But no, there's still a lot of runs, because Tom Taylor, who's there, he made 62 not out in the first innings, and Amir Verdi made a whirlwind 42. So there's still a lot of work to do when it does recommence. Simon Harmer, as so often has been the star of the day, he took 3 wickets bowling, but also the start of the not collapse, far from it, but the loss of wickets for Worcestershire was that Harmer took 2 very good slip catches, and but that set up the rest of the day. And the main contributors from Worcestershire's point of view were Jake Libby, who made 65, 64 for Adam Hose, 51 for Brett D'Oliveira. So many of them have contributed, but they will all be, you know, lamenting the fact they didn't go on to an even bigger score. So at 303 for 8, it's really interestingly poised, and it's such an anticlimax that it was called off. And it's always a bit, when it rains it's easy to understand. When it's bad light, you know, it sort of it almost invariably takes you by surprise. They did put the floodlights on maybe a quarter of an hour or so before they called it off, but so that's the situation at the moment. And the general consensus, as I say, possibly confirmed by the umpire walking across to the pavilion and now walking across to the ground staff, the natural inference to be drawn from that is that it's the end of the day's play, but we can't be sure. But as soon as we know one way or another, we'll let you know.